new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker, the return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini-themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
And look at this, it's going to be Eternal Fire on the other side. And I don't think they're going to be expecting this. Eternal Fire, nades raining in. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4! I think Lurix actually did. Now here's the steps around the car. No, I think he spotted out Colt Marco. Question is, does Colt Marco know about it? No, I don't think so. He's going to hit the down. Brex called though, so he's going to be flushing out. And that's just me out though.
And this might be a strap because they might not push themselves back to the compound and find themselves.
Really good stuff coming out from Lil W. I want to see them go aggressive now though. It's depending on how many frags you pick up in this one too. More frags as Molotov goes down.
It's a bit more of a pride run for them. That's disgusting with that P90. Look at the nade's perfect. Oh, it's caused damage. He hasn't got to confirm. Here comes another one. Don't fight Bumble. They've got a sting. He goes.
The big open field. I don't think FaceTime realizes this, unfortunately. But I don't just want just yet. And even though, once again, security sense isn't necessarily.
I think they're trying to wait and watch, see if anyone wants to come. It's Brexico. He's back in the air as he's scouting his way forward.
Rex might just go for the position up top.
No way. Oh my god!
I don't think there's anyone. Oh, there is one close by. Oh my god!
Get in!
That is so cheeky. That is so very just perfect. The very first one is getting picked up by the mates on the other side. Sheila, perfect timing to take down. Takes not really no, but the knock doesn't happen. The knock does not happen, and Sheila stays alive at least for now.
Yeah, good. He actually moves well, pushing himself through the through the actual car.
He's there with only 13 HP on best of luck.
Come rolling in. It's outside the zone, but Secure Ascension, they're on fire. Another nade will go through the door. Gonna get another claim as Safety will put 2 on the final player for Secure Ascension. Well,
trades have to come in for FaZe Clan. Usually they don't let.
It's time, whether you're on the well, morning, afternoon, or evening, it's the final opportunity, the final chance, and more importantly, we don't know how many games it's going to take before we crown ourselves a champion. fALECX, welcome back, mate. I had some time to debrief from yesterday. It was hectic, and I know we're in a bit of discussion about actually how today's going to go, right?
Yeah, we were discussing previously in the quick pause that we had, how many games are we going to see today? Because that's the big question, right? We only have one team due to the nature of the rule set that currently, as it stands, could pick up the championship with a single game. But it's only one team, so it's up for anyone, I feel like. But yeah, then again, we do have our favorites, don't we?
Some do. Obviously, chat will be letting us know who their favourites are. But let's remind everyone, though, how and where we are at the moment. Let's look back at the, I suppose, the leaderboard, because it does matter. It is going to be a really key factor, because, as fALECX just mentioned, one team has already claimed themselves 100 points already, and that's that B team. Now, the other teams, they're going to have to work their way through, and we have to keep track of the leaderboard, because obviously, whenever we have the final game of today, which sounds really weird saying because it's normally after the 6th game, obviously the leaderboard will be drawn out between that 1st down to 5th. Now, there is an argument. I want to start on the right-hand side of the table. There is an argument to say, if we do go over the distance, if we do go past the normal, teams on that right stand a chance. They just need to get themselves to 100 points first, fALECX. But the opportunity really lies on that left-hand side.
Yeah, as you said, it really depends on how far we go into this tournament. I think it's not unrealistic to say that we might have 4, 5, or maybe even 6 games today, maybe even more than that, depending on how well all of these teams now will try and focus on all the top teams, because right now in a lobby like this, if we go into the first game, everyone's going to be looking at BB team, right? There's not a single reason you should focus on your own game before BB team gets eliminated. Because if they don't, if BB team isn't a good chance to win the game, it doesn't matter anymore where you place. It really doesn't matter. If BB team picks up a round, the tournament is over, and you will not have another chance.
That's correct. Let's have before we move into BB team a little bit more, let's just actually talk about some of the other teams, because look, we had an opportunity to talk to a few of them. FaZe Clan, really interesting game. I think this is going to become apparent as we look at this. Team's very much saying that they're focusing really more for the points at the moment. They want to play every single game, and I think it was really telling yesterday. We saw them coming out. They were the first team really on day number 2 fALECX that could have got 100 points and ended it really early. BB team a little bit lower down in the leaderboard. They kind of rised through the ranks up to our 5th game, but James obviously taken away from there, and talking to him was more about, we need to play now for every single point that we've got. We're not playing for a winner chicken dinner. We're not playing for the win mark. What we're playing for is to ensure that we don't have teams, one, overtake us, because they're looking at prize pool, and how they actually, if they do not get the win, that actually they want to be high enough up there to claim most of the lion's share of the prize pool. But it's very key. He said, if we find ourselves in a position, we will then go for the win. But up until then, we're going for points.
Yeah, I think it's a smart way to play play it. I wasn't necessarily convinced when you first told me about it that James really wanted to play for this strap, because honestly, you kind of give away certain rounds, because I feel like you don't always realize what your winning chances are unless you really go deep into a round. But then again, I mean, these guys are so very experienced. I think they got a better feeling than all of us on which rounds can be taken, just judging by the zones. Firstly, phases I think going to be very beneficial for them and very important in making that decision. But then again, as you said, I think it's going to be an interesting day for everyone, because with this new dimension of kind of having to deny others the points, maybe FaZe Clan will also branch out and adapt and not only play for points, but also about denying others the chance to win. Because sure, your points matter, but if there's a team right below that maybe just crossed the 100-point mark and you have them right in front of you, the logical decision would be to engage them, right? Yeah. Because if you don't have the 100 points, or maybe even if you do but don't have a winning position, what kind of play are you going for? Of course, you're going for the play that obviously has the most amount of impact on any of these teams that are still in the running for taking on the championship.
And it is going to be impact, and we alluded to this yesterday. People are going to change how they look and how they break down the battle royale, so to speak. That is the wonderful PUBG. Let's have a look a bit closer look though at BB Team, because they are the only team at the moment that could go get it done in one game, because they've already over 100 points. And as you know, and we will look at the Smash Wall a bit later, you need to be over 100 points, but you can't get your 100 points and the winner chicken dinner in the first game. So BB at the moment with an average of 9.1, which is not the highest across the lobby, but they are over. That's the key mark. 113 points. They could go get it done though in the first game. Big question though, fALECX, for you.
Yeah.
Do you think BB Team are going to end it in one?
No, I don't think so. I think two of two things will have to happen. First of all, BB Team just gets gifted zone, and I think actually, if there was a way for it to happen, I think it could have happened yesterday. Imagine they get the one more point. Imagine Nixie doesn't deny, and I'm going to talk about this later as well, because I think that play was huge. Imagine Nixie doesn't deny in game 5. Then they would have crossed the 100-point mark in 5 games. And going into today, realistically, if we would have had that Erangel game yesterday, they could have already won that game, because they won a prime spot yesterday. Sure, I mean, obviously, as you said, crossing the 100 points mark means also the day is finished. But if that wouldn't have happened, I think if there would have been a game where I would have put them on the top, it would have been that last game, because these open field kind of endings usually do favor the team that's inside the compound, and BB Team committed to that compound very early on and was actually the team that once again defended that compound for the longest period of time. So I feel like if you replay that and maybe the day doesn't end, BB Team could have already won it. But that's obviously theorizing a bit much. But yeah, back to your question, do I think they're going to end it in one? No, honestly not. I think the teams are going to be way too smart about this. And I said about the 2 points, I think first of all, they need to get gifted. And second point is, everyone kind of needs to, excuse language, F up. Because realistically, once again, everyone should be focusing on BB Team. If you realize BB Team is anywhere close to you and you're like a FaZe Clan, you were Twisted Minds, you're in Ascent even, all these top teams, what is your job? Sure, your job is to cross the 100 points mark, but your job also is to deny BB Team under any and all circumstances of getting that chicken dinner. And that also means maybe sacrificing your own round to make sure you have another one.
And that is it. This is the format now, right? We are going to play game by game. Do you have one more shot? Do you have one more opportunity? Let's just remind everyone of that Smash Wall. So we've come through the finals, we've gone through the playoffs, we've done all the qualifiers, we got through to now to the final section. This is day number 1, was done, dusted, 6 games guaranteed, right? Day 2, well, that was the first real look at when do we end? When does the Smash Wall apply? And we saw that on game number 5. You've already alluded to that, and I think it's key, and I do want to come back to it, because I think we do need to break down that Nixie denying for VP, because he wanted one more game. He wanted one more chance to get his team closer to 100 points. But we're on day 3 now. We are looking for teams that are over 100 points. A team that is over 100 points and will go back themselves a winner chicken dinner. That is it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stop. That is the last game. It is crowned champion, and we will divide out that prize pool between those top 5 teams. And more importantly, we will have the wild card for PEC full that be gifted out. It is a massive note though. You cannot get yourself a 100-point game and the winner chicken dinner. Now you can go win that game. By all means, you can go claim your extra 10 points by getting a win. But if you've just coming over towards the 100 points, it means we continue. I think the best way to do that, you have to be over 100 points on the start of a round to be eligible to make sure that you can get a win.
Yeah, and I think we also talked to some of these PUBG experts and some of these players that have already seen maybe not necessarily experienced, but at least are ready for this rule set. And they're all expecting this to not be ended in a single round. They do expect a couple of other teams to breach the 100-point mark before everyone realizes and maybe can't even do anything about all these top teams staying alive for much further. So yeah, once again, I'm interested to see how long this goes. I think we will have a couple of games, and I mean that's honestly what we've been hoping for this evening anyway. So I'm cautiously optimistic, so to say.
You always are. But do you know what I'm really interested in, and there's been huge discussion on social media, this what I absolutely love, is what has the community been saying? We've had all this conversations. We had a heated debate backwards and forwards in the production calls, and we've had stuff offline from yesterday. But look at this. How many matches will we see tonight? There's 18.1%, and I'm in that 18.1% that thinks it's going to be potentially 1 or 2 games. But it looks like most people think we're going to be ending it kind of around the Erangel, around the Rondo. We're not going to be making the Erangel. But there is a number of people that are saying that potentially, guys, it might go longer. It might go 7 games or more. That's huge. It even shows down to the community, and this is the first time. We don't know. We generally don't know yet, but it's interesting to see. Most people think we're going to end by the time we either on Tego or Rondo.
I'm so excited to get into these games because, once again, this is a new dimension in PUBG esports now. For the most part, we've never seen this 100-point threshold. We've never seen, also in a big tournament, this type of dimension coming into it in terms of decision-making mid-round on which teams to focus. Usually, it's always been very straightforward. You're in a game, you kind of want to win it. This time around, it's also about looking at all the other teams, looking at a broader scope in terms of the leaderboard situation. Kill feed tracking is going to be even more important. You've got to realize where everyone is situated right next to, especially in the later types of zones, where you want to deny others the points. So, yeah, once again, this is super, super interesting, and I'm excited to get into these games. And I got to say, to give you my guess, I thought it's really weird. So many people actually betted on 1 or 2 games. I thought that is kind of crazy. That ultimately means it's either going to be FaZe Clan or BB Team now picking it up, which sure isn't necessarily unrealistic, but with all these teams potentially focusing on them, I think it's going to be way, way tougher for them. We saw FaZe Clan yesterday already. We want to touch on this as well, playing more centralized in certain types of position to potentially secure the win. BB Team as well. I do expect that to happen as well. Some of these teams that are in the top region, I'm excited to see that happen today. Maybe it's not gonna, but I think it is. Playing more centralized, playing more safe, more on the positions that they can finish off games from.
Well, it's time, people. It's the rotation. It's the summer edition. It is, more importantly, our playing path for game number 1 of the finals. It might be our only game. Look, the boys and girls out there, they deem there is a potential 19% of us that think it might end in a game 1 to 2 scenario. Flight path from a south down to a north. Let us know in chat. I want to hear your thoughts. How many games are we going to be bagging? And more importantly, let us know who you are backing, though, to get that win. Play path, though, nice, central, all the way down from the south towards the top. Actually, a really good start here. Will teams change? Will teams change their stats? I don't know. I think we're going to see the normal drop zones. I can't see the early game changes too much. I think there's a big question about, are we going to see more hot drops? Will a team hot drop onto a team at the beginning? Facts, I think no. It's too much of a risk. It is way too much of a risk. 50-50 chance whether you're going to take that team out, really, if you've got the gun skills and then more importantly, you pick the loot. But you already alluded to a major point, and why we're on early game, I want to talk about this. This format changes. Now, obviously, there are other titles that have a format like this, but there's a real big difference with PUBG, and you said it already, you can see the kill feed, and we saw FaZe Clan get punished, and actually, like game number 5 yesterday, BB Team got gifted the zone. They seem to be gifted the zone again, so we have to wait and see. But yeah being able to track the kill feed, that's huge. That is huge. Will we see teams or more teams now take advantage of that and actually try and close out BB Team because they know exactly where BB Team land?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, especially considering we are sure we're playing with 4 players in game, but almost all of these teams, especially in online play, kind of don't play as a phone, right? I want to say every team here, actually. I'm sure I don't know that as a fact, but I want to say every team in this lobby has got a dedicated person that is also watching through these games, a coach-like person that's tracking the kill feed. Yep. And that means you're always to some degree in knowledge, unless obviously that person makes a mistake, which can happen sometimes as well. We've seen some pro players POV. I mean, Brexco, for example, is streaming some of his POV. Some of the Russian guys were as well. And sure, sometimes these mistakes happen. That's just in the nature of it's human nature to do these mistakes, and they can have massive impact. But saying in a perfect world where they don't exist, you always have some kind of idea on how many players are alive on each and every team. So that's why you base your decisions off of in-game as well. If you know there's a 2-man or 3-man that has just fought maybe, has just lost 2 players, to the east of your edge, that changes your decision-making, right? So I think that's even going to be more important in this type of tournament where you have to focus on some of these teams that are at the very top to have a chance to continuously win this tournament. And I love it. I think that's, once again, the deeper, the more complex this game gets, the higher the skill seeding, and obviously the higher the chances that the top teams, like Twisted Minds, that BB team right now that we see on the international stage, like FaZe Clan, will also more consistently pick up tournament wins. And that's what we want, right? Consistency in esports. Obviously, PUBG esports tournaments be rewarded to the best team in general.
Well, if you want to play along, there's a quick game, obviously, that is on, and a little bit of a giveaway, as we are looking at an example, he had an orc in hand, which one he might pick. But on the left-hand side, obviously, we can see the players, we can see they've been getting asked a series of questions of what do they prefer. For example, said he prefers Twitch over YouTube. So, yeah, I like this. I like this insight. The biggest one for me, winner, chicken dinner, or kills. Some of these players obviously are pushing for the kills more. We saw it for actually from Hawkeye on day number 1, didn't we, from Entropic, who unfortunately didn't make the finals. But again, I think we're going to see more and more of players going for kills over chicken dinners.
I quickly want to touch on this, as well. BB team has got to be excited with this one. We know how teams react. If you've seen any POV streams, if you get a circle like this in a situation like that, right, you're at the top of the leaderboard, you need one single win, and you're the only team in the lobby as well that needs a single win, and you get a circle like this in phase 1, even though you're looting like Caballera, like that is so... the probability of that happening is so incredibly slim, but it still happens. You've got to be excited. Sure, once again, every team is going to be focused on it. It might not lead to a win, but that's a good start into the round. You can play your usual setup. You kind of get you get into this game a little bit easier than, for example, a deep southern circle in the shoes of BB team. So excited for them in this early game, and I think they have found themselves a pretty good spot. And also, once again, stop me from monologuing here, but I think BB team has done something really interesting now in phase 1 as well. They're kind of stacking. They're not spreading out such much. They want to probably keep the chances of them being breached early on, or maybe getting caught in a 2-2 split with one team getting you know, maybe shot at and then potentially breached, as slim as possible. So they kind of do decide to go for a rather winning kind of position, gamble on an Eastern shift, and I really like that play.
And it's not their normal play. I want to add to what you're saying. It's not their normal play. They're in El Cabrera, they'll be playing there, but they normally go maybe a little bit south of it. They'll play the hillside, that ridge around that bowl that looks in towards that compound towards the east of Craterfield. So this is different. So teams might be looking for them in the town. They might expect teams to play a bit more aggressive towards them. And the doozy actually blessedly said, we are going to try and get it finished in 1 game. So let's have a look here. EF, surprise! Oh, wow. Anybody's had no idea. That was a shock to the system. And welcome to the finals. Eternal Fire, well, they're going to claim the first kill here on day number 3.
Yeah, he was not ready for it.
Nope, not at all.
Good kind of creep out coming in from Eternal Fire. The newest pickup in the PUBG esports scene. As Eternal Fire has acquired Howl, they've kind of merged together. Eternal Fire obviously being the... Is it correct if I say way bigger name? I guess it is to some degree. Yeah. They are definitely having teams in multiple esports titles. So welcome to the PUBG esports scene. And they have picked themselves up at a team that is, yeah, well experienced. Very well experienced in international tournaments. Haven't really found the win in plenty of them, unfortunately. But maybe with the new organization in their back, that is about to change.
It's going to change. Bungle also are looking on the outside of a secure ascension. And again, there is a world that these teams that are lower down in the tables, guys, are potentially going to get a chance that they get one more game, one more chance, one more game, one more chance to close the gap down. So if we do go to that +7, maybe the top 4 as we see it can completely change. Secure Ascension, well, they are looking to sort of breach over the top here from Bumble Squad, but they've already lost one as well. So they're going back the other way as well. So looks like no love lost between these two teams. And Secure Ascension, well, securing themselves another car before waiting. But very much in the south side of the zone here, so they might be waiting for teams to rotate in.
VP in the rotate as well. I'll talk about these guys for what feels like almost every game, but also not every game. But I've definitely talked about these guys and their rotation plenty of times. My opinion, one of the most consistent teams in the Tier 1 scene in terms of having all 4 players staying alive throughout the first couple of phases. And once again, they do seem to be rather quiet in this grand final. But yesterday was a big step up from their day 1, and excited to see it happening once more. They still need around 50 points. So in theory, if this were to go the length of 5 to 6 games, that would be kind of the threshold, at least judging by the performance yesterday, on when they will reach that 100-point mark and are eligible for the tournament win as well.
Will be looking for that 100-point, guys. That is the key. That's the big number that you're looking for. If you haven't got your map stream up as well, you find that anyone over 100 points will be gold and highlighted. Someone that was highlighted, well, unfortunately, was FaZe, as they are now moving up. But right in these noses here of VP, a team that did change the driving gear on day 2, and obviously we want to talk about that Nixie denial, because that was huge. He denied not just because he didn't maybe want BB team to close it out there. I think the key denial there for him was to get another game, another round, to be able to put more points on the board, and actually it landed them up in the 52-point mark. So huge play from Nixie just to be able to break down that end game, but more importantly, gave the opportunity for the team to get more points on the board.
More points is what they need indeed. And that is the perfect transition to FUT Esports. Unfortunately, they've not found a footing in this lobby just yet. Sitting on 42 points, they do need more. And sure, they're playing with a sub right now, but Mogor has definitely been a standout player in the qualifications that we've seen from him. But despite that big performance, he's not been... I mean, he's had a couple of good rounds, but potentially he's not been the key fragger so far for FUT Esports, and potentially the one they need. Nailab, unfortunately, on vacation, so it's not a... People are theorizing in the chat as well, it's not a lineup change. FUT Esports just unfortunately can't be there with Nailab once again, having his well-deserved rest. But depending on how far this final goes, once again, I mean, are they to be counted out already? Sure, it's unlikely, but it's not impossible.
That's the thing. There is a chance. There is a world that a team on the right, as I said, could potentially claw their way through. Well, someone that's clawing their way through at the moment is BB team. The zone is being blessed. But look how tentative Ascend have worked through the north, because they're looking for BB team at the moment. That's where BB team would normally potentially play into. So everyone's scouting. It's going to be down to watching the kill feed. There's going to be a lot of teams moving past BB team. Do you shoot? Do you get the knock? Or do you just shoot to make some noise? There's going to be some big decisions. But BB team leaving their compound as well. They're moving further afield. WLA, well, a couple of shots into Nixie. Clips the car, but nothing else. As VP, well, they're going to keep on that migration.
They made it past. As a 4-man, I think that's what they wanted, but not without the scare. VP, as I said, usually pretty safe on these rotates, but from time to time, even the best of teams can lose a play on rotate. Ascend in the distance there, being the perfect example for this. I mean, even if they do get zone, I feel like, especially if they do get zone, they kind of tend to lose a play, and there's the first breach coming out from Hokkaido, the team that is in 14th place right now. They need a big round too. This one is probably not going to be it. It was a straight send down the belly side, looking for any kind of position. Once again, these positions are really tough to spot, really tough to get information on, unless you already have high ground position. We're going straight into the next one.
Yeah, FaZe coming over the high ground. They're going to take out Ascend. So pushing away slightly. I still think they are looking and lurking. Ascend will go down. FaZe IR team, as we mentioned before, in the pre-show, they are just looking for points. They're looking to drive points. And part of that is really, really about... they don't want to drop down the leaderboards. Yes, they might be looking for a winner chicken dinner at the end, but it's so key, actually, and we saw it from FaZe. FaZe were the driving seat for day 2. They were the ones that were maybe able to get the win, but they didn't get it. And actually, because they were focusing on the win, which I very much highlight within that sort of game 1, game 2 for FaZe, they got identified in the kill feed, and then multiple teams stopped them, and BB team arguably was the one that wiped him out in the very end with a very smart crash.
Very smart crash indeed. As given them a couple of points. That's... How long was that shot?
Long enough.
It was quite the distance, if I saw that correctly. I thought Morgo wasn't even the closest players from FUT Esports, but I don't think it's going to be a flash. There goes Hokkaido, first team eliminated. I can understand that kind of sent down the valley once again. Hokkaido being rather desperate in the situation they've been at, and once more, I can understand all these positions are really tough to take later on. There's really tough to get information on all these positions as well. So we have the next breach coming in. There's been a frag happen I think coming in from Mogul right before that, so they know LW is probably in a split, and they, once again, have taken the perfect timing to get that breach going as well. Bard is still having a little bit of air superiority. I don't see anyone else going for Glide, actually, so Vard has probably spotted the two players running out, and it's a safe breach coming in from Food Esports.
He's just literally farming information at this point. There's been a lot of topic conversation about the gliders. No one's quite really got the speed down yet to try and take them quickly. He just turned the bottom towards the shots. But at the moment, he's not just gaining information for his own team, but actually all the teams around him. They know now where the shots are going. So it's kind of a shared resource, especially around Na'Vi, low W, BB team. They're kind of figuring out exactly where people are. Will the shift again happen towards BB? Will they have to move? No. The shift comes down. But here, potentially, here comes a crash. VP are going into the compound. You can see from the map here on BB team. This is huge. This is now where people know. There's the first knock. Quincy goes straight through. They're in the door. They're on the breach. What will other teams now do and react? But best, nearly get a knock.
And this is a good support breach coming out from Spyro and Full First. Unfortunately, they've lost 2 players in the process. It's just been a tiny bit too late. Spyro around the left-hand side takes down Lookarooks too. And I think it's a 2-on-1 now, but I don't think they know where the last player is. Someone has barricaded himself inside the door. Okay, Full First knows. This is a flash. Quincy has to peek out. Perfect play coming out from Full First. Just so methodical. But his teammate falls in the meanwhile. It's just a 1v1 between he and Nixie. And he's down to 42 HP now.
Yeah, Nixie, he has to move, reposition. He's going to try and get that pre-fire. Comes actually catches him on the pre-fire. Now going to take the opportunity, but the push coming through. No team's fully committed into this yet. Is it 1 versus 1? BB team claim it.
Wow.
Oh, that was close. That was close. VP, the first team, they were going in hard. I'm so surprised at Low W. I'm so surprised that even a Foot Esports haven't also tried to take advantage of the kill feed and go for a full send. But for now, BB team, they should be able to get both these players up. They have lost a doozy, so it'll be down to a 3.
I mean, good decisions coming out from both teams. I really like that breach from VP. They realized the 2-2 split. They realized both are inside the warehouse. So that breach, if it would have been happening maybe a tiny bit more
there is a second
disciplined,
breach.
I think would have happened perfectly. But unfortunately, the spot is going to be there. I mean, what do you do against Phil first?
Go.
Oh my lord, I didn't realize it.
Second
Next
breach.
breach coming in, it's Eternal Fire trying to get control of the warehouse as well. And I am pretty sure this is a perfect type of example of what is happening in a round like this. BB team needs to be eliminated by all the other teams, and they realize it, and they do it. BB team done and dusted in 14th place.
Well, if you didn't know what the Smash were all about, that's exactly the best example. I'm just surprised it took so long for a secondary team to crash in. And it's right, BB team were the only team that could have potentially ended it on game 1. So we definitely know it's not going to end now. How many teams will crawl their way to 100 points? That's now the storyline for game 1, guys and girls. We want to be watching who can get their phase are pretty close. Low W, Twisted Mind, and arguably even down towards an Ascend Bumble. If they have a good game and get some high kills, they might be putting themselves in that 100 point. And remember, if you're above 100 points when the game starts, and when the game starts, not during the game, you can be in a chance to be able to get yourself a win and end it. Great shots and a headshot on Pocket.
This is a really tough fight. Really, as a player, you kind of learn to hate these fights because once again, there's just so many angles, and it happens very rarely that you are able to fight through a city type of skirmish like this. It's 3, potentially even 4 teams with Twisted Minds. Chimes into the northern side as well. And it happens really rarely that you get out of these types of skirmishes as a full 4-man. So, never really in a good spot afterwards to potentially take home a round like this. But, unfortunately, no other option now. The opportunity to rotate out, I think, has just passed.
Yep, and the zone shifts away. Now BB team are eliminated, tighten itself down. Difficult zone. It's a very difficult zone. But they've got to get themselves out of this town. The send is Chris. He's got to try and hold up. Hype Beast, who had the hype all the way through the qualifiers, all the way through the playoffs. Haven't really brought the hype here on the finals just yet. The argument is that it's pretty tight. And there comes a couple of shots, though. Novik has to switch back, and that's going to be a send. 13th place for them, so no more points. They're going to be ending on that 76 marker.
Good trade coming out from Hype Beast. They're in a pretty good spot as well. And really unfortunate for BB team. I'm going to touch on this really quickly as well, because they looted La Cobriera, and they decided to gamble on an Eastern shift. Yes, these shifts, I want to say, are way more likely than a West End shift. We've almost never seen ending towards the fields. But we have seen plenty of endings all around that valley, and unfortunately, BB team on that breach kind of falling trap on what I originally mentioned I thought they weren't going to do, right? They weren't going to play a 2-2 split and potentially get called out as soon as they secured a knock and then breach as a result of that. But they did. Unfortunately, BB Team, once again, if they would have just stayed alive as 4 here, I think they would have still been in a great spot to potentially take on this game.
It's just huge. It's just saying, the read EF played their way and was great. Humble want to go try and play the read, and it's going to be very difficult. MG, that's a game will put another point on the board for them. Look, VP made the crash, and if you're the team in the driving spot, you've got to deal with those crashes really, really quick, because I think it's going to be telling that multiple teams will punish you if you don't.
Definitely what happens. Lil W, they have escaped from the breach of fALECX Esports, escaped in the hands of fALECX Esports, and fortunately haven't lost a play in the process, and I think that's the big part. You can see it's still a 3-1 split at the moment, as they have 2 very valuable positions inside the zone. The thing is, which kind of position do you stack here? Because sure, Southern isn't as deep, but it gives you kind of gives you more control, kind of a better chance of winning this game, because everyone else is going to have to fight on the western side, and that's what we see right now. BBL getting into the groove of things, taking on the first couple of players from Mercy.
That was a great nade. Great nade. Good guess. Landed, picked him up, done enough damage. Mercy are going to have to try and get Med back on and see if they can get a res. I don't think they're going to be able to. They have to stick it pretty quick if they're going to go for it. He has to move back. He's going for it. He's got a smoke. FaZe Clan, another team here which is looking for points. We said before that nade should pick up 2. It will bounce. Actually bounces slightly away, so maybe not this time. FaZe Clan, they've got other problems now, and unfortunately Secura sends him going down, but Jeans will put down Seifu as they are now defending the southwest corner.
Really good pickup coming in from James. They needed that one. James especially needed to survive it to secure a couple of more points. Be reminded, they need 5 more points now. Obviously, including placement points that they get. I'm not sure how many teams are still alive, but we're not on a placements just yet. So FaZe Clan needs to stay alive for a couple of more seconds and secure a couple of more frags. That's Corexy finding one on Ibaku, for example. But he's been taken down really, really low. Just is he on 2 HP? Yeah, I think so. Any kind of pit would have taken him down, but luckily he survives, and he's probably going to try to secure that frag.
Well, FaZe is not going to be coming back from that. Secura Sensen, definitely not there on day takeout in 10th place. FaZe will be playing down as a 2, well, maybe make that a 1 very quickly. Hypebeast working their way in. They know they've got to throw everything, every single game, as every opportunity is now going to count. There is no throwaway games. There is no, oh, we've definitely got 6 in the bag today. FaZe Warp, they're going to end in 9th place. They haven't made 100 points. That there is huge, guys. That means FaZe need to come back and do it again for game number 2. So for them to close it out, it is going to be a game 3 scenario. Let's see what Low W can do. They're maybe the next team. Like Twisted Minds, maybe if Twisted Minds have a huge game, they could maybe put themselves in. But for me, I kind of think like Low W might be the last team here for game number 1 that could put themselves above 100 points.
Couldn't agree more. But it's unfortunately just not having an opportunity in this one to go any further. I mean, making it down the hillside, that was already a pretty good attempt. Trying to get into these fights towards the west-hand side. But if that doesn't work, there's not really another option in. And you can see James just clinging on for life for so very long there. Example on the other side, he's not clinging on for life, not at all. 2-man, and he's still putting out some amazing shots. That's Vard going down, shoots him out of the car. Good stuff coming out from Twisted Minds once more. And unfortunately for fALECX Esports, that also means I don't think these players can be revived. And that's really surprising, because look at the spot fALECX Esports has right now. Imagine these 2 knocks don't happen, and I think Vard originally drove down to rescue the 4th player of fALECX Esports down there, which must have been Mogor. If he wouldn't have been taken out on the rotate, they would have been a 4-man up there.
Yeah.
And imagine your winning chances as the 4-man with the highest ground in the entire game, and a compound on top of that. fALECX Esports, unfortunately, throwing away their game.
They are. They were trying to hold, and it's going to allow actually Twisted Minds to play in. There you go. That's a perfect shot. Thank you very much for the observers and production. Give a big shout for them. This is going to be very difficult for production, guys and girls, because there's going to be so many stories unfold, so many points, so many opportunities, so many potential, especially the more teams that go over. So I just want to give them a bit of love. They've done outstanding so far, and I'm sure they're going to absolutely smash this final day. EF. Oh, they're on the outside. They've got a lot of area to control, and actually they've got the line of sight for that team that I said that could potentially get to 100 points. For me now, 7 teams remain. Low W, they need to bag themselves as many kills as they can, because you kind of want to finish up over 100 points. Whether you do that with a winner chicken dinner, or if you do that by farming the kills, I think it's key now for this team. The Pandas with the money. We know how aggressive this team can be, but you can't be getting knocked like that. Na'Vi trying to stop them moving, especially towards north.
Ooh, that's Gadrox going down. That's a massive knock coming out from Ruren. Gadrox, unfortunately. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Okay, so the good thing is LW has some of the best surviving chances in this one now out of all of these teams. But this is also an interesting position because LW is the closest out of all these teams at the moment alive in getting to the 100-point mark with this game. So they sent Gadrox into the middle, like we want to touch on this. Sent Gadrox into the middle to have an anchor point as soon as the circle shifts east, and that's what they expected. But it shifts back, so Gadrox unfortunately not only has gone to the middle for absolutely nothing, but he also gets taken down and can't progress. LW, as a 3-man now, has to gather 7 more points, and that's a big part. I think all the teams around them realize this, and they want to let LW play another round before reaching that threshold.
Yeah, we saw it play out actually yesterday, right? Nixie made that play for VP. That worked. Didn't work now for LW. Well, we're blessed. We've got the live leaderboard on that left-hand side, which should be so key. The players don't. They need to keep tracking. They need to keep an idea. There is normally that one player, as fALECX said, in the team that is tracking the kill feed, but he's also got to try and track the points as well. There's an added level of complexity for some of these teams. Now, well, they're going to say goodbye to Mercy Gaming, 7th place for them, but they do move up slightly in the leaderboard as it stands, and Hype Beast soon to follow as well, 6th place. The placement points are now being distributed. 5 teams remain, 14 players remain, and the biggest winner for me at the moment is LW from this round if they can remain up, if they can claw as many points as they can, because they do need to bag those additional points first.
Na'Vi in the prime spot still. One of the only teams with 4 players left alive, but Blazer with a really important pickup. This is so set going down. There's another kill point being secured. And look at this, it's 94 points now. Just 6 more points needed for them to potentially pick up a tournament win in the next game. Or games, so to speak, depending on when they get the win. But the placements are not enough as of right now. So they need to secure a couple of more kill points. Or just wait for all of these skirmishes on the northern side to happen, which ultimately they will in just a couple of seconds. Because he fully supposed to rotate out, and Twisted Minds needs to make a move as well. And as soon as that happens, once again, I think LW might just be in a really good spot to kind of get into the 100-point mark.
Well, EF, they're there. They got the numbers. They're the ones that closed out BBT, and they're the champions for all the other teams in the lobby, even if they don't bag a winner chicken dinner here. LW were 3, Na'Vi were 2, and fALECX were 2. Obviously, they did drop the ball with Twisted Minds playing it in that north side zone. Pretty much centralised up. We see these zones ending quite a few times here, so be well rehearsed. 6 kills at the moment, but we need to get the ball rolling. Points potentially on the board, but I think LW might play this one a little bit slower, right? If you're in their position, you need to now get the win and try and claw a couple more points out the bag.
The Earth now rotating down the hill. Caught Mark with a cheeky push. Takes down T-Bomb, but gets eliminated by the zone. Might not even be a pickup if he crawls back into the zone for any of these teams. Never mind me. Schengen is going to pick him up. Puts them on 95 points. Gets all the more likely now. They will be breaching that 100-point mark. Looking at the zone, they are still in an absolute prime spot. The only team really contesting them inside this current day zone is Eternal Fly on that eastern side. Yeah.
Well, both these teams now are just going to focus up towards that north, aren't they? Na'Vi, it's going to be difficult now for them to move, especially with that tyres going from the bite. That's so critical. Some people sometimes underestimate actually taking those tyres earlier. Wouldn't have potentially allowed Na'Vi to move up to this position here. fALECX, no, top of the hill. They might now just try and bully their way in towards Na'Vi. They will have the off angle, and I think at that point, fALECX will be, thank you very much. We will tab out, so they might be trying to look for the opportunity to get a couple more points on the board. For now, they are raining fire down to Eternal Fire, but we definitely got 3 versus 3, potentially coming at the end. And I feel like we've got 6 players focusing very much now on that north, as those double duos are going to be really punished.
T-Bone with another pickup. footies, but somehow staying alive. They have found themselves a couple of spots where they can at least have a little bit of survivability. But yeah, I mean, judging by the zone, there shouldn't be a way for them to stay alive. So I think at this point it's just about maximizing their kill potential. And it looks like they want to make a move on Na'Vi. Taking down Na'Vi before they go down might just be the best play, but fALECX is ready for it. Takes down 80. As LW is continuously trying to steal all of these frags, and they have successfully done so, at least on 80, as he goes down, and he's being put on the board for LW. 96 points, make that 97.
97 points, I think they've done it now. And we've got to add the placement points up at the top. That will be enough. So I think for the takeaway from this one, even if these guys don't bag it, they should be bagging themselves that 100-point mark. LW, well, they're going to continue to try and pick up any final kills. As Ferris to just deny here. I think he should. He does deny. Just trying to keep track. So we're going to a 3 versus 3. Eternal Fire. Do you know what? This is what it's good to see him back at this form. I don't think we've really seen this team rotating, playing to that level of aggression that we're used to seeing. But it's good to see now they've kind of kicked off day number 3. Is it too late? No, the format that could play into their hands if they wanted it. But they need to keep up this pace. And how many games can they keep it up? And more importantly, how many more games can they keep denying that 100 point? Because that's it. I said based on the placement point, guys. Obviously, the leaderboard on that left hand side, I said before, does include placement point. Low W. If there's any takeaway, even if they tab out now, they've got 100 points. We're going to have now two teams when we come into game number 2 that could end it.
Nothing to gain anymore for LW at the moment, except for a couple of more points. And everything to gain for a turn of fire for potentially getting closer to that 100-point mark. And LW, as you said, they have done it. With the remaining placement points that will be added after this round towards the live leaderboard, they will be crossing that 100-point threshold. Who would have thought LW was going to be one of the first 2 teams to do that? Nope. I think very few would have expected it. And to be fair, though, in this round, as of right now, it doesn't look like they're the favorites to win it. EF has done some pretty good stuff here. I thought maybe the smokes were being put out a little bit too early, but they've done really well with repositioning around these smokes. They've used the cars now to open up all sorts of angles. And yes, maybe the safe zone isn't perfect for them. There's, I mean, almost exclusively open fields in the middle of it. But looking at LW, anything is better than that, right? Look, W has got a bike and maybe a couple of smokes to rotate out of this one, and they will need to move any second.
They're cycling their way into 100 points. That's all that matters, people. That is all that matters. EF, though, they have used the smokes really well. There we go. Whee! Schengen's going to move his way as quick as he can. He's going to go down. Let Low W tab out, mate. You don't need the winner chicken dinner. You're above 100 points now. As we are working down. It's a 3 versus 1. The shots have the angles are done. There's the final headshot. Winner chicken dinner. Eternal fire. Light the flames for day number 3 as they will get themselves a nifty 10 points though for that win and plus the kills on top. But the big talking point now for game number 2 was we have our second team now above that 100-point mark. That will change the lay of the land. And arguably, fALECX, every game that goes by, we might be adding a team every single round that could potentially end the tournament.
Yeah, Lil W, I think outperforming any expectations that we have for them. Realistically, that team, yes, it's been really strong. It's consistently shown us that they can make it through open qualifiers. And once again, consistently doing so kind of means that you're a pretty good team at that point. We know how open qualifiers, how brutal they can be. So, I mean, nothing but respect for Lil W at this point. There's some, once again, really big names in this lobby. And sure, some of them are preparing for the grandest scheme of things for this year of PUBG esports, but for them to still come out on top is massive. So shout out to them. And second team, as you've said, reaching the 100-point mark. Congrats to them.
They were my outside bet early on, but I can tell you what's not an outside bet, and that's for us to give away some G coins. So if you wasn't around yesterday, we do a few things. We sometimes show you a photo, sometimes we ask you some questions. But this time we're going to ask you some questions. There'll be G coin up for grabs. You need to be one of the first people in chat. I think there will be multiple selected from the winnings, but make sure your whispers are open because you've got to type it in chat as quickly as you can. And then if you are selected, you'll be whispered. Here's the first question though. Who are the players though of the rotation in the last year attended to the winner interview at the end? Was it A, Betoolings, B, Lou, or C, Betoolings?
I think you missed the pun there. It's Badlulins. I think it is. Yeah, I love it. I'm pretty sure it was Betoolins. Yes.
Yeah, it was. C.
It was indeed.
C would be the correct answer. Obviously, if you're following on, which is the key thing for last year, they actually smashed it. They like to chase down the win, and they don't really well, and really consistent for them. But they're chasing the win today. Anyway, that's one. Do you know what? Let's do some more. We've got so much G coin to give away, guys. So and we don't know how many games we've got. This is going to be the interesting one. So let's do another one. What is the correct all-time peak and players though playing in PUBG based on obviously SteamChart.com? There are some big numbers. I actually don't
go ahead.
know this. I don't actually know this.
I think it's 3.7 or 3.2. I don't think it's in the 4 million. I'm pretty sure it's 3.2.
3.2. Good call. Yeah, I would have gone 3.7. I would have gone for 3.7. So I would have gone for a B. But yeah, I didn't think it hit the 4s. But at the
you know what's crazy?
That's impressive.
That's still the record, by the way. That is, at least in terms of, I think, paid games. And back in the day, it was paid. Obviously, free to play now. So if you haven't got the chance of playing that game, do download it. But back in the day, it was paid. At that point, it was paid when they reached that player mark. And up until this day, no one has gone close to breaching it, which isn't really surprising to me. to be honest, because that game just had a massive hype back in the day, and still does.
Still does, man. Still the best game. Anyway, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we do have another round. We've got 2 rounds so far, so we're getting closer to moving in towards that third. But for now, we'll come back. It's going to be Miramar. We'll see you guys after the break. Game 1 done. We have another game. Game number 2. It will be another Miramar. So we will follow the same format, guys. We are doing Miramar, Tego, Rondo, Erangel, and Erangel. Whether we get all the way to that Erangel, I think, is the big question. I do really like this this format. It's going to give us excitement every step of the way. Every game is going to count. And even if you haven't, you need to get your mobile up because you need to keep an eye on the map stream. That is going to be key. Watching the rotations of some of these teams, watching the plays, and BB not playing quite normally as they would. They bunkered themselves into a compound. They played it really well, but they couldn't deal with multiple breaches. And I think that's going to be the trend now because we'll have more than one team over 100 points. Can they deal with it? Arguably, fALECX, the more teams we get over 100, it's going to be uncontrollable, and it might come down to, I think, 4 teams, maybe 5 teams over that 100-point mark, and then we lose that kind of, well, everyone be focusing on 1 or 2 teams. It might settle down and go back to kind of that normal game style.
Yeah, I mean, I also think this must have been a big lesson for anyone watching that has now breached 100-point mark. Knowing that you have a 2-2 split this late in the game is going to significantly reduce your chances of making something work, because as we've seen, people will breach you, especially if they realize who is in that compound. And people must have figured out that BB team was in there relatively early on. As we said, that breach from VP was the correct decision. Didn't work out, but then the next team just chimed in. And as soon as that happened, as soon as you happen to pop up in the kill feed, I think everyone is going to be focused on you, having at least all the teams around you, and will try to deny that. And then obviously it worked out perfectly with all the teams on the southern side as well in terms of decisions that you have to do. So it really played into their cards anyways, right? That breach was a good position to take either way, even if that wouldn't have been BB team. And that made it an easy choice for any and all of the teams around them to breach BB team in their warehouse.
It's going to be key. It's kind of like red alert, and this is the biggest difference, right, in this format, is you can see the kill feed, and that is so huge. Imagine if you couldn't see the kill feed. You just got to play the guessing game. Well, we do have those 2 teams now, as LowW are over that top now with 103 points. FaZe slightly behind, just a mind in reach and distance. So potentially we could even have maybe 1 or 2 teams on this next game go above the 100-point mark. That will be huge because we instantly go from 1 team to 2 teams to 4. Do we keep doubling our up for these teams that are now going at 100 points? It's a big factor, as teams will have to counteract that there are teams or more teams now on the battlegrounds that could end the event.
Really interesting now. We were theorizing the more teams get into that 100-point mark, the less they will be focused, because obviously there's so many teams now that you need to keep in check and that you need to deny around win that maybe teams will just give up in general and just focus on their own game, right? And trying to gather as many points on terms of reaching that point mark yourself. So I think with this next game, things are going to change. Unless we see a win now, obviously, and this tournament ends, I think we will see a change in the next round because realistically, fALECX is going to breach that mark. And I think even Na'Vi has a shot. 20 points is not something that we haven't seen before from Na'Vi, quite the opposite. I feel like it's been time now that we might see another big round coming in from Na'Vi. And if that happens, maybe even one more team breaches that mark. We might even potentially have 5 teams for the next round. And at that point, I think dynamics will change.
It will change the lay of the land. Well, I can tell you what the lay of the land is going to be for Game 2. As I said, it is another Miramar. Let's get ready. The plane is just about getting loaded. Let us know in chats where you think we're going to end up, especially on the game, and more importantly, who you are supporting. But here we go. Round number 2. It's another south, but it's down towards the northwest. Maybe we get that wonderful Death Valleys, or maybe we get those fields that you wanted in that northwest corner. Whatever it would be, there's 2 teams now to keep your eyes on.
2 teams to keep your eyes on. And that is obviously BB Team and Null W. Both of these teams have breached the 100-point mark, meaning if they do get a chicken dinner right now with the new rule set, they will win the tournament. And there's not another round in this final day of the grand final. But realistically, once more, with what we've seen the first game as well, these will also be the teams that everyone will be focused on. And as soon as they pop up on the kill feed, I think we will see more breaches, and we've seen it once more in the last game. We've seen more breaches than what we usually do.
That's correct. I'm going to ask you a big question now, fALECX. How many games are we going to get done? When do you think we're going to end?
Look, I said 4 to 5 is realistic.
Staying with that.
But also,
4 or 5? 1, come on. 4 or 5?
No, I actually think it's realistic. I'm not saying that's my pick. I think it's going to be 6 games, at least. Because,
6.
yes, sure. Now, at least I would have said that before. Now, with a realistic chance that at least 4 teams will be breaching the point mark, after this game, I think that might even be a really high estimate. But if that wouldn't have happened, I would have said maybe even 6 games. But the top teams do perform, and look at this. This is another great circle coming out for BB Team. So who even knows at this point? If BB Team now plays the exact same round, a little bit smarter than what they did last round, maybe not opening themselves up for the 2-2 split, instead just playing this one safe in the first couple of phases. We know how some of these compounds just kind of tend to give you the win, depending on the circle shits. And we've seen that last time from Roll W. We've seen it the round before from, even not the round before, but at least during the playoff stages, especially towards the northern compounds. And I know LW hasn't won it, but realistically, they could have if Getrox wouldn't have gotten taken down. So the chances, at least, I'm talking about the chances of BB Team picking up around just solely based off their loot spot in the first phase are pretty high.
Go on, take it. Absolutely love it. It is pretty high. It is high. It is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. I don't know who's paying what for what zones at the moment, but clearly BB Team and LW. There's a favour if you've got that gold over your name. If you are watching the map stream, big shout out again to production for that. Obviously, I love the updates, love the addition, love that we can keep track on the map stream of actually who is in the driving seat to maybe try and close it off. There's our first kill, and done and dusted as Tekker's took the Uzi kill over the run over kill early, but they're going to reposition themselves now. Zone very much on that north side as we saw, so limited amount of time for loot, and they've got to get shifting in towards zone. It's definitely worth noting as well that BB Team, they are playing their normal. There you go, perfect time. They're playing their normal. This is where you'd normally see them play into. So maybe they going back to basics and trying to close out game 2.
Maybe that's what's going to happen. Interestingly enough, I quickly touched on BB Team, but we got to talk about Lil W in that zone as well.
Yep.
Their positioning is absolutely perfect too. I mean, this is how you want to start the first game after you've reached the 100-point mark. So massive stop coming out from Lil W as well, prime spot. And once again, these northern circles, the earlier you get any kind of spot down towards the death, whether we've seen it happen to Hokkaido, for example, perfect example actually last game. The earlier you get in there, the better it's going to be for you.
Hokkaido have struggled, especially in that late game. They either will make it and they make it strong, or they don't. And actually, one of the biggest things we just saw there with Na'Vi, actually, some of the if you put the reps in, that's what really will make a team really, really strong. And unfortunately for Hokkaido, as you said before, they are a mixed team, I think we can classify as, but bloody hell, they're looking good at the moment.
What position do you see yourself at the end of rotation? Top 1.
Love it. Love
is that Is that unexpected? I do not think so.
You got to back yourself.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Navi has shown us, especially in the playoffs, that these guys are not to be underestimated. If once again shown us in recent international tournaments as well, they can perform on LAN as well. That's been the big storyline of this year, I want to say. People have been doubting them. They said that this team, yes, it's a good pickup. Yes, these guys have lots of talent in this roster, but can they perform on LAN? That's ultimately what it comes down to. If you want to create a legacy, if you want to be a top contender, that Navi as an organization definitely has been in recent times. We all know they have had historic lineups. Maybe they haven't won as much as especially the Eastern European fan base would have hoped, but they've always had a pretty good shot at all the international tournaments. And they want to continue this run, so that pickup definitely had its risks involved, but so far it does seem to kind of work out fine, I guess. I mean, sure, they haven't won anything just yet, but the rest of the year is long. Yeah,
there was a big question mark, wasn't there? They're great on the online. What can they do on an offline? What can they do on that LAN? I think they answered that question. I think that question is going to reappear now for the second half of the year.
I think so too.
Let's see what they can do. They're on a 2-2 split. They are playing, again, the same area they did last time. No Ascend wrapping around that top side because they've been able to get to their main drop spot now. So they will move in on the El Pozo area. So a lot of teams will wrap in on the south-southwest. I do worry for the middle pack. BB team obviously have played back towards their normal drop spot. That there's going to be an interesting place. The teams were fishing for them earlier. They will be in that location, but it's telling that they believe it's going to go towards the west now, so they're not counting, they're not banking on it now, playing back towards that south to southeast like LoL WR. But we've got to keep an eye on that one. At the moment, a lot of teams, they've still got to get their eyes on the zone, because we're having a huge migration now for most of the teams getting in.
To be honest, I'm really surprised how centralized in La Corriera, at least, BB team is playing. I thought they would have played a similar split as what we've seen in the last round, but apparently they don't, which once again I'm really surprised. Ooh, that is him, and 100% going down. It's a tiny bump. At least Tekkas is there to potentially support him. Hits the last headshot on towards Quizzy. Needs to as well if Himman wants to have any chance of staying alive. That smoke should potentially cover him for the time being, and the rest of his team is there to potentially support him as well. But no, the flush comes through. Lukarux takes him home, and VP will start off that game, the frag under their belly.
That's another point. Let's go their way. Him did actually hit the brakes and hit the bump. That was, but unfortunately, not enough cover behind that kind of sign. Sofu has wrapped around the other side, but he's to check a 1-versus-1 with Vibi. Lukarux is repositioning himself there. He comes into the line of sight. Can he use the Miramar terrain? He can. Goes over the top of the rock. He knows his repositioning. Here's the card. A few shots come through. Don't get the connection. Sofu again using the terrain to his advantage as he will slip away in towards the 9th of Miramar. He has to reposition it and get back to his boys, or at least into a position where his guys can provide him some cover. But don't worry, look at the VP position. They have an anchor player as well, and they should be able to give us so much information exactly where Sofu went.
Really interesting that VP is really keen on going forward with this fight. I think that is really surprising. If he actually gets taken down, that's really good shots from Zaifu. I mean, we've seen this guy hit some nasty shots throughout the entirety of this tournament. He's been one of the standout players individually. Just one more hit being needed. Barely gets across the ridgeline. Unfortunately, the rest of his team is further towards the eastern side inside Picardo. So that rest should come through. But yeah, once again, I'm surprised. VP usually not the type of team to go forward with these types of fights. I mean, they've gathered a kill. Usually what you will see is, well, are we in a safe spot to rotate? Yes, then let's do so. Let's keep on playing our game. But then again, this is the beauty of the tournament. You see a 3v4, you need the points. Maybe you go for it. You never know how many more chances there's going to be.
I love that we're watching the chat now. They're all gone A as well. PWD gets the first knock. No confirmed shit. Hype Beast obviously are sending at the moment. They're going for a full send already. They're repositioning now. They should be able to try and get their res. They're wrapped around the outside. Great shots from Cappy. Oh, he doesn't put his man down. Doffy's is there. PWD will go down. That's 2 now for Mercy Gaming. They got to collapse. They got to keep the pressure back on. There's a job. Oh, wow. Gets headshotted as he bunny hops over the wall.
Massive stuff coming out from Duff as he takes him down. Headshots. And just a tiny sliver of his head was enough to secure that knock. A massive knock at that, especially since his teammate is going to be able to get picked back up. The same cannot be said about Mercy at the moment. It's just monodocked inside that ruined building, and he's already ratting out, which, to be fair, is probably the best case scenario for you at the moment. Maybe secure another knock with all 4 players inside your compound and no way of escaping. One can only hope that he potentially secures one more frag.
Another point on the board. It's another chance. They are praying for another game, every single one at the moment. Hypebeast, they're trying to clean through, trying to find exactly where the Archon Nade comes through. That's going to cause some damage. Doffy's obviously not relying on getting his own team, but he's actually gone down himself.
Okay.
It's not a bad play. He's got U2 in his back pocket as well. He's making it count. Hypebeast needs to try and deal with him. He has. Oh, it doesn't go through.
That just
Unlucky.
barely misses him. Wow, that could have been a massive nade if that would have popped. But just a tiny second earlier. That would have worked out perfectly, but not that way. They will go for the safe res. They are back as a 4-man now. That means Monodoct has to fight a player more once again. And he's still playing around this Ruins building now. This is taking way too long for my liking, to be honest. Hypebeast after that initial knock. And the second one, slowing things down, keeping up that utility game. I'm so surprised. Usually what you want to do is just rush him down, not waste as much time, because all the time that they're wasting now on flushing out this one single player that realistically could just trade out is not going into looking for any more information in terms of maybe rotating towards phase 3. So there's a tell spot right now for Hypebeast.
Yep, they are checking off. There's one. There's that trade you're talking about. He's looking to try and get it confirmed. They've got a collapse. They're looking, but he's like a slippery ninja. He's working his way around. There we can see him. He's going to play peekaboo. No, he's going to reposition. Going to go into the eye sights and eventually get picked up. That was too close for comfort for Hypebeast. Mercy Gaming, well, 15th place for them as our second team will now fall here on game 2. The zone shifts, goes up towards that north. It's teasing me with an Oasis ending like it has multiple times over this event already. But not bad for BB team and not bad for Low W. Store 2 teams in that top 100 points and store 2 teams in the zone.
We've seen this ending yesterday. It ended right across the street from Lil W. That was the winning position. That actually, I do believe BB team even picked up. Never mind, it was VP actually. But against BB team, that was in Lil W's position, that way around. So really good spot coming out from Lil W. I gotta kind of disagree with that position that you just mentioned from BB team. I don't think it's as good as it looks. If it does shift east, if it does shift north, there's only very limited entries, and that's why I'm so surprised. BB team really not opting to go for any kind of spot early. That usually gives you the best kind of chances around this terrain. So BB team maybe not potentially playing as centralized as I would have expected them to in a situation like this.
There's a lot of verticality here, isn't there? And I think that's what you're alluding to, is that they don't take the position, don't take the prio. They might find themselves at the bottom of the hill. I feel like they're playing like we'd normally see them on practice this time around. Game 1 for me, I think they played slightly different. I think there was an expectation or the thought process behind making the calls that they could close it on one game. It's not the capabilities of every single game now to close, because they are above that 100-point mark. So for now, fALECX have moved themselves around. They're above on Low W, and as fALECX said, they were on the break. It's about the kill feed. The kill feed is so important. It's visible. They can see it. So if a Low W appears in chat, if a BB team appears in that kill feed in the top right hand corner, that there is going to be dangerous, because teams will react. So you've got to think, fALECX, if you're a team, if you're a BB team or Low W now, you're trying to defend your compound, but do you just send out wild shots and try not get a knock? Try and keep your name out of the kill feed for as long as you can? Surely it's going to come across their thought process.
Yeah, most likely will. Interesting rotation here on our screens as well, by the way. FaZe Clan and Hypebeast rotating right past each other. This is usually on that northern side. That's usually never a good sign, because there's only very limited spots you can play off of. And if you do play the northern side, you kind of want to spread out as much as possible. Get as much information and as many spots as you can, because usually you're able to do so as well. And that spot really only is valuable if you do not have to coexist. Now, if 2 teams decide to do that, and FaZe Clan realizes that, it might not be as good as usual, and might even be, once again, you can see it right here, might be really tough to coexist. You can see FaZe Clan now with very limited options in terms of rotating in. It will send up towards Oasis. Once again, gives Lil W a really good chance at this one. They are one of the only 2 teams that realistically has a chance. I actually want to say 3 teams together with EF and Foot Esports that has a chance of playing down south and potentially having a way towards the northern side of things.
Yeah, keep your eyes on FaZe. Twisted Minds as well. They're on 93 points as well. So I think we could potentially see another 2 teams breach that 100-point mark. FaZe obviously on the top. They've got to pick up good stuff there on the outside. But with the zone shifting back towards Oasis, that'll give them an element of capabilities BB Team, while they have to scrabble forward and take the compound they can, they are now back in towards zone. As Na'Vi want, they hold the high ground above. Hypebeast do know about FaZe Clan behind as well, so I won't be too surprised for them just to kind of put up. There's those sort of oil field section that you can put your cars in and look back if you want to, or they've got an argument maybe go for a full send in towards Oasis, like Ascend have done. They've pushed themselves here, so they are looking for this Oasis end in it as well. But, actually, I get the advantage of seeing Secure Sensing above.
Good shots against the Ascend, actually. And Ascend is being breached here. This could be really tough for Ascend. Bracecorn is going to take the first player. Second one as well. This is a good defense coming out from Ascend. 2 flushes immediately to black that off. Oh, he goes for the third. That was one too much. And Guppy, luckily, is able to take him down. But the support from his teammates is there. Brax should not be flushed around here. And it should be a really good situation for Ascend Clan. 4v2 in this compound.
In the 4v2, he is able to duck away. Yes, he's a little bit greedy, but Secure Sentinel, they'll be looking to get those flashes, so I'll give Brex a go. The benefit of the tower. It's Chris, though. He's going to have to work his way. Mickey does go down. That one might be confirmed. He's a little bit too far out, and it's actually going towards Secure Sentinel. As I feel like it's Chris for screaming to his boy to crawl to safety, but
had 5 smokes,
a bit
though.
too far. Yeah, he's keeping his position very, very secret at the moment. He's taking some huge hits, and as you can see, he's not popped a med back on just yet. So there he goes. There's that med. I think he's just trying to keep himself in cover, but he needs to be cautious because he might get isolated now by Hypebeast, and then you got to worry about that Secure Sentinel that's overwatching.
Yeah, really confused how Mika died there, and why no flash or smoke really came out to support Mika there. Unfortunately, they will lose a player now, and it's Chris kind of isolated as well. This could fall apart for Ascend once more. Despite these originally really good entries that came out of Braxco. So Ascend not out of trouble just yet, and obviously plenty of players playing around the outskirts of their compound, having a good vision in. Same could be said about Bumble Squad. Lost a player as well. They've made it inside their warehouse, but there's EF right on the other side.
They are. Bumble Squad's refusing to go down. They've been one of these teams that have been quite consistent when it comes down to placement points. See what they can do now. They're on the south to southeast side of the zone. They have to work in, and actually one of these teams that are over here is VP. You can see on your screen there, they've got so much verticality. There's own shift back. There it goes. It leaves Oasis. Normally when you get the Oasis, you have store so much in the north remain. But the verticality is going to be huge now. BB Team, yet again, now having to fight for the zone area. They're going to be able to see Na'Vi go. They pop a couple of shots, but they don't get the knock. As I think they are just trying to keep out the kill feed for as long as they can.
This is massive for BB Team as well. I said it before. BB Team doesn't look like they're in a good spot as we see, KLICKEN rotating into Hypebeast. Man, I said it before. This is falling apart, unfortunately. I'm not sure if KLICKEN wasn't aware of the fact that Hypebeast rotated into this. He probably wasn't, judging by his driving. But yeah, the falls apart. But also, a quick one to touch on BB Team. It's a tough spot because I said it's really tough to rotate in to the western side. But in this specific instance, there's no one playing these compounds towards the western side. That entry up towards the west side of the hill is completely free. And that's what we're seeing. The only team really contesting it, but that's just happened, and it really happened late, to be honest, is now coming in from FaZe Clan. And once again, this is the only real team contesting them. So BB Team does have an entry in this one.
Well, LoWW give away their position as they do take down Twisted Minds. And this is the breach we're talking about on the west. FaZe moving up, but they all split between two, and actually split between two teams, Secure Sentinel and the BB Team. James right there, launches some shots, but now he's going to launch a nade forward. BB Team going to deal with it quickly. Nade comes over, flash goes back, reposition from Crexy. James and Crexy going to be there, and there it comes in the kill feed. Crexy puts the first one down. Will we see FaZe completely focused now onto BB Team? The eyes have already come down towards the south to southwest, but it's Secure Sentinel. They're going to cause huge issues. FaZe are trying to pick apart BB Team, and they're taking third-party shots.
James, massive double frag on Spiral and Basilok at the same time. It just leaves the doozy left alive, but James has to be careful because there's third parties raining in from both sides. I think north and south at the same. Yes, Fex is able to slow down Sakura Zenzen here, but they must have read the kill feed, so they know Fex is probably the only one up towards their hillside. And yeah, FaZe, once again, really good push. They know as well that there's only very limited points that are being needed to potentially secure them, the 100 points. But they want to make it happen in this round, and that's the troublesome part. It's only Gustav and Fex left alive, and they need to secure 2 more points to make it happen.
Got to post that name. He looks like a secure sense. He's like, please just leave us alone for 2 minutes. We need to do a favour for the lobby. Gustav, though, he is going to launch, though, through there. Don't forget, though, FaZe are also on 98 points at the moment. They need 2. They can get these 2 out here without going down to secure center, without Na'Vi pushing their way in because they're in conservation. Gustav gets the shot and a doozy goes down. 1 remains, but another third-party action. FaZe cannot take a clean fight, but they are 1 point away of getting to that 100.
Are you kidding me? That was a nasty headshot coming out from WLA. If that headshot wouldn't have happened, I think Gustav would have just repeaked it and had a perfect shot at taking out Phil first. But yeah, as you've said, I think it's just 1 more frag being needed at the moment. I don't think that rest from BB team can come through to the fact that he was knocked inside the molly. So Gustav, he's just running for his life at this point. He knows he's really close to that potential 8th place, I guess. I mean, sure, it's 13 teams right now, but look at how many teams have to fight. WLA needs to rotate in. Eternal Fire is not nowhere near in. I think WLA, once again, will surely go down on this one as well. And there's one more team towards the southeastern side I've just missed. I think that still needs to make their way inside the current safe zone. Maybe even inside the blue zone even as well. So there's the potential there to potentially pick up another placement point and survive until phase 6.
fALECX is playing sneaky ninja as he is just in the shack. He's got himself in. Sendar on the other side. Gustav looking back. BB team stall have an opportunity. There's fALECX. Seifu goes down. fALECX making the play. He knows 1 point is enough here for game number 2. He's looking to get the confirm. Not quite at the moment, but the zone will go. There you go. FaZe making 100 points. Third team in that position. Now FaZe, if they do get the winner chicken dinner, guys, it will not end here, but they are looking to move to Tago.
Massive step now. You can see Brasco still trying to third party that. He gets taken down, unfortunately, by Hypebeast and Ascent once again staying under their expectation in this round too, where we have that fight concluded towards the northwestern side as well, as it is Hypebeast by the looks of it that will make it out alive. Secure Zen's being eliminated as well. They have slowed down their push for the 100 points. They have not been as consistent in the last couple of games as with what they've started. They've shown us, once again, great stuff in the beginning of the grand finals, especially in the qualification, but they just weren't consistent enough in recent times. Good nades coming out from VP. Might just be another nade towards Ruren as they are eliminated. Good lure coming out from Nixie, as he once again has angles on almost everyone. Eternal Fire gets eliminated.
And go down and out. It's VP, 100 for kills now. They are moving. They're above that 50-point mark, driving down to 60. Good game here. Might even leapfrog them really high up that tail. Keep an eye on that leaderboard on the left, though. But yes, we are 3 teams now in 100 point. 2 teams have the capabilities of closing it. BB team only with 1. LW still have 4 players remaining.
Bumble squad with a cheeky position here. Gives them, unfortunately, doesn't really give them a lot of playing room. And, we can see now FaZe Clan has reached the powering threshold of 100. That is massive. Thank you so much, production. So they have done it. 100 points officially being reached by FaZe Clan. Now the next team to be able to be eligible for a tournament win in the next round. But we still have one big contender in this one. And I don't think anyone knows at the moment where they're playing from. LW with a prime position. I said it before. I think 3 phases back, even that LW with this compound does have big chances, because I think we might see another shift towards them. And there it happens. Eastern Size as Gustav gets eliminated as well. Hypebeast with a really good cleanup towards their northern side.
And technically, 4 points now for Twisted Minds. She made that in 3 in a second, but it does mean I think we're going to go all the way. Oh, Philfrest, wiggle, jiggle. He goes down. He takes another placement point. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme. The only thing that will be happening for BB team is to ensure, even if they don't get the win, that they are high enough up there to claim other parts. T-Bone, no, he needs points. He's looking for this one. The gunshots have stopped, though, but the verticality is still playing in towards his favor. He needs to be careful, though, because VP moving their way in. They've pretty much centralized up on the zone on this north segment. I think there's 3 parts to here. There's a little bit in the middle, there's a couple of little ledges. We might see a few teams sort of snake their way out, and then you've got low WR at the base of this center zone. There you go. There's those 3 sort of sections. 3 spots at the top. There's some playable terrain. You can argue that. And then low W, unbreached, uncontended yet, and in a top 7 position.
What kind of crazy storyline would that be if Lil W wins this game? Unbelievable story, in my opinion. For Lil W to even be in the running at the moment for a top spot, even for a top 1 spot, that's massive in and of itself. But Lil W, once again, one of the best positions in this one, do look likely to be honest, once again, I gotta be honest around this, do look likely at the moment in taking home this game. Now, that might change, and I said it before, that might change as soon as everyone knows that it's LoW in that compound. But because I don't think they've popped up so far in the kill feed. As soon as everyone knows, realistically, everyone should be focusing on them. There's not a single team right now alive that could end the tournament except for LoW.
That's correct. I think be surprised. I think we are going to see Twisted Minds maybe get in towards 100 points. I think at the end of this game, we should have 4. I think that will change Lay of the Land. But for now, talk about Lay of the Land. It looks like for esports, T-Bone, he's going to just hold out, waiting for the shots to appear. Hypebeast, they're going to fall in 7th place. They can now concede. There's the peekaboo, comes over the top. T-Bone goes back, looks for the nade, looks for that nade, goes for the top. Ferris going to find out on the tip of his toes. As T-Bone, well, he has to retract back because they have received damage. 80 is down. He needs some reinforcements. And there's Vard. He's overlooking his boy, but will Na'Vi be able to pick him apart?
Good shots now from all of these teams, and there's more potential for esports. T-Bone kind of playing the close-up position, has to be careful. There's some nades raining back from Na'Vi, but it doesn't touch him, really. And the blue zone is in their bags. T-Bone is going to be the first one to greet them now. I think there's only limited support with the way Na'Vi's positioned, as more nades are chiming in. He's down to 60 HP. He spots the player right on top. Takes down Ferris. Goes for the second one. T-Bone, he does get taken down, but I don't think there's any chance for the trade. So T-Bone does get eliminated indeed. That ruins for esports really big chances of really controlling that middle kind of circle position. Unfortunately, as they will be reduced down to just 3 players. Even Vard there, almost getting taken down, but dropped down to 60 HP. Will survive. Molotov seals the deal as Na'Vi is eliminated, and they will get the circle shift as well.
Do you know what's really big, which we haven't spoken about at the moment? The numbers for the teams that remain. VP in a driving spot here. They've still got 4. They've got the high ground. If LoW can keep their numbers up and all the other teams have been bleeding, that does factor into the end zone because guns do count. The numbers will reign. Let's see what we can do. Footy Sports will take on VP. VP already there, though. Nixie will put down Var to 2 HP as he has to take 2 minutes now to get Ahmed back on. Zone shifts back up towards the high ground. Does mean LoW's got to move, but they might find themselves a little bit of a sandwich between Twisted Minds and Bumble Squad.
I think Twisted Minds knows that this is LoW in the compound. I don't think there's any reason for them to not pick up and use the chance that they just had and rotate up towards the western side. Because esports was fighting a second ago. I think the opportunity would have been there for them to rotate up. I'm not too sure about the sidelines, especially with Bumble Squad and all that stuff, but I think the opportunity would have been there. But I think they want to deny LoW the win here. And I think that's the play everyone should be going for right now. LoW, the one team, except for VP, that is still all 4 players left alive and has a chance at winning the tournament with this specific game, as they do get breached. It is Twisted Minds inside the compound. If there's any team you do not want to have inside your own building, I guess it really is that.
Oh, I love it. Lou worked around the corner and was like, nope, I'm not going down there. LoW, a couple of shots will go back. Lou does back away. Blue Zone Nade not going to cause the damage. It's just going to stop the push coming through. There is a 3-in-1 split. There might be either the ice, like the door comes open. And LoW, well, they're in the kill feed now. But Lou will be able to put a quick kill confirm onto Blazer. Do we see the other teams team up? Because Twisted Minds are down to a solo. They're down, but they are short. They need some more points. There's explosive action. It goes down. Twisted Minds, well, they're going to fall, I believe, just short of things, though. There's actually no, they're falling at 4th place. LoW, though, they're bleeding. VP needs to capitalize. VP needs to look to the south. They've got to be reading this one because at the moment you cannot allow the Pandas to leave the compound.
And VP, the last time we've seen them around this terrain, they've taken home the win. And I'm very sure they're looking for this one as well. LoW down to 3, so is Foot Esports. And Foot Esports has been struggling in closing out games. They've been struggling in even reaching late games so far in this tournament. So I guess VP, even though they've been struggling as well, I guess it's a little bit more experience, a little bit, more played in some of these late game zones. Circle shift does happen. Not too shabby for LoW, but realistically, they not only need to move out of the compound, they need to move up the hill towards the western side. And that can only happen if VP really decides to push for esports before the zone closes.
There's a scenario here, FALECX. There is a scenario. If for esports and VP fight each other, if, for whatever reason, they decide to fight each other, it does mean that they will be subject to loss. The LoW could sweep in. I think they just need to put a truce. They need to be able to confirm out. And obviously with Twisted Minds going out in 4th, not 5th, they will now find themselves up in that 100 points. We aren't going to have 4 teams. Potentially, if we go to game number 3. Now it's all eyes on the Pandas. LOL W, we're going to need to try and stay alive here. It is phase 8. They have a huge mountain to climb. But for esports and VP have to sign a truce here.
You never know what's going to happen, but realistically, they should both know that LW is in the compound. They must have heard this, and nephew said, yeah, a truce should be put in place. It would be beneficial for both of them. Yep. You can see VP is not focusing on the compound as much as I would have expected them to do, to be honest. You can see they're more focused on holding back for esports and making sure there's not another solo around them. You can see Quiz is still being very far on the back lines. Even though they would have had more space towards the eastern side than what they're playing off of right now, but relatively passively for now.
I think Mogul and it was Nixie at the time. They were kind of both holding, but both of them are now giving up. Both of them, look at this. This is a truce. This is a smash rule, people. There is a firing line to LOL W, and it looks like VP and for esports looking. No, we do it easy. Take down the Pandas. We need another game. There's 1, there's 2. LOL W. The story would be amazing if they end it, but I think the mountain is too high to climb. Can Schengen be res? Will Vard go claim it? Surely not. Surely the high IQ of these players will not allow these guys to escape just yet.
The new Mount Everest of PUBG esports, apparently.
They
could have been the ending here for LW, but yeah, as you said, I don't see a way in which they can. But at least the rest is possible for the time being. At least the rest is possible, so they might still be 2 players. And now the push comes in from VP. I wouldn't count them out just yet. If VP messes up this push, if it's a messy fight in general, maybe there's the third party potential coming out from LW, because they are not eliminated just yet. But they need to move up the hill. The ending in phase 9 is very much towards the top side of it. And now that push comes in, flashes, and look at this for esports. They're not ready for this at the moment. It's just 80 and the backlines really supporting it.
I don't think LW can climb up from their position now. And I think that's what the guys know. They're like sitting here, they're like, yeah, do you know what? There's no way they're getting up. He's just sitting tight. He's close as he can towards the dot. It's a very difficult ending. The verticality is insane. It's on the cliff face. So with VP sitting on the top, you kind of feel like the truce now is over between these two teams. Therefore, is there enough meds for LOL W to med their way through? I doubt it. We should see them end in thirds. I've seen stranger things happen now on PUBG.
I've seen strange things happen with...
Wonder how many meds they got.
Yes, that would be one of the strangest things. I mean, they should have plenty of bodies down in the compound, but have they been able to loot them? I don't think so.
Oh my
because
God,
Zone really shifted incredibly fast after the initial knock.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me? This is 2 knocks coming out from LW. What is happening? Foot Esports is being destroyed, even though they have the high ground advantage in theory. And there's a knock against VP as well. Second knock, are you kidding me? LW has suddenly equalized things with their original 2 knock against Foot Esports. It's just Lucaroon and Ibiza fighting off 2 players, but they do have the zone. And now it's just 1 player. It's Lurix all the way down south, and he needs to crawl back up. There's a good flash to defend this, but it's only Ibiza at the moment.
Go on, Ibi. End it! You need to know these guys. He's got a Groza. They've got the opportunity from the high ground to try and... But look, Lurix is going to be there. Here's the headshot. It's not going to end as LOL W. The Pandas can't climb as high as the Polar Bears. As VP will claim a victory. It's 22 points going to them. But most importantly, we have 4 teams now. 4 teams in the running over 100 points. That there was a huge game.
Twisted Minds is able to secure the 100 points as well. And I think, actually, they hit it right on target. I think it was exactly 100 points, if I saw that correctly. So yeah. Twisted Minds, congrats to them as well. And man, they got way too close for comfort. Imagine a different zone shift, maybe further down south, and LOL W would have been in a prime spot to take this one home. Unfortunately, as we said, the new Mount Everest apparently just a tiny bit too high.
It was a bit too high, but like we did before the last break, we gave you guys some G coins. Now, production was a bit cheeky. They was a play on words, so to speak. So this time they can't play on words. Why? Because we're going to do guess the location. So in a second, you are going to see an image pop up on your screen. It's going to be first to the triggers in chat, but it's going to be on the Rondo. Where is this location in Rondo? Obviously, they're not making it hard. It's not like a little compound. They are bigger locations. So again, pop in where you believe that is in chat, and make sure, more importantly, your whispers are open, because the admin team will get out and the G coins. I believe there are more G coins, so it's not just one person, there'll be multiple of you. So again, quickest to the trigger. fALECX, you know where this is?
Has to be Tuling, right?
Tuling,
yeah.
Yeah. I think there's one other construction site, but it's really tiny, so we'll do that amount.
That's what I was thinking about. I think there's a different construction site, but I'm not sure where anymore. But yeah, the red sand kind of gave it away, I guess.
Well, that red sand might have given it away. Hopefully you are a winner in chat, but no winners, unfortunately, so far, which means we are going to be going down to a game number 3. It'd be time to Tego after the break, but it's worth noting, and let us know in chat, if we do go all the way to game number 7, we will continue on a rankle until we crown ourselves a champion. But for now, it's time to Tego, and we'll see you guys in a few.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker, the return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Miramar, now done. We've ticked it off. There'll be no more as we now move our way in towards Tego. But more interestingly, fALECX, we now have 4 teams that have the capabilities to win if they can bag themselves now a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, 4 teams, Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan joining the ranks with W and BB team. 100 points and 101 on Twisted Minds. Really good job by both these teams. I think that was kind of what we expected, maybe even from the previous game, but unfortunately they've been they haven't performed as big as maybe some of these fans out there would have wanted them to. But that also means, once again, the dynamic changes. It's 4 team now that all these teams need to look out for, and we saw how tough it is. If a circle like that happens again and one of these favorites are gonna be inside of it, there's almost nothing you can do. Lil W, until the very end, was almost getting out of that compound unscathed. And yes, there was that one breach, but imagine they clean that up and maybe it's a different kind of circle where you still have a chance when rotating out. Then the tournament might just be ending prematurely. Once again, I think that's not what we're hoping for, but could very well happen.
Well, even, I'd argue to say, a time to Tego and a team like Ascend, with 21 points, potentially they could get themselves into that 100 points. For those that are not sure what the hell's going on, this is the Smash Rule format, and you've got to be in 100 points before the game starts. If you already get that, you may bag yourself a winner chicken dinner. We will watch that a little bit closer. I do think the teams now to watch, obviously, outside of the 100 points are going to be that kind of Na'Vi and Descenders. They have been chipping away from it. Ascend need to tighten things up and look as strong as they did. I suppose that confidence that we saw from Ascend especially on this map yesterday. But it's that time. It's time to take go as we get this playing ready. I don't know what your predictions are in chat, but these single rounds for me are going to be huge as we work in the flight path coming in from northwest down towards a southeast, right through the heart and soul of Tago. Who's going to claim victory, and will we end the tournament? They are the big questions now for everyone in chat.
4 teams do have the opportunity to end this. It is FaZe Clan, it is BB Team, it is Twisted Minds, and it is Lord W. These 4 teams, once again, do be reminded, if they win, if any of these teams win, it is done and dusted. We do not have a single other game on this 3rd day of the Grand Finals, and all the rest of the teams will be placed exactly where they are placed right now on the overall leaderboard, depending, obviously, on the points they get throughout the entirety of this game. Playing path, relatively fair. I think that's one of the fairest playing paths I wouldn't say have ever seen, but it definitely doesn't really get fairer than this one.
Nope. Actually, most play paths not been too bad. No shockers too far. And actually, now we play into that poll. The community said they believe that the event is going to end on game 3 or game 4. We'll have to wait and see. No real hot drops just yet, but it is a single map. These are the maps that teams that can break them down really well. They can be creative. Actually, I'll come back to a team ascend. 21 points, arguably, is really doable for this team, especially how they work on this map. We'll have to wait and see now what the zone is going to gift. Oh, it goes late. What?
Oh, my Lord.
Are BB made of? And who?
Yeah, that's crazy,
are
right?
they praying to get the zones? 3 out of 3, and BB team get zone again. How quickly do you move to BBT to Songhang? We know the zone ends around that area quite a few times. It could potentially play north, but there is a lot of unplayable terrain, and there's a lot of opportunity for some teams to claim points on rotation now because so many of them are out of zone.
That's nuts. Yeah, as you said, 3 out of 3 times they've been inside the phase 1 zone, and they almost never really had any kind of competition in terms of getting the best spots early on. That's why I was even more surprised to see them just last game, to see them play so decentralized, because that's quite unconscious of what we saw that just literally just the game before, and that's how you want to play for wins in games like this. So maybe just based off of the fact that game 1 didn't really work in their favor, they decided to not play as centralized as possible. But sticking to a city like that, like La Copiera, really surprising to me. Is even more interesting now because the debate is there. Are they going to come back to what they played in game 1, or are they going to stick with potentially playing edge a little bit more now that more teams on the crossfires and under supervision from all the other teams?
I'll be under supervision of those teams now. As we look over for esports, interesting couple of statements. I think they've really had their finger on the pulse, so to speak, especially in the finals. Obviously, confidence and ended up being on holiday. There's all factors that you need to warrant coming in. But they put a good showing in. They're a top 16 team. They just need that confidence as well, which we speak about. So for esports, they've got a bit of a long rotation as well. Wouldn't be too surprised for them looking for an E-rotate, or E-pickup, getting themselves in towards zone. We all see the migration now for these teams. FaZe going for an early wrap already. And I'm surprised BB team didn't take opportunity to go straight off the drop and moving down. They stopped for loot. So might be telling that they didn't know exactly how many teams might be in front of them, and they didn't want to risk it.
But that gives you even more of a reason to kind of, shorten your rotation timing and make it happen really quickly. But they are moving now, so it still is a really good rotation timing in terms of having prio on all these loot spots. Yes, they probably can't expect FaZe Clan to potentially be there earlier. Be reminded, FaZe Clan also one of the teams that could now seal the deal with the chicken dinner. And then there's obviously Bumble Squad as well, arriving just before them. The thing that makes this zone so troublesome and kind of the reason why some of these teams prefer earlier loot spots is that you do not know whether or not it's going to go west or east. If it does decide to shift east, playing non-centralized is going to give you troubles, because usually the way these circles tend to end, that's what we've seen time and time again, is somewhere along the lines of the main road, down south. Yep. And there's almost no chance of fighting your way in later on. At least it's getting really, really tough. So if you want to secure yourself a chicken dinner under any and all circumstances, I guess it would be favorable to shorten down your rotation time, and that's what we expected as well. FaZe Clan in a big early skirmish. It's a trade, though. James goes down. I thought it would work out perfectly, but it's only a second knock that have just come in for FaZe Clan.
It is. Confident came over the ridge. Marco was tucked against that tree, so the sandwich that was being produced by FaZe. Unfortunately, didn't really work out, and they do lose a player down to 3. They spoke highly before the event kicked off today, before day number 3, all about just working for points, working for kills, and looks like they're already setting up some early traps because they were one of the first teams to push into a more centralized zone. They claimed 2 points early. They're already above that 100-point mark now, so they are down a body. That's going to make an effect. If they want to get a winner chicken dinner, they've got to pray for a shift that comes back to that east.
FaZe Clan committed to that fight. They were in a good spot to do so, but it kind of reminds you of what you said that James wanted to call for today, which is still prioritizing points and only really getting dinners when you're in the spot to do so.
Yep.
I, for one, would have said this is a good spot, but apparently they do not think so just yet. And then again, they kind of got forced into it as well. I mean, EF was kind of aggressive on that rotate too, so I can understand why you don't shy away from that. You want to set yourself up to have kind of this reputation as well, that other teams, if they want to hunt you on a rotate, that they will be forced to take a fight with you, and you won't just give it to them. That's also a big part on why FaZe Clan, I guess, really wanted this fight to happen.
Checkers sees their heads. Schengen sees him. Shots come back. No one's giving away who is who first at the moment. Checkers has to retreat back. Looks like Seifu, though, was coming in for the aggressive. That's Seifu's default gameplay. Push, push, push. Looks like the call was to go back to the compound, maybe wait for the off angle. Him and Hannah sees the car now backing away, so agree to disagree for them. And a couple of exchanges or flashes and a few shots, but nothing more. Ascend, they're going to E-rotate. And it's worth noting with this map, Ascend will always play one of the corners. They tend to drop one of the 4 corners where they can and then work their way in. So finding an E-pick, that'll be huge for them. You know, a little bit later towards zone, but there is a lot of store area to cover. It just depends on whether they're going to go in towards that Songham area.
Is he looking for the emergency? Okay, I was confused there for a second. Is he looking for a mortar? No, he's looking for the emergency drop that's coming in from Ascend. And we said it phase 1, I think you said it especially. It's not an unusual play to go for Songham that early. It might look weird to you. Phase 1, why do you commit to a city like that? But these zones, with half of the zone essentially being unplayable, do you kind of tend to end there? Even though the city itself is so very close to the edge, to the border, to unplayable area, they still kind of tend to shift back towards that. And these teams know the patterns. They know what kind of endings there are in this type of circle, this type of phase 1. So not an unusual play, especially coming out from Ascend.
Yeah, it's that kind of 9 times out of 10 ruling, isn't it? But there is an argument to say it might shift heavy north. It does. It's going to have to force a lot of teams to retract back. But if you have the map feed open, if you're on the map stream as well, you will see a lot of teams have pushed themselves down and they are kind of in the center of zone, despite, as fALECX said, there is 50% of it unplayable, which is interesting. We've still got 16 teams up. We have lost a few players, though. 60 remain here for game number 3 at the moment. So we have to wait and see. I think the rest of these teams might come a bit later. They might sit on the outside edge, and it's never too long before we see someone in a glider. And this time, it's Na'Vi.
He will make it out alive, though. Na'Vi not being punished for that glider scouting rotation, rather.
UAV, mate. UAV.
It's the UAV. It really is indeed.
It's just not unmanned. It's manned by Na'Vi. It's manned by one of the pros.
It's a manned UAV. It's a manned UAV that you can shoot out of as well. That's the strong part. Seat swap. I know it takes some practice, but just seat swap and get your shots out of them. Mika goes down. One of the first knocks for Zakura Zenzen in this round. I think the specific first knock. Question is, do you really work on it? Do you really make something happen with it? Especially now that Iskris has found Sparta. But by the looks of it, they are closing in on Mika. I've totally missed Brexco actually going down. So that makes total sense. Mika is not going to be able to get a rest back up. Quite the opposite. He's going to be flashed out by Zaifu. Once again, who's been the key figure for this lineup. One of the main reasons they've been performing so very nicely. And that makes it just 2 players left alive for Ascend. They've been struggling today, massively. They've not gotten into the groove of things. And we said how dangerous that can be for Ascend. We've seen it happen in the playoffs. They've made a little bit of a comeback, but if this seems to fall apart once more, that is awkward.
What?
Then it's going to be really troublesome.
What is going on?
What?
This is Sparta! You shall not pass! He just takes a Panzer and then turns around and lays the shots down. Sparta obviously on the top. He's going to have to now try and retract. It's technically a 1 versus 1 at the moment until Secure Sense able to claim their way back. Call coming in from It's Chris. It's called on the outside. KLICKEN looking to try and get a point to send on the E-rotate. Not quite working out. And Secure Sense controlling, jumping down, death from above.
Wow.
He kicks him into the precipice and they will claim back the town.
I mean, that's on me. I did not expect that to go that fast. I was prepared to have a little bit of a standoff with Itzkris being right in front of him. And unfortunately not being able to hit the Panzerfaust. That's 1 in a million. Usually these types of fights, that literally is 1 in a million. Usually these types of fights definitely go the way of the player. There's the Panzerfaust in hand. Not this time around. And instead they're going to be eliminated. Unfortunately, once again, they cannot seem to catch a footing in this one. And that is not a good omen.
I think he questioned
if their
the
performance
glass.
So far has taught us anything. Excuse me?
I think he questioned the glass. Because I did.
Yeah.
I think he thought, oh, that glass is not there. It might
But
blind
also,
back
where do
on
you
me.
shoot it? Because hitting him with a Panzerfaust, that's tougher. Because usually what you want to do with a Panzerfaust is hit somewhere around the area of him, right? You can hit the wall right next to you. You can hit him somewhere around the foot line. It's still going to take him down.
It is. Going to take him down. VP. Oh, a lot of teams crashing their way in. BB actually get away with it. They were first into the town. It's actually stopped VP, BBL, and FaZe on the outside. VP really claiming these kills here, but third-party action coming in from Bumble Squad, though. So FaZe unfortunately, subject towards the rice fields being punishing because the right angle is for them. But every team retracting back down. We have played back down towards the town. We do have a lot of unplayable still. It does mean it could retract back heavy towards the east on the outside of the town. If it does, we'll have to wait and see. A lot of teams will have to move in, but I really want to note that Lol W's rotation in towards that highway on the south of town is huge. They are going to be in a driving spot, potentially with that 2-2 split.
VP cannot seem to catch a break either. They win a game and they immediately get sandwiched time and time again in the round right after. And this one is no different. It's BBL right in front of them. 2 flashes come through. I think that's a re-knock on Nixie, actually. That means only 1 player once again left alive for VP. It's Quizzy, and he takes down Sheila. That's a good pickup. And then meanwhile, it's Smash, though, being able to revive CC next. So it is back to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I do. Just what I really like about the map is the rice fields and these little dips. You can play it. You're in the open, but you've got to stick to the wall, and if the team's in the right position, they can really expose you. So, seeing BBL get exposed, Quizzy's trying to get it confirmed as well. It's difficult for teams to get the steals here as well. Quizzy's going to have to try and move towards the other side. Looks like Mortifire might be coming in, but Akatori, well, he gets a kill confirmed. Looks like Secure Sensen, as they are sitting on the outside edge as well. Lots of action in and around the town. Store popping off, but BB team, they were the first in. They went for a full send as quick as they could into the town. You can now see them in the far side of your screen.
Yeah. Almost would have been a perfect nade against Lil W, just outside of their compound. Towards the eastern side. As Secure Sensen is still trying to defend the city, and I think they're just opting to go for as many kills as possible.
Great nade.
Oh, wow!
Great nade.
Sparta!
Kobe.
I mean, you've used the pun already. I can't say it again, but there's no passing, I guess. There is no passing this man. What a pickup. And the big thing about this is he knows there's no one to revive these players. He doesn't even need to make a move. I think at least, I think he knows the rest of the 2 players are very far in the distance, and I think even for them it might not be worth it. Stand corrected. At least now he knows there's no one there to res him. And he might even get the pickup. Wow, so close.
He's going to open the door again. This is Sparta pushing forward. He's going full set. This man had breathed confidence. Taking this one. They're down to the final player. Luke's got to try and pick up what he can. There's some more kills coming through. Looks like he gets 1. Sparta's down to take his neighbor back through, but no! Low W go, and Sparta will remain. Secure Sensen saving the lobby from one of the 4 teams that might be able to claim the victory. Low W in such a good position. Went for a 2-2 split and got annihilated with Sparta driving forward.
That's going to hurt them. That's going to hurt their feelings, and I can understand why. That's a completely, I wouldn't say completely random nade, but I mean, he could have naded anywhere on that ridgeline. They weren't even peeking him, so I can't even, you can't even blame any of the players. That was just a nasty, nasty nade. Unfortunately, it hit right on the mark, and Lil W lost 2 players in the process. Yeah, that's 1 more opportunity down. They had the chance just last game. They didn't make use of it, so they will be denied at least for 2 more rounds until they might be able to take home a dinner again. Bomber Squad in the middle of it. That's why these early rotations are so damn valuable. That was the first team right in the center of Phase 1. And look where they are right now. And once again, no surprise, all of these teams know why that rotation in this specific zone in Phase 1, that centered up rotation is so damn valuable.
Navi backfield as well from low W's position. Really good play from them. Really good read. But towards the north side, FaZe, they're one of these teams in the driving spot. They have lost one. They're able to get the reses now. BBL pushing their way forward to try and claim some more points. And it's difficult. Can't really get on your tippy toes. You can't really get crouched to take the fight because you will be punished from teams on the outside. So fALECX, well, he's going to lay. He's going to wait for Smash maybe to die on his sword. No need to move just yet. But with that zone shift going towards the east, we kind of expect it to play outside edge. Gustav, really? You're going to play mortars in the middle of the fight? I would expect nothing left from FaZe.
JETZT players. FaZe likes to play these open dips towards the northern side of the sea, but they usually play these as 4. And I think that makes quite the big difference. That's a nasty pickup, by the way. Wow. I mean, he barely saw Smash, but he takes him down either way. Not even a headshot. It's actually a double hit with the Dragunov, if I saw that correctly. But yeah, usually if you play these dips, I feel like it makes a big difference if you're 4 or 3. Because there's just one more position and one more kind of different angle that you can take as FaZe Clan. And now, this is the type of play that you normally wouldn't see from a team that has the opportunity to close out a game and win the tournament. But then again, they said they want to prepare for EWC especially. And that means points are still going to be important. Because if anyone else picks up the game and they're not necessarily in a prime spot to do so, they will at least have enough points to secure the rest of the prize pools that are still quite high all around the top places.
Yep, Bestie Gaming go down, they fall, and Navi find themselves now in 10 points of also being the 5th team now that will find themselves in 100 points, but they're in a really good position, so they did backfill low W at the moment. Wait for the zone now to shift. We should lose the unplayable. Navi must have to play from there after, but don't have to go too far. It goes to the east again. That's really good positioning, and it was a gamble for the teams going for the town because sometimes it lays in the field on the outside, but now they have to get shifting, and that includes BB team.
Good rotation coming in from Hypebeast. Keep your eyes peeled on them. I think they, with that rotation specifically, they first of all, they know no one's towards the east, so they have that complete edge to play off of, and they also have a really good spot to just fight their way in. That the same cannot be said about Western side. The Western side, to get to Circle Center, is almost exclusively open field. There's no way to really fight your way in unless you just breach the compounds towards the north, which is definitely possible, to be fair, or towards the south, which is almost impossible. So there's only really one way in towards the western side, which is rather towards the north. So really good position coming in from Hypebeast. They will be able to pressure everyone around them.
I'm going to throw this out here now. I think TN are in a position that they could win here. Yes, they haven't got the majority of zone, but they've got the high zone that they could maybe control a lot of teams out, whittle down the numbers, and they are in a driving spot to get a win. But for now, well, looks like WLA, they want to try and deny FaZe. They get 1, they get 2, maybe 3 times a charm as Crexy, well, he has to lay down low. Fate looking for the bolt. He does connect, but he's receiving damage from BB team, who snuck ahead of both of these teams in towards zone yet again. I'm just worrying. You can see Twisted Minds are lurking on the outside. They're just going to try and control, I think, these teams in the west and then kind of springboard themselves maybe into a final area, but we'll have to wait and see.
Interesting. Navi now with a really good spot to reach that 100 points mark as well, but they need to win this fight, and that's a big one. T-Bone takes home the first one. It is a Panzerfaust in play, but he gets traded out by Hakatori's nade. In the meanwhile, it's Diffix going down too. I think this is a 2v2 now with JETZT being shot from the distance. Never mind me, it is Vard actually being the last player left alive. This might favor Navi because I don't think there's been any flashes towards that Nox. Quite the opposite. Hakatori now taking down JETZT. Re-knocking him, if I saw that correctly. Excuse me, no, it's a flash, obviously. It's T-Bone that's knocked right in front of him. He hasn't been flashed. As we see FaZe Clan in the meanwhile being eliminated as well. That's correctly going down. One more chance is needed at the very least.
Oh,
Kobe! As well. Ooh, okay.
We'll get a confirm. Ferris was a little bit further back. Lucky he's there now. He's obviously going to have to try and work down to a bit of cover, maybe not another Vard, and then it goes down to a 1 versus 1. Hakatori's below, Vard's above. If Hakatori needs to move, Vard's going to know that though. He's making the push-up. He's going to be able to hear the footsteps though. Hakatori makes a pre-spray though, waiting for Vard to play peekaboo, but he doesn't as he repositions. He's looking, he's got to deny the information. That's where T-Bone will now go. It's a limited amount of time. Maybe Navi get out of this with 2, but Vard, well, he's got something else to say.
Creeping back up the stairs. Pops the nade. I'm not sure he knows where the last player is exactly. I mean, that kind of confirms it. He doesn't. Has to pop it prematurely. And Harpies in the distance, already looking at this compound. This is tough, because imagine any of these teams kind of fight this a little bit cleaner. Then they would be in a really good spot playing out of this compound, because you can always breach just the northern ridgelands of it. Yes, Hypebeast would have good angles on you while traveling there, but he would at least have a good shot in this round still. That's not going to happen, though, as it's only Hakatori in that 1v1.
Here's a 1 versus 1. It's got a limited amount of time. Vard might be able to pop out and confirm Ferris. At the moment, he's very much targeted on Hakatori. BB team now backfilling as well, where Na'Vi have come from. So expect a crash now as they're looking for a compound. They're looking for some safety. Hypebeast hammering shots towards him. Hakatori jumps and Vard scores. He's going to be able to score that last kill for them. Solo Ranger and BB should be reading this one. Crash will now have to come forward. Resmoke from BB team. They're looking for compound and Hypebeast. They know who's coming in. They're now conquering. As you can see them on the mini-map. They're going to try and take this away from Vard. They think the numbers are going to deny entry.
Vard now has to fight off 4 players. Really, really interesting breach. Once again, really interesting breach. I really didn't think that was going to happen. Quite the upset with the position they have had. They still want to make this happen. And now BB team chimes in as well. It's a cloud car with all 4 players, but they make it inside. How the hell did that happen? No one was there to greet them on that northern side. Not even Vard, who just got flushed out.
Flushed out pretty quickly. BB team surviving their way out, but Nowick though will hit one. Doozy will go down. There goes a quick confirm. Hypebeast, if they stay tight, they can be very aggressive here. They learn from Var. There goes the nade from Duff. Can he get the score this time? The explosive should be able to get the knock. Duff does get it.
Wow.
Best will go down. It looks like BB team falling. Full push, but no. Spyro's trying to deny. One for him, but not for long. He's going to fall down. No one's on the third party, and Hypebeast should be able to get that one. Top 4 teams remain, and Twisted Minds are still here. They're the team to watch, guys, at the moment. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 3.
But the job, look at the job. Hypebeast still have all 4 players left alive. They've just cleaned up everyone in their compound. There's massive amounts of utility that is able to get picked up. And look at the ending. This is all ending that I mean, essentially any ending that could happen potentially is any that you can play on foot. So utility is going to be massively important. And also look at the jobs. The ridgeline that they will play off of right in front of the compound on the other side of the street, They've literally just gotten jobs. I think 4 or 5. The completely, look at these crates in the distance. They will pick these up. The only really team that can have a say in this is Kaido now, and Woody needs to expect Novik.
Kaido.
Oh, he didn't see him. Novik shot.
He missed the shots. Oh, you're off free.
Oh,
no. Oh, my God. That's not even distance. He thought that was a complete free. Novik teased him into baiting the shot. Blue Zone Nova will come out. Woody will have to try and back down. Hokkaido is, look, for me, HKD are huge disruptors when it comes down to Twisted Minds, but if they keep fighting Hypebeast, Twisted Minds will keep lurking in. Now they work their way into zone. fALECX puts him himself into a perfect area to maybe drive the end. Bumble Squad and Hypebeast are very much on the outside edge of zone if it plays back. We'll have to wait and see, but I think they should be able to get that res.
Yeah.
And we'll go back to a 4v4, v4, v4, v3.
This kind of plays into the hands of Twisted Minds, but also it kind of doesn't, because at the end of the day, Twisted Minds still needs to perform against Kaido. But due to the fact that Hypebeast is now rotated out of it, yes, they've gotten plenty of frags, but also they've kind of left open the one winning spot, which I think is still the ridgeline that Kaido is playing at. And Kaido only, I want to say only, but only needs to clear out a 3-man from Twisted Minds, but maybe I'm thinking a little bit too easy because Bumble Squad is still in the distance. But but then again, it is quite the distance, actually. For Bumble Squad to actually make a move on Twisted Minds or Kaido, should they fight, does take a couple of seconds. So maybe even that is going to be possible. Interesting. I still think it's a very open game. Interestingly enough, I think it's a very open game.
It is open. The danger is Twisted Minds. And we know this team is consistent. Let's see if they can close it. They like to chase down wins. When they're chasing down a win at the moment, down a player, down a gun, not down opportunity. I'd argue to say they've got some of the best position when it comes down to zone, but it does need to play back towards them. Oh, the run down, the angles trying to be gained gets punished. And look at that, fALECX laying down the law with that mini. An example is going to end it with the SKS. P19, and these guys are stacked. They've come over drop. So, expect there be a big punch here. And actually, look at this. HKD repositioned, but Bumble Squad also repositioned. I think both these teams, like we saw from last game, might be a bit of a truce to try and deny entry from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's big. Bumble Squad, I think Bumble Squad kind of, they haven't won the game yet, but they kind of decide who has the best chance. Because whoever they third party, as soon as they spread out, whoever they kind of have an eye on is going to be the team that's most likely not going to win it. And that could be Hypebeast when they need to move out next phase, depending on how the circle shifts, obviously. Or it might just be Hokkaido, who still has to clean out Twisted Minds. Look, Hokkaido is not in right now. And be reminded, it's only phase 6. The next circle shift is still quite big. And it's going to reduce the playing area by quite a bit.
They are. It's gotta be careful. Twisted Minds move their way back in. As they are gonna try and recontrol. They've got to take one of these fights on. And I think they've got to pick that P90 is going to whistle. Oh, Sharp Shot goes down. Woody comes into sight. Perfect has to turn around. But the problem is Bumble Squad should have angles now on this. What time does Bumble Squad activate? They can't leave it too long. HKD needs some reinforcements. And it might come in the eyes of Bumble Squad.
Yeah, Bumble Squad is already making their way towards Batulins. But Batulins knows this. Look at this. Batulins is so smart. And he kind of, I think he was able to kind of hold them back, at least for the time being. But is it going to be enough? Because Hokkaido is still standing, and that's the big problem. Oh, the zone! The zone is still towards Hypebeast, but Duffy gets taken down. He was too greedy. I think he went for the drop. He gets taken down. That changes everything. 2 knocks against Twisted Minds, though. I closed my eyes on this fight for a second, and there they go. Twisted Minds was just example left alive.
Example, he might be able to get himself a win, but it's going to be hard. This format is going to give me a heart attack. It's going to give me a heart attack, but it's really great, Ted. And here comes the Kobe. Will he get away? He does get away from one. He's ducks, and dive. So he's trying to get away from any kind of third-party action and use the train to his advantage. Bumble Squad, well, IDeep gets one of the kills, though. HKD now looking to try and launch their nades in. It's definitely a truce. This is the second game that's telling that they are looking for the Twisted Minds. Does Example get away with this? Surely not. Sharp Shot's back up. He's looking for TM first before they take on Bumble Squad. He's going to look a little bit further. Needs another smoke to sort of breach that ridge line. He wants to play. He wants to have a look, doesn't he? He wants to end it.
Yeah, he kind of does. Okay. Sharp Shot gets denied. And there's more support from Bumble Squad raining in, but realistically, I mean, what are his chances right now? For example, he's outside of the zone. He still needs to cross an open space towards, I guess, the safe zone, and that's not going to happen without being seen from Bumble Squad, so I think his chances still remain really slim. That's Hypebeast, though, rotating out of the compound. Finally, they have used the chance that this kind of skirmish is open for them, and it's a really good timing play, too. Duff not only secures a frag, but also lots of space towards the eastern side.
There's still an argument. Example's going to get out of this. He's going to fight his way down. He's potentially got an opening now. Bumble Squad move back. HKD move back, but they fall as they will go down in 4th place. The numbers still favour Bumble Squad. The numbers will still favour Hypebeast when it comes down to Twisted Minds in the format. But, example, he's got a lot of U2. He's going to have to try and move his way forward. He's going to try and now take this fight here with Bumble. An example, well, we know how good this player is. We know how cracked he is. Not as cracked, unfortunately, as Crossgo's vest, because that's not going to help with a Twisted Minds pushing his way.
I don't think so either. Zolo from Twisted Minds, keeping their dreams alive. He's got a little bit of utility in his hands. He's just waiting for anyone to kind of make a move on him to prematurely push into his direction. But even then, I mean, that surely has to be his last fight, right? And I think Carpi is slowly but surely picking up with his ridgeline. He's thinking about it. But he also knows this Example. Example is aware. Example is always aware. If there's one player you do not want to meet in a situation like this, in an isolated one-on-one, I got to say Example has got to be one of these players. But for the time being, no one's really making a move. Everyone's just kind of waiting things out now with Phase 9 approaching.
This is mental. This is mental. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? Here comes the nade. Cappy wants to end his life. Sharp Shot tried. Just in one still remain. 10 kills for them. Doesn't matter how many kills they get. Only the help is where they maybe will end up when it comes down, when the points are drawn. But here we go. Any placements will move forward. Bumble Squad. They don't want to give up their land either. But Duff looking for a nade. The areas in which we're going to see Example will be able to play. Well, they're limiting themselves down. Now he's going to have to move his way around. Cappy has positioned himself on the outside edge. The Twisted Minds, well, there's not much more edge left for him. it's going to be unfortunate. He's going to run into a bit of a dangerous sandwich. He's got to commit to one side here. He's got to commit to one side. We know if he goes to the east, potentially it's only one gun. He's going right in between. He's actually relying on those rocks to give him some cover. He's using the train now to his advantage.
Yeah, playing super smart. He knows if he walks up that hill and actually faces Carpi, he's going to be just shot on the back. So he needs to kind of stay between these two teams. And that is super smart. He might even get behind this rock. This is massive. He might even see Iron Deep now. And I think he's almost inside the safe zone. Example might still have a say in who takes home this game. But no, he gets taken down. But I think he did get the knock beforehand. And that is massive. That changes the outcome of this one now. It is back to a 3-on-3.
And we're back to another game as well. Hope Beast, well, they're going to now push their way forward. There's a grenade. Matty's down. Bumble Squad needs to try and get something back from this one. But technically, we're a 3 versus 2. As 2 of the players from Bumble Squad are now DBNO. Crossfire going to have to try and work out. Cabby goes back to the outside edge of blue now. He's going to wrap his way in. Good play from him. He's got flashes now to still go. He's going to continue with the breach forward. But they've got to wait for those pops and bangs. There goes the pops. There goes the bangs. Wow. It's down to the final player. They're looking for him. Can't go and get the confirm, but they're going to deny the information.
That's a good pickup by Carpi. Played around with the smoke really confidently. And wow, I thought for a second there was an option, but Carpi actually had to close it out. 11 frags for High Beast as they will make a big push on their leaderboard. But I can't help but feel like, yes, Twisted Minds didn't win that round, but they still had a really big say in who did.
Well, I can tell you, this format is going to give me a heart attack. I'm looking at every time. Twisted Minds for me, especially when we saw that zone shift across. They had the opportunity as the teams were very much playing on the bottom side. Well, it does mean we've got another game. It's time to go Royal Rondo as our map number 4 will be underway shortly. It's worth noting because there was a large percentage of you that think it's going to go above 6 games. If it does go above 6 games, we will continue on a wrangle all the way. But for now, we're going to have a quick break. When we come back, as I said, it is time to Rondo.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker, the return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this?
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
There's a lot of action happened on our time to Tago, and we were just talking about it on the break because we haven't seen any more teams work their way in. We saw a lot of interesting rotations. I think there's a lot of questions around at what time should BB have moved in. They were the ones, after yet again another zone, being gifted, but they didn't capitalize on it, fellas. They didn't move in quick enough, did they? Or go for that centralized compound that we might have seen a team looking for a win go for.
Yeah, I feel like especially in a circle like this, I can understand that maybe BB team didn't want to go for a spot outside of La Cabrera, even though even at that point I was like, why does this happen? Because they literally did so in the round before, and it was almost an identical phase one. And now with this one, I'm even more confused because, once again, BB team would have had Prio on all of these spots. And you saw what FaZe Clan did. I mean, they did what everyone kind of expected them to do, right? Rotate off relatively early. You have Prio on one of the top spots inside the circle, a circle that is so deep center that you can still, whether or not it shifts east or west, kind of grab a good position to play off of for the rest of your game. Unfortunately for them, they got caught in rotation in phase one and kind of got pushed into a fight that they didn't necessarily want, so it was tough to play as a three-man off of that original that they had. But yeah, BB team, once again, I'm confused. I feel like, as you said as well, yes, they did rotate relatively early, but not into as centralized of a position as we expected them to when you really are gambling on a win.
I think a lot of it was around to these top 4 teams, right? So obviously we've got the leaderboard up here, and we'll just continue talking about actually game 3 because there was a lot that really unfolded. Low W for me put themselves in, I call it the highway, that south section or southeast of the town, where you obviously have to try and rotate around if you are rotating the south. They were there as a 4. Then they opted for a 2-2 because they thought it might go into the actual town. Fair enough, right? But then obviously after taking the initial knocks, for me, I would have played out as a duo. Yes, you're not going to get numbers, but they opted to go for the reses. They fell short of Secure Sense, and we saw Spartacus at his victory, especially with that great nade. But it was really, for me, the little bits of play that didn't happen. Na'Vi took their position away from Low W because they were a little bit more to the south. That was a good play for them, and then they had to move into the compound. BB team was in the northwestern side of the zone. They wrapped all the way around the town and backfilled the highway. They then obviously went for the crash, as we saw FUT Esports, though, end the time with Na'Vi. FUT Esports were down some numbers, and obviously BB team crashing in as well. Great play from Hypebeast, though, because they denied. They knew that BB team was in there, and they made a real instant call to again, get involved in the fight when they could.
Yeah, I gotta give shout out to Hypebeast in general in that round. I think they played a really clean round in general. As soon as they started that rotate to get into their ridge lines on the eastern side, I feel like from that point onwards, what lots of these teams, and what I expected as well Hypebeast to do, is just play off of your position. You've got everything you want. But them breaching, realizing that FUT Esports and Na'Vi fight was in disarray, I guess you could say, for both of these teams. It didn't happen really cleanly for either side. So them realizing, well, we got pure potential here. We can clean out one, maybe potentially 2 teams as soon as BB rotated in as well. And that's exactly what they did. So lots of initiative being taken by Hypebeast, a team that, once again, is not on many people's cards, but they are surely now.
Well, they're going to be on the cards. Na'Vi said they had a good game. They definitely had a good game. So we obviously get things ready slightly early because we are waiting for the plane to come in. We've got to check the players down. We've got to confirm exactly who's who and what, because we've got 4 teams, guys and girls. 4 teams. Flaxon love it. They tease me. We've got 4 teams that could potentially get themselves a win here, right? The key thing to remember, you've got to be 100 points at the start of the game. So there's 4 teams there. Na'Vi done a great game, but they didn't quite get it that time. So they have to have another round. They got out. They're looking for the Orangles now, right? But I think the averages with 4 teams, they stand a high chance that this may be our last game, because if one of them back themselves a winner chicken dinner, even if they just get 1 point, fALECX, I think that there is going to be huge. So another one to watch. You said, though, during the break when we was off air, you think this could be the last game. You think that we are going to crown ourselves a chicken. Something tells me we might have one more.
I mean, realistically, looking at all these top teams, the probability that one of them picks up one of the 4 rounds that we have seen right now is statistically relatively high. And I think with all the teams playing on a win as well, that probability might be even higher than what it usually is. And let's be honest, a Twisted Minds, a FaZe Clan, maybe even a Little W now, they have closed out lots of these games. And even now it's come really close, even for a team like Little W. So I'm just waiting for that one single circle that just keeps on giving it to one of these teams. And I think, yeah, once again, I think it's a good chance now. With all these top teams now having the second chance, except obviously for BB team and Little W, I think it might be time. I think it might actually be time. Then again, we've seen crazy stuff on that map, so I wouldn't be too sure.
It's time. It's Royal Rondo. I love this map. No, we only got 1 flight path. We've got no level of complexity that we had yesterday, but it's a southwest up towards the northeast. Again, going through the heart and soul of this map. It is a bit of a bigger map, but we are going to be there. We should expect the hot drop between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. That has been consistent through the whole course of Rondo. It just depends whether they go for the single build, and it looks like we are. So it does mean Twisted Minds are rolling the dice in this one, and if they fall early, that means they'll be waiting for a wrangle themselves. I would say, statistically, Twisted Minds have got out of this more times than not compared to Na'Vi, but a hot drop's a hot drop.
This is interesting. Twisted Minds with a perfect chance at winning this tournament.
He's punching him!
Just wouldn't hot drop this.
Punched him out!
I guess they're still going for the hot drop. And wow, he's just toying with him at this point, but it took him really long. Fair is, oh my lord, that's a nasty second pickup, but they still somehow fall one by one. Just so said left alive, and I think actually it's just perfect as well.
It's 1 versus 1. You don't mess with, you get punched out in the corner. Example proving he's the king of the boxing ring. He can't get the res here, because if he does, example, Patolian's going to make the call, but fALECX has got the nade. He might be looking to try and bounce it. Could be a nice little Kobe. Bounces off one, gets to confirm. Now he's next to push now. He's got to rip his run. It's got to be it's going to be an AK versus an MK47, a mutant. I'd rather have the AK. He drops shots. He doesn't score a Na'Vi. No, that's Twisted Minds. 16th place. And we're down to 3 teams that might be able to claim themselves a victory. Na'Vi deny. Most times Twisted Minds get out of that one. But as I said, there's a chance. It's a roll of the dice. And it rolls in the favour of Team Na'Vi.
What a shot coming out from Sosa. The drop shot from Twisted Minds. Almost would have perked out perfectly. But it just wasn't meant to be. Wow. Literally, Sosa, that's a tough shot to hit, especially if he drop shot you like that. Peeks around the corner, crouch, prone. There's no animation right between that if you do it in that order. If you prone right away, there is, but if you take the crouch first and then the prone, that, once again, is kind of the mechanic that you want to have, kind of the movement bonus that you get based off of it. It's just really, really strong. But he still makes it work. Then again, it's a mutant. Have we ever seen a clutch happening with a mutant? I'm not so sure. Give some love to this weapon, please. For the sake of everything.
Give some love to the mutant.
Yeah.
Well, gotta give some love to this team, Eternal Fire. They are looking
like
good, mate, today. I'd say arguably this is the best day out of 3. I've seen them in the finals. Obviously, for those that don't know how, have been acquired and merged up with Eternal Fire. Obviously, the bigger org, they obviously have swallowed in the whole of the HAL roster. And if you remember how HAL play, really aggressive. They like to push forward. They like to control zone if they can as well. So they're always they send it to center compound. Yeah, most of the time. Now, maybe driving's not always the best in Turkey. We're trying to get his car back up the right way. He does. He's actually going to grind on the railings as he escapes his way now down towards Bumble Squad. But I think they look more settled today. Maybe it's pressure off. Maybe because they're not in a 100-point section at the moment. It's like actually every game counts, and that might play to their stance of PUBG.
Run might have the opportunity to take down Saifu. Has Saifu spotted it? Was that a peek just there? I think he might have. I mean, he must have heard the vehicle. So I guess he kind of located Ruren. Wasn't able to hit the shots, unfortunately. Fortunate for Sakura Zenson, because they still have a very good shot at breaching the 100 points mark as well with this one, as more and more teams are closing in. Bumble Squad need a temper out game. And I think it is Na'Vi that it's around the same. As Sent has unfortunately dropped down quite a bit. They started this in 4th or 5th place. Dropped down to 6th, if I saw that correctly. So a big round for them. Maybe a 15-point dinner, if that is something that we can expect coming out from them. At the moment, I don't think we really can. Would be enough for them to breach the 100-point mark as well. So more teams are closing in. Means it's more the more likely now that teams are getting closer and closer to finishing off this game. Is that a breach? I think Xerath is breaching Gustav right now. I think Woolie's in the distance there as well. This could be disastrous, and it is. FaZe Clan, another team that is a top contender right now that is in the running to close out this game, will lose a player early again.
Yep. HKD. I'll be on the defense. FaZe want to punch him back, but he cruises by, but doesn't pull the trigger. But there, Corexy is there to pull the trigger. 1, 2, looking for the third now, making the push forward. 13 in the chamber. Ace hits hard though. Woody's on the off angle. He causes some major damage. Wait for the peak. The flash comes through perfectly, but he's unable to get it. fALECX with the huge nades coming in. They might be able to save Jeans, but they've got to keep the pressure up.
They got to keep the pressure up. It's just Wooly now The coach for TSM, he has unretired, I guess, as a player, at least for the time being. At least for this tournament. I mean, we were all looking at this lineup and thinking to ourselves, that is a random mix, but they make it work. They play perfectly. Not this time around, though. At least in terms of this play, in terms of this team fight, excuse me, as they will be eliminated one by one. Then again, can you really blame them? I think, once more, I think it's crazy these guys made it into the finals. They've not had, I want to say, 100th of the practice that FaZe Clan has had on this lineup, and they still made it in here. They still put up a good show, and Hokkaido can be proud of themselves no matter what happens in this grand final.
Hokkaido, they are legendary. Legendary! Fortunately, unable to claim out FaZe. FaZe have lost one. Down to 3 now. They are working their way up the table. Don't forget, points are key. Said before, if you have just jumped in, James obviously is looking for points here, because what he doesn't want to happen is the event to end, and if he's not the winner chicken dinner, he doesn't want to be in a 4th place. So they are looking at this format, because this is much how it's going to play out now for the rest of the year. We definitely know EWC will be playing this as well, so there's huge amounts of difference when it comes down to prize pool, so every point will count. But keeping 4 bodies up, well, that's sometimes key as well to be able to farm those points, especially in the late game.
Circle is quite interesting. Ooh, okay, Nowick gets caught off guard really early. Monodog actually has the drop on him. It's a good pickup with the MK12 to put him down. I think Guppy's trying to support him in the distance, but I think it's going to be enough for the finish. No shots being connected thus far, and he has to fall back at some point. His teammate is right next to him. They unfortunately will only be playing as a 2-man from here on out. Good circle, though, once again, for Lil W. And for Bumble Squad as well. Be reminded, Bumble Squad needs around 10 points to breach the 100-point mark as well. Another team coming out of the qualifier that has overperformed quite decently.
That's correct. Beats down to 2. They did get the win on that last game, but coming in with this one as a 2, very different. But you know me, when it comes to these solo maps, I think they are unpredictable compared to the Miramaras and the Wrangles, and an element of that is because we've had a lot more reps on those maps. FaZe Sports, they're on the south side of the zone now. We do have a little bit of a divide. The water does split the Greenland versus the sand, and these teams will reposition. We just haven't got the intel. All I'd say with this sort of area is look for the high ground, those sort of pillars. Well, they tend to retract back the zone there, but I think there's like 1, maybe 2, and that's in a more of a south to southwest corner. I just can't see it playing back as aggressively as I'd expect it to.
Wondering where BBL is going to rotate into and how they will play off of this. Same goes for VP, I think. There's quite a few teams now, BB team as well, that are still kind of waiting for the next kind of circle shift and see whether or not it's going to shift west or east. But once again, these rotations across the bridges are incredibly dangerous. And, well, I guess in the midst of all of that, you have Ascent, right? Who's one playing the Glide and the rest of them taking an emergency parachute, and I guess that's the beauty of the game as well. There's multiple ways to play a round like this, a phase 1 like this, and Ascent, I guess we got to give credit to them, picks the most creative one.
Love it. Love it. Actually, well, mentioned before his fight kicks off, Brexo's going to be able to pick up a potential landing zone for the team. So he's well ahead of him. He's going to try and find somewhere they can land. So he's picked out there's a team in the south corner side. He's moving a little bit further up the river. So he's taking more of the scenic flight path. But he's well ahead of the rest of the team. And arguably, Ascend being Ascend, big brain plays, they will be airborne. All the teams will be airborne when the zone hits. So they're going to be in the air on the shift. So they're going to get potentially one of the best spots if they need to take a prior compound away for phase number 2.
Talking about phase number 2, 13 seconds until it happens. And 13 seconds also, I guess 5 now until we have a good idea on where plenty of these teams are going to be rotating to. And it is, wow, that's a massive shift. This shift down towards the southwestern side. Massive for Ascent. They will be able to pick up deep center. Yeah, I think they will take the high ground. Even though that hill set, I'm not so sure. I mean, yes, it's a good position to rack up plenty of frags, which they need as well. Is it a winnable position, though? I'm not so entirely sure at least just yet. So I could very well see them take the compound as well, but that only obviously really benefits you if there's not a team above you. And we can see skirmishes with Na'Vi already starting. Na'Vi has over-rotated them almost, but only with a single player, so he has to fall back.
It does play back to those rock pillars. Did go aggressive. I didn't think it was going that far, but it did. has played back down towards that south-southwest. Means most of our teams now have to rotate. LW on the bridge, though. They're going to be ahead of Secura Sensen. Jedrox, those coming up late. Maybe Sparta will hit a punch, though. There's a couple on. He has to wiggle the car now towards safety. No hits on him, only towards the car. LW got to continue to send, and the electric bus, well, that says goodbye to Jedrox, though, as they go for a full send. Oh, but Sparta, always there to pack a punch, and he puts Blazer down, denying the opportunity for him to get away clean. And look at this, Sparta is coming aggressive.
He's coming aggressive indeed. He wants to work with this knock that they've just been given. So is Seifu. It's Schengen at least a couple of times, but do you know what? A completely different fight. It is actually Spyro opening up against WLA, and once again, Spyro also being one of the teams that still has really good chances at winning this tournament. One of the 4 teams, to be exact, across the 100 points mark at the very least in the last game. Could still work with his knock, maybe a little bit better than the rest of these teams, but doesn't look like there's too much of a skirmish. I don't think he got the flash either. No. Mortar. Okay.
Well, there's something worth noting. And no, your screen is not playing up, people. We are fighting in an EMP zone in the southeast corner. VP and for esports, they're going to be losing the red dots. Well, not anymore. It's back. But it does factor, actually, the opportunity that these teams couldn't rotate a little bit further in. Ascend actually has been losing players, though, on the high ground, as BBL have been punishing them. They just need to keep their heads down. There comes some shots backwards and forwards. Maybe he has to duck back round. So looks like there is a bigger fight as FaZe Clan take on. Oh, well, that's huge. They are not settled here on this map. They are trying to find anywhere for the Pandas, though. Maybe head out towards the bamboo fields, because there's another one down. And low, well, W down to the final player now for game number 4.
As we head on over to VP, it's still a fight against Foot Esports. Right around the corner, it's Quizzy. Trading out VAR. That's a tough peak, but he still makes it work, especially since it was actually 2 Foot Esports players watching him through the windows. So I guess one was more than maybe even blanked for, but doesn't matter if his teammates go down, and you can see Nixie already being flushed out. Means it's a 3-3 at least for the time being, but VAR has already been picked up right this very second, and I think that nade is not going to hit either. So it's back to a 4-on-3. Foot Esports with the VAR back on his feet. Do have the man advantage in this one.
Man advantage. I'll play out zone. We're going to wait for that shift to come through. Navi's in a really good position. I think they should breach the 100 points unless something crazy happens. Here comes VP. They're making a push forward now. They're going backwards and forwards for esports. They're trying to defend because he is down. DBNO. Lugrux, though, try and get on the defense. Maybe goes underneath to keep the pressure on. Zone shifts so back down towards that high ground now. Lugrux down to a one shot. He needs to med. Ibby has to take control. Jump shot.
Oh,
he scores.
VAR takes him down. EB just cannot seem to connect these shots. That is a tough and nasty peek coming out from VAR. A really good job by him. I would not have expected that peek either. Now, once again, at that distance, I mean, I guess the jumping inaccuracy doesn't matter as much. So really good stuff coming out from Foot Esports. It seems like they will be the winner of this fight, with just Lukarux being left alive. But then again, Lukarux is showing us as well that he can clutch these types of scenarios. He's been quite dangerous in these, actually. And the newest addition in this lineup, who's been actually playing in a different name when they were still Matt Balls. Not a different name, excuse me, a different team. I meant, obviously, while they were still playing as the Matt Balls, the other 3. And then he came later on, if I remember correctly, and has made his way into the Tier 1 scene once again. Let's pop out 3-1.
Such a good player. Looks like they're going to be able to get the res. So yeah, back to a 3-on-1. Because you have to. Oh no. They're throwing a gas can out. They want to try and get any opportunity where he might be lurking. They have spotted him. A couple more shots as they will take the opportunity now to reload their util. Maybe get some new vests. Varn doesn't need a vest though, because he's going to land on top of any player that tries to breach again. Just trying to get the intel. The vest is pretty tank though. Lukaruk's going to be creative, but he's going to try and have to take 1v1 fights. I think Vard might have seen him. No, he hasn't. That head's going to pop up. There goes. Surprise! Boom! Lukaruk scores! Vard will go down. They know where he is. T-Bone. Well, they have to keep the high ground. They have to take the high ground advantage away from them. They can't give it for free. But it looks like VP refusing to go down.
That's a really good shot. And I think Lukaruk is going to try and make a move off of that original knock. Flash comes in. Doesn't matter. Mogor with a really good and really confident peek at that as well. We'll take him down. Quite the opposite. As we see Bumble Squad here, rotating down, will be shot out of the air. Not a clean fight for them. And I think it's going to happen to more players now, with the rest of them rotating in, trying to find any kind of playing space towards the southern side.
This could be playing space. Bumble Squad are looking to try and get themselves in that 100 spot. They're a team that could do it. 91 points for them at the moment. WLA trying to deny. There's only 2 of them. Bumble Squad do have the angles. Looking to try and get the confirm if possible. Fake needs to move the bus. You can't really run through that. It's worth noting though. And as when you guys get 2 seconds, a huge shout out to production. Everything that happens behind, obviously, PUBG Esports, more importantly, as well as BEING ESPORts. Exclamation mark, BEING ESPORts. They do so many events, not just in PUBG. They are a driver force for the EMEA region. So if you're sitting there watching, thinking you can produce what you see, and you can be in the chance to get for the prize pool, you need to get on their Discord and follow their socials. Exclamation mark, BEING ESPORts, though, in chat. And make sure you're following the socials and get in the Discord.
Couldn't agree more. I think you said it all. FaceLine is going for a deep rotate. It's the winning play that we've been waiting for. They should now hear the shots, but they, I guess, still decide to pull up. This is a winning play. FaceLine needs to happen, though. They don't even hear it. It's all silent. What a pickup coming in from FaceClan. And now the third party chimes in as well. WA in the back lines. That is massive for FaceClan as they will get a flush on this one, too. Can they move out of the city now? Because they've just rotated too deep. I think they didn't realize their success either until it was too late.
I didn't think they were going to get killed. You can't hear that bus coming. I'm surprised they didn't just hit and run. FaceClan, though, will take the area. That is a huge rotation for position. You cannot hear the stealth of the electric bus, though. It will remind, unfortunately, Bumble Squad, as they do go out, that means they are going to be short. We're not in the placement points yet, so they're going to be ending up. They are going to need another potential 2 games if they want to be the champions of this event. BBT, while they're looking to be champions as well, they rotate also down towards the south side. WLA here with a 2. Now, don't forget, if they get a knock, that's going to be telling FaZe more information. There's the first one comes through. Fate will hit down best. Here comes a nade from Any. He goes in between the poster buildings. Don't know if they're going to be able to get it, but these nades from Fate, they could cause the Fate as BBT, well, they're being punished from third party from BBL. Oh, he's going to try and flatten him. He's going to flatten him with the emergency cover.
I think he is. Otherwise, that doesn't really make too much sense because it kind of just plays into the hands of BB. Doesn't even matter. There goes the flash coming in from Fate. That unfortunately reduces the chances of BB team winning this round massively. And besides BB, it's only really FaZe. Once again, bear in mind, it's only really FaZe that has a chance in this round. Fate hits another nasty nade on Spyro as he's trying to look for his 4th frag. And yeah, look at this. WLA is playing this one smartly. Yes, they did have the man disadvantage originally, but they're trying to bring it back, and that's just cleanly played. FaZe picked up both of these frags. Doozy as well. And that's his 5th frag in the round. Really well played from WLA.
4-1. FaZe Clan, the only opportunity now to be able to close this one out on Rondo. And for those that might be questioning why was he sending the backup for the Doritos, we've seen a kill in the playoff stages. Unfortunately, it was their own team knocking their own team with the Doritos, but it did happen. Footy Sports, though, looking for the breach as well. Can WLA do it once more? Initial shots come through. Fate gets to reload. Nade will come out now as he's going to try and bounce it off the wall and over towards the other side. Ping over. Doesn't quite get the angle that needed. Will go too far away. Footy Sports looking to breach the compound.
No good chance of doing so, but these... Well, we've seen it with BB team. These types of buildings are really tough to fight. And you might just be open for a second. You get caught off guard, and there it is. Vard gets taken down. Anybody's. The good last shot on the head of Vard sits him down. And the next circle shift. Oh, goes back towards the eastern side. This is disastrous for FaZe Clan. They were in such a good spot with that rotation, but with this one, it's all open for anybody again. Even for Ascent, who's still got a pretty good shot at this one with their position up top.
Full flash. Oh, wow. Full flash. Fate is on fire. Where have you been the whole finals? There's 9 kills now for WLA. They are clawing their way, trying to get off this bottom spot now. They are causing damage, not just to one, but multiple teams. And looks like FaZe want to try and work their way down. Crexy through the window, not too far away, will put down one. It's Chris is going to take a tumble in the kill feed, but Fate, well, loads the shotgun, makes a push forward, looking for T-Bone. He's on the outside edge. He's positioned. Now Fate's going to know he's going to be able to hear the sound cues. He's not as close as to be expected, and is he going to just try and launch it through? But FaZe Clan, well, they're going to move in there. I think this is key. They have to clear this south side.
This is so good. Fate, 7th frag. Oh, my Lord. Fate is on an absolute killing spree. My goodness. This guy cannot be stopped, but now it is FaZe on the other side, and he might just be spotted out. I don't think he realized this. I mean, that van. Sure, this was a great play by FaZe Clan, but it all happened due to the fact that they had this van, and this van has been with them for the entirety of this round. I mean, this van is their best friend in this round. I think they will trade this in for Gustav any day of the week if it has that kind of result. 9 frags now for FaZe Clan, as they keep on pulling up on people that have no idea about them.
It is dangerous. The fact that you can't hear is key, is crucial. We've already seen the impact it has. Well, Na'Vi, they're looking to try and get themselves above the placement. And what we're on 7, so as they need another 2. 5 kills. They're on a technically 98 points, including that 1 for placement points. They're going to wait for a few more teams now to fall. Well, there's one of them. That's Na'Vi actually picking up that. That's going to be putting them closer towards that point. So a couple of points now remaining for them to reach that 100 points. BBL, well, right underneath Securus Sensor. We're going 6 teams, 18 players remain. But there's that one team we need to keep an eye on, and that is FaZe Clan.
Nade from Smash. It's not a bad nade, unfortunately, just no one there on the receiving end. But Cypher gets dropped down either way. This is interesting. Was that actually Lyman with his nade? Did I just... How? Wait.
It was.
How did it bounce back? I thought that was way off. That was way further east than where it originally said. It must have bounced off back at him. That's a nasty nade. So, okay, I'll take it all back. That's a good nade. Good pickup from BBL. It's going to slow down the advance of Zakuri Zenson right above them. And he's going to get the flush as well. How did that happen? Wow. If there's ever a replay for this nade, I really want to see it.
If there is, here comes the rotation through. Secure Sensor going for a full send here. BBL are here and waiting to fight him. Man's going to be down. Sparta's down. Tekken's down. Safely down. Final play now comes through. If it comes through the smoke and gets one nearly. Doesn't able to get that flash as BBL collapse. Secure Sensor will go out in 6. 5 teams remain. Will we be going to the next round? Well, at the moment, with all the other teams fighting, nobody is focusing on the duo. That is FaZe Clan. Na'Vi, 6 kills on the board. They're trying to deal with EF. They're wrapping their way around. BBL on the other side. Looks like Na'Vi are going to be finding themselves in that 100-point spot now. So he said, well, there's a quick kill. Confirmed that 7 on the board. That there will be sending Na'Vi. How will be confirmed up over the 100 points? That'll be another team added towards those potentials. Could Na'Vi win this one out? Can they close out? Can they deny FaZe? Well, FaZe have only got the 1 and BBL causing the damage. We might be going to that Erangel.
I think it looks very likely at this point in time. With FaZe Clan once again being the only team that can really take home this tournament in this round. And they've secured 10 frags already. We said that, I mean, James told you actually that they're still going to play for points unless they can really win a round safely, which is something you kind of can predict in the first 3 phases, at least in terms of winning chances. But they're not going to win it. That's a whole different question. But at least in the first couple of phases, I want to include phase 4 actually, you get a pretty good idea on how likely it is and how tough your road is going to be depending on the next couple of circuit shifts and your position at that point in time. And in this one, it did look very unlikely until that breach came in. But that way in through the southern side, just a tiny bit too much. Na'Vi now rotating in. It's being shot by BBL, who still has all 4 players left alive. 54 points, even a win wouldn't get them anywhere close to the 100 points mark, but it would be a start.
Well, it's what time to start. Hey, game number 4 of the finals after 3 days. BBL, let's start going, guys. Well, if there's one person you can count on, well, that's the Welsh Dragon. That is fALECX. It's going to put another point on the board. That's number 11. Those points are keys. Worth noting what appear might be a little bit of a lull. You got to remember they're fighting for the points, right? Because if let's say FaZe get the win, right, they will jump up towards top. BB goes second, Twisted Minds and Low W, then Na'Vi, right, as it stands at the moment. So it's crucial to get as many points secure, because if it ends and you are not the champion, you want to be in that prize pool. Well, EF going to come in the lines of FaZe. fALECX refusing to play for win. Now he could get involved. The fight has started with BBL and Na'Vi. Does the Welsh Dragon claim it? He's going to find out very quickly. He's the only person on the south side of the zone, and he could move himself into a danger position. This is one to watch.
Oh, another good pickup on Ferris, and that, at the very latest, should seal the deal for Na'Vi. I know they have rest back on the other side, but without any kind of knocks towards BBL. I think it's going to be really unlikely for fALECX as well. fALECX gets spotted out. He's still not inside the safe zone, and he just cannot self himself. He's in the crossfire from both of these teams. Akatori takes him down, and it's a 4v2 now. Obviously, with Ferris already being knocked down. No chance of revival, realistically. And now all the angles should come into place perfectly. BBL, we might see the first dinner now with that Nate Numan in that we have from them in the grand finals.
Oh, fALECX went the wrong way. Imagine if BBL received knocks and fALECX went the other way around. He wasn't to know, but what we do know now is we have another team in 100 points and yet another game. There's the winner chicken dinner. BBL 19-point game. Na'Vi are going to take this because to get the reset, they're able to go claim themselves a victory. You've got to remember, you have to have 100 points before the game starts, and Na'Vi will be happy that Rondo's ended and they're above that line.
Yeah, I felt like it could have happened earlier, but I think this is still a good pickup for them. Same goes for FaZe. I think they did a really massive round, actually. I don't know how that happened. I think it all started with that one drive straight through the middle out of all the teams. Somehow no one was shooting them, and they made it down with a van, with the electric van, actually. So for both of these teams, a really nice round now going into the next couple of games.
Well, I was punishing the electric van. It was punishing for Twisted Minds on the hot drop. But what's not going to be punishing is the opportunity now to get yourself some G-Coins. I said we've got loads to be able to give away. We're not going to do a photo this time. We're going to do some more questions. But watch out if production are cheeky and they try and slip in an answer. For those that don't know and you are joining in, it's the first couple in chat. But you need to make sure your whispers are open if you are on Twitch, because if you are one of those successful people to claim the victory and get the answer right to the question, you will bag yourself some more G-Coins. Which tournament is happening next weekend on twitch.tv/PUBG_Battlegrounds, aka this channel. Is A, PEC Fall, B, Esports World Cup, or C, Protality EMEA Tour? Obviously, A, B, or C. Get in chat as quickly as you can.
Tell us about it, Mark.
Not just me. I think I know, because I'm going to be there. Protality EMEA Tour 2. Obviously, we kick things off at the beginning of the year. Go, Mark. It's in your calendar. It 100% is in my calendar. More importantly, it's also in fALECX's calendar as well. As we will be joining you this time next week as we'll be going through the playoff stages for that event.
It's going to be a massive celebration of PUBG esports again. Make sure to tune in. Protality has always been good fun. Same goes for the rotation, obviously, to household names at this point in time in terms of PUBG esports series outside of, obviously, PAC Fall and PAC Spring. So make sure not to miss it.
Oh, this is interesting. Which car models are available in-game from the current collaboration with Lambo? That is a very, very interesting. You've got to be reading the patch notes for this one, because obviously it is a detailed. But again, get your answers in chat. A, B, or C, and there we go. Straight with productions instantly on it as well. It is B. We're going to see, obviously, as the LPI 800 is also in. The others have been taken out. So another opportunity, another chance. If we continue, we still have more G-Coins, I believe, to give away as well. So as long as the rounds will keep going, we will keep providing you guys and girls out there with the opportunity to win. But for now, there is one opportunity, and that is going to be able to take a break. When we come back, we are going to a wrangle, and that means it is the only maps now we will continue. If we go over 6 games, it will be a wrangle, a wrangle, a wrangle, a wrangle until we claim our winner. Let's take a break. We'll see you guys, though, in a wrangle. It's time to wrangle. It's the final map, people. I love that in chat everyone's going, well, is this the last map, Mark? You don't know. You need to watch. What we do know now is there are no other maps to play. The question is how many more teams will go above that 100-point mark, because Na'Vi has joined the roster of Royal and they will be driving forward. Remember, you have to be in 100 points before the game starts to be able to be in a chance to win the winner chicken dinner and then claim yourself champion of the Rotation Summer Edition. Great game, fALECX. A lot to break down. I think we do need to go back and start with that phase, because that electric bus was key to their successful rotations into a lot of teams.
Quite the rotation indeed. I never thought about the electric van being as strong in esports, and I've said that before, I think, during the playoffs as well. I would love to see that vehicle on all the maps, because it just gives you so much more variety in terms of vehicles you can pick up. Because first of all, it's pretty strong in acceleration, so it's not necessarily too big of a disadvantage. It's still kind of a disadvantage in comparison to all the other big cars, but not too big of a disadvantage so that you're not going to take it at all. And second of all, it gives you plenty of cover. And third of all, I mean, these silent pull-ups that we've just witnessed, they do change the outcome on some of these games. They did for fALECX in this one as well.
Well, let's remind ourselves of the leaderboard after that one, because there are big changes. So BB Team, FaZe, Twisted Minds, LoW, and Na'Vi now will claim their way through to, as I said, that golden ticket, the precipice of able to maybe try and get themselves a winner chicken dinner. Bumble Squad not too far away. Ascend obviously tried to make as best they could. I think Ascend had a huge opportunity in that round to try and claim some more points. Look, we've seen it a lot. At the moment, the zones are playing back towards the high ground. I was quite surprised about how aggressively it did play in towards that south or south-southwest. But Ascend had the opportunity. They got the high ground quite early, but they didn't really make use of it, and they stayed up there maybe a little bit too long for my liking.
Yeah, also, whenever we see them in Circle Center, they seem to be the first team out of anyone to just get picked apart. I'm not sure if it's just their willingness to do more than they need to, but well, yeah, once again, whenever we see them in Circle Center, they lose players out of almost no necessity. It was Na'Vi this time around that pushed them, but they knew of Na'Vi so very early on, and they still lost players to them, despite originally over-rotating. Na'Vi, I said it before, yes, Favorist was potentially the first one there, but it was really close, and he was the only one. So Ascend definitely got there first with all 4 players at the very least, so they should have had the advantage on that fight, and then playing down from that hillside, that's typical Ascend play that you would love to see, but you're not getting that if you're not staying alive as 4 players. And they just cannot seem to stop that mistake. They did for a brief period of time in this tournament, but it starts back up now, and that's just not when it's supposed to happen.
It's like playing hot and cold. Good day from Ascend, bad day from Ascend. Good day from Ascend, bad day from Ascend. They just need to work on that consistency. I think you said it yesterday, when they are confident, that's when they look really good and look really strong. Talk about confidence very quickly before we get into game number 5. Secure Senton, wow. Like, Sparta, insane. Safety on the push as well. Aggressing. I think they're kind of feeding this format now. They are chasing the 100 points. They're putting themselves in the striving spot. They had a much better playoffs. They've had a much better, I suppose, qualification period. The finals haven't been as strong, but they are, I think, getting used to this now. They're getting used to this format. And what we need to get used to, well, there's only really one map left. Let's get into it, though. It's map number 5. It's a southwest up towards the northeast. Will this be the last game, chat? Let us know. How many games do you think we're going to go to? I'm calling 7. I don't know. I think there is a high chance we might end here, but there's a high chance we might get more teams in that 100-point seat.
There's one more team now that have just entered that 100-point mark. It is 5 teams that have the potential to take home the tournament win. Na'Vi has joined the ranks of FaZe Clan, of LoW, Twisted Minds, and Bat Boom. And that is what it currently means to all these teams. That is all these teams that currently, once again, have the chance of taking home the championship, the win here at the Rotation, the Summer Edition, with a single chicken dinner.
Is a single chicken dinner, and 100 points is what is needed. Not in the same game, though. Not in the same, guys. So, obviously, Na'Vi claiming that 100 points. Last game, they do start now, and they are in that golden ticket. If you're on the map stream, I definitely recommend, if you have a second screen monitor, iPad, phone, even get it to the side. Even with a phone, you can be able to watch, and you can see on the outside, like this overlay here, perfectly produced. But on the map stream, we get the golden tickets. We know exactly who to keep an eye on. And rotation are key. We spoke about it. FaZe were looking for the win now because their rotations were key. No hot drops. Wrangle, most well-rehearsed map. We'll have to wait and see where this zone is going to pop up. A couple of seconds away from that. I think that's going to be a real decider. Will BB team get it? No, they don't. We'll go for another east. A southeast again. So these teams will get moving and wait and see where the position will go up. It does favour FAX FaZe.
Yeah, Yes, it does favor FaZe to some degree, but it's still a very open circle. I think it's way more open than, for example, the Rondo that we've seen, right? In terms of very few kind of endings that we've seen in that regard. So I think still very open, despite obviously FaZe having the prior on some of these centralized positions. But yeah, too early to tell in my opinion.
It's too early. Prio positions are up for grabs now as we get to play the if this or that, as we are with Diffix and Na'Vi this time. They're going to move themselves towards Nova. Obviously, they will try and move over. Now, Na'Vi like to spread quite early and get information. My question is if they remain on this south side, how long for? We do obviously see teams camp out this east bridge. We'll have to wait and see for that one. But this, for me, screams FaZe. This is their area. This is their drop zone. Will they stay in Milta? Will they expect the zone to shift back their way? Or maybe go for that 2-2 split? You kind of know that Milta power. You know the compounds into that, I suppose, just sort of southwest of there. Maybe go for a 2 split and try and hold out. Maybe hedge your bets for a win. But that would be a huge difference. As we said, FaZe want to play for points. fALECX, they don't necessarily want to focus on the winner chicken dinner. Because I think that's where they fell short yesterday.
They did fall short yesterday. This round, it's a new beginning. New day, new beginnings. So JETZT and his squad still looking for a big tournament win as well. We've talked about it. They have performed on LAN. But then again, they have big shoes to fill in terms of that old Na'Vi roster, as we said, Diffix. I guess just practicing his muscle memory. I can understand that. Actually, I did that plenty of times too. At the beginning of a game, if you have had a couple of minutes of pause, if you just don't feel warmed up just yet, take a couple of spots where you want to flick your mouse to, and then just practice that all over again and get into the groove of things, activate your muscle memory. It's a very, very real thing, actually, as an esports player. Muscle memory, it's one of the biggest things, actually, in general, in terms of aiming. So what we just saw, nothing out of the ordinary, no worries.
No, not at all. He is getting very adding to that as well. You watch some of these players' streams, their POVs, because a lot of these are casual streamers as well, and you can get POVs for them. Seifu, one of the outstanding players in this lobby, his top 16, 64 players. He even tweaks his sensitivity every game. Like, that's how his muscle memory is adapted to it. It's a very different approach to it, but continually trying to refine that perfect shot, that perfect spray. I'd argue to say he's there, give or take, but Na'Vi, they don't wait for time. They do move on over, but they are moving into the arms of WLA. And talk about moving into the arms, well, footy Sports and VP, they're looking to try and take this compound on the outside edge. Now that's by Prison.
VP has a chance of also reaching the 100 points mark. Foot Esports not quite yet, and that's a nasty drive-by. Wow, what a pickup, but he's being immediately traded. Vard is not going for the flash, though. He could have had the option to do so. He's waiting for that second peek. That repeat could be good against Vard, but he decides to push out. Quincy somehow still finds the frag. He was so ready for Vard to peek around the corner. That's massive, as it's two players now being taken out by Foot Esports. Excuse me, by VP, but from Foot Esports, obviously. And Ibby, with quite a bit of luck, Vard could have gone for the finish there. He's not going to be flashed and will be rest back up.
Now, T-Bone's really, really far north from here as well, so he's just not ready to get involved. So I think the call is now play this one as a duo, try and get some more points on the board. Yes, they're down 67. There is an argument, there is an underdog story that someone might, like VP, who is down in the trenches of the leaderboard, might claim to fame. They've got a little bit more to go. They are sitting on that 80-point mark, I believe now. Yep, and it's possible a 20-point game from VP here, and if they win it, that denies the stop of the tournament. Maybe they come back. We'll have to wait and see now. Ascend on that E-rotate again. Hopefully they will capitalise more than they did on that rondo, but all eyes on multiple teams.
I have to wait and see indeed. It's why everyone is so focused and fixated on every single one of these games, and I think that's the beauty of it. I know there's been some discussion about this rule set. Let's be honest. I mean, we can't just ignore that. There's been some discussion. It's been way less, I guess you could say, controversial than I maybe even expected it to be. I think there's actually lots of voices that said this is amazing, not only for players but also as a viewer. I think it's a good mixture of still keeping it interesting and also having kind of an open ending. Once again, keeps the suspense really, really high. And I think we're just gonna have to wait and see to come back at your words. I'm gonna have to wait and see a couple of tournaments where this is being played out. So far, at least in my opinion, it's been working out perfectly. It's an absolute blast. Especially towards the end of the grand finals like we have right here. It gets all the more exciting. Each and every single game could be the last of it. And it's not just about a couple of teams at the top. Now we have 5 teams actually in contention for the top spot.
Perfect. So very much default, I suppose, PUBG. We've had a lot of these zones, and back to your point, because I think it has been a big topic of conversation. I can only give you my thoughts and feelings as a caster and as a viewer of PUBG esports. I like it from my side of the fence because there's been a lot of tournaments that I've casted as well that you already know the final, you already know who's got the win, and you've still got a series of maybe 2, even 3 games to play out before we get the end. But actually, we could have only played maybe 1 game today, so it's very explosive. I think it will end up giving me a heart attack as a caster because you have to stay on the edge of your seat the whole time, and I think that's what PUBG are trying to create. So for me, I love it. I think it should be here to stay. It's going to be very difficult, and I think, as speaking to Arain from Navi, the coach, he's saying that these teams and players are going to have to adapt to this playstyle. It is going to be different.
It is different. Quite interesting. If you take a look at the zone, actually, let's take a look at this pickup, because it's very relevant, actually. Eternal Fire taking out Batulins as one of the top teams, losing a player early on. And I feel like Twisted Minds has had that happen now for a couple of rounds, actually. Twisted Minds seems to be caught up. Same goes for fALECX in plenty of these early skirmishes. So Twisted Minds will be weakened once more. But looking back in the zone, you can see. I said before that I'm not sure who this favors. And that's also part of the reason why so many teams have already secured themselves a spot in phase 1. You can see almost all of the hardcover spots being taken, just because it is still very open in terms of circle shifts. Like, there's a million endings in this one. It's not quite as cut and clear as in some of the maps we've seen recently, where phase 1 does indicate, at least to some degree, where it goes. This time around, I feel like it's very much open, and that's where more teams are opting for a rather early rotation to still find a good spot and to play off of the information you get because of it.
We're going to move from Ascent. Talk about rotations. They landed obviously with Epic and Milta, but they've also pushed 2. Now, is that based on loot? Is that because they're worrying that a shift might go that high up? Interesting to see. They were the ones that claimed Milta power in the playoff stage, and that lasted. That was nearly causing you a heart attack on that one. Bumble Squad, though, a team looking to get in towards that top spot. That nade from Iron Deep is going to help, though. He's on the outside. He can't really help from here. This 2-2 split, yeah, that's about to say, you need to collapse some. Iron Deep has gone over, so it'll be a 3. Actually, they're giving up the whole compound. All 4 of them are now pushing over, and with Tekers with a knock, maybe might be the right call now, because Security Center has taken one of the compounds. But whoa! Huge Kobe goes through the window. It's going to take Tekers down. What could Security Center do? They have to fully collapse now.
This is a good nade. This is such a good nade spot. It's a really underestimated nade spot as well. I feel like that's just recently, in the last couple of months, been coming a little bit more into play in these types of compounds. Well, at least when I want to say the last 12 months. Either way, it's going to be Bumble Squad. Still on that compound, picking up another frag. It's unfortunately going to be Metzi on that try, but at least it's not an enemy, because the rest of the Security and players are not inside, except for the staircase. I do think there's one more player. Never mind me. Okay, so there's one more player. It is chaotic, to be fair. It is chaotic. But yes, it's one more player into the compound. Only 2 players from Bumble Squad left alive to deal with him. Now the breach comes on through, and Tekers and Saifu each secure and not going to frag.
Oh, this is horrible. Bumble Squad just needed 1 game. This is their game 5 to get above the 100 points, but it looks like it's been denied. The shotgun goes through, sees the player. There's 1, there's 2. Pub doesn't quite get him, though. As he goes back, he can let him go too far.
No
he has to reposition. Jump shot, though. Hitman goes down. The shotgun now range 1 HP, 1 shot. They've got to keep the pressure here. The zone shifted away.
Oh,
he
Metzi
gets another 1. It's a 2 versus 1. Can Metzi pull this one off?
Metzi's nuts. Metzi's absolutely nuts. He's got the flash in hand. He wants to go for the first one, but he hears the play up close up top. And now he cannot use his shotgun anymore. We've seen it. Now the flash maybe to delay some more. Molotov comes in. It might just catch him. It breaches all around him. What? But no, somehow he's still alive. Metzi is alive and kicking, and no one has been revived. And sooner or later, he's going to need to make a move, because you can see him and he's bleeding out in the distance.
He's had to move. He's actually hit onto the fire. Manzi is on fire at the moment. The reses do happen, so he has to now reposition, looking for anything he can. Swaps towards the ace, now moving his way in. There is one player down, confirmed. 1 point on the board for them. Goes past on the other side. Stairs now clear. Need to look for the win on the outside. Safe plays Peekaboo, but not connecting. Looks like he's going to deploy the smokes here. That's really to try and stop Secure Sense and jumping round and backfilling as Manzi. Well, he's going to back himself into the corner as he's looking for any util he can use.
Oh, this is big for Secure Sense, though. If Manzi slows things down, they might be able to get the third rest. I think that's what they're doing right now. So not a good outlook for Bumble Squad now with the situation turned around and both of these rests being revived. Means he's going to have to face 3 players once more. And I know he's done it before.
Yep.
It came down to the very last 101, but doing it again, that would be something for the history books almost. Manzi continues to perform in this clutch scenario. Let's see how long he can continue this for.
Well, he backed himself right in the corner. He's got 6 smokes. We can hold here for a period of time. Secure Sensen has been driving the leaderboard, so what they've got we need to clear him and move. Manzi now moves his way around, jumps on the outside. Oh my god, he's going to catch him! There's another kill confirmed. Goes on the board. Nades come through, drops to the shotgun, waiting for the breach to come through.
He needed his own teammate.
Now goes. He has. Oh
what?
My god, Seifu's moved in. No. It's a 1 versus 1. The money goes out. Does Manzi score it? Surely not. He has picked him. He's going to now continue to go through. Nade cooked. Nade down. Will he get it? Doesn't quite get it. Sparta needs to dig deep now on this 1 versus 1.
How did the Molotov go too far and the revive once again happened? This fight is absolutely crazy. I cannot put it into any other words. Manzi now on top of the roof, still looking for his next victim. And once again, the nade from his own team, it unfortunately hits, I think, Saifu. Yes, it hits Saifu down low. So it's still back to a 2v1. Oh my lord, what a peak. Sparta expects Manzi up top. Only 1 hit though. Now he goes for the re-knock. Manzi cannot be stopped under any circumstances. But in the meanwhile, he's been revived again. This just keeps on happening all over again. And Security Sentinel's back is 2.
What more can Manzi do? What more can he do? Phase number 2 here. They have to get the reses Spartans back up. Back to a 3 versus 1. How many times have we said this?
Oh my lord, this is massive.
Now, the sound cue, they should have picked it up. The smoke will dissipate that slightly, but hopefully he can take its advantage. Looking on the other side, he's expecting them to be there. There come the smokes. Will we see Secure Sensen unfortunately drop the ball again when it comes to nades? No, they're going up and over. They did hear the sound cue, so they know where Manzi is, but where do they push out? There's no other team. This is the outside edge. It's phase number 3. Med will start to play a factor.
Yes, it will. And he's got no more utility to play with. He's put such great effort into this. If he would go out of this one with not another flush, I think it would be very what do you call this? I think it would be very almost undeserving. I feel like with what he's shown us. Manzi catches the foot of one of the players, but now his jammer pack is being depleted as well. And that means
his damage.
Sooner or later he's gonna take damage from the blue zone.
Look at the damage. He's on 460 damage. Manzi from Bumble Squad has got the sting. He's looking to try and produce more venom on these teams. Secure Sensen got the numbers though, but the zone is playing against. Phase number 3 is going to start shifting slightly away. Phase 4 is going to hit a bit more. It's going to hit hard. The Secure Sensen need to find a game plan. They need to dig deep here. They have to tie together. They cannot commit as a 1. They cannot allow Bumble Squad Manzi to produce a final blow, because it might be the final blow here for Secure Sensen.
Unbelievable. This fight is still going on. He's got 4 first aids. Good thing for him now is, if Secure Sensen gets another knock, they're probably down and out. Right? I don't think there's going to be a way for them to get back up. And now Saifu's rotating out. He's in the car already. Manzi spotted him, but he also spotted there's only 1 player. And that gives him the cue that there's still more in this. Is it 8 points though? I don't think so, as he spots the first player.
Well, Manzi's in the car and he knows to position himself. Seifu's being creative though. He's looking to get an angle. The off angle goes to the top. Seifu scores from distance. Whoa, if you need to take a Bumblebee down, you do not do it close. Seifu produces the smoke and Bumble Squad will go down. 15th place for them, but more importantly, they were so close to getting above the 100 points. That is huge. Bumble Squad need another team to win. They need one of these top 4 teams to fall out and fall short. But as it stands, they're already here and in. Sorry, not 4-5, because we've got Na'Vi. I forgot about Na'Vi. Here's another opportunity, but all of them are still in and still alive. FaZe on the outside edge. Zone has shifted back towards Prison being the center, and Twisted Minds have locked themselves in. Maybe the jail cell, as they want the zone to come back to Prison.
Ascent having to rotate out of mid-up player for one of the first I think the first time, actually, never mind me. And will immediately be facing FaZe Clan. Oh, correct. He missed the plays towards his right. How did he miss that one? In no way in hell. How did he miss that one? That's a big mistake on his part. Unfortunately, you really missed these two players, and he's going to pay the price for it. Eraser being taken down, and I think James as a result of that as well. KLICKEN is going to peek across the ridgeline. Surely he's going to spot James any second now. But somehow he's still standing. Now he's getting put down. Chris is going to be there to support KLICKEN. And that is 2 players down. That is so unfortunate. Just one look towards the right would have changed this entire outcome.
Yeah, more importantly, Gustav had to give up his position, his hold. You can see BBT on the map there. They're going to reposition himself and close out the winner of this one. There's another one. Ascend refusing to go down. Maybe it's not a day hot and blowing cold. It's a game as Ascend looking to climb their way. But BB team, look at this. They're going aggressive. They know FaZe Clan are down numbers. They are positioning himself. Vex looks back. We've got to look back to the Dragon to see if he can dig himself. It's Chris is there. A few shots come back. Needs to rely on BB team. He's waiting, watching. But BB team haven't quite fully engaged, and there we go. That's what BB team needed. Ascend wipe out FaZe as they will fall in 14th place.
Good cleanup. It's a clean cleanup as well from Ascend, and I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Corexis just looked towards his right a tiny bit more. Ascend
mad, isn't it?
had a tough pathing towards them, and Blue Zone at their backs. I think it would have been a really tough cross, but it worked out perfectly. Ascend up towards 87 points. If they secure a couple of more, it's not even unrealistic for them at this point with the position they have to secure some more points and once again maybe breach that 100 points mark. Bomber Squad is definitely not going to be the ones to do so.
Nope. And Secure Sentinel find themselves as a trio. They're still causing some problems. Tunnel Fire Runa, he's on the off angle though. They've received Code Marco, his DBNO. They're looking to try and get the confirm. Might want to try and look for that flush. And he now gives away his off angle. Sheila in the smoke. We know he can dig deep as well, but can he dig as deep as Madzy? We'll wait and see.
More shots being put out toward their side, and still only the Mad knocked. With the first fight being now concluded, is BBL being the first ones to be taken out of that whole Visual Tower skirmish. And BBL also has made some big strides, obviously, towards that 100 points mark, but it's not enough just yet. 70 points as they will be forced into the next game. Senator, meanwhile, has tried to make it down. It's actually, I mean, that must have been in the car, right? He tried to send it down, but I don't think he expected Twisted Minds and FUT Esports to be inside of it. And I think even though that was a no-nade and meant for KLICKEN, not going to matter too much. FUT Esports also with that high building in a pretty safe spot to revive.
That was, I don't have a glider, so I'm going to make the car work. Full send for Ascend as they descend themselves in towards prison as the zone does tighten itself down. I do worry if it does play across to the west and we're back towards Secure Center. These teams are going to be stuck on the outside edge. Well, now for now, on the east side, we've got Na'Vi sitting on the top. BB team already down 1. They might be down for 2 now. They are, as Na'Vi trying to dig out Spyro and a doozy. Dangerous duo to be had. Can they pick apart Na'Vi? And the question is, oh, nade and shots. fALECX gets him out in the air. But teams will continue to crash in. Hypebeast have been chasing down BB team and FaZe. Now they've got to move. There's that shift they expected. It goes towards the west. As our Secure Sensing team, well, they're going to now need to hold the outside edges. Teams wrapping 11 teams. 11 teams here, fALECX, remain on a very, very difficult zone.
Difficult zone indeed. That's the one shift that if you're a Twisted Minds fan and also a Ascend fan at this point, because actually Bresco made it down. And also for the esports fan, I guess, to some degree, that you just didn't want to see happening, because now prison ending, it gets all the more unlikely. If that really was likely from the get-go, I don't think it was.
It's a gamble.
But it also means Lil W, Twisted Minds, it is indeed. Twisted Minds, Lil W, and BB are all not only weakened, but also just not in great positions to finish off this game. I want to say, maybe excluding BB, but they're only 2 men. So that position might not matter with how much opposition they have on that southern side.
Well, do we see a scenario where Twisted Minds, where they get stuck in prison here, maybe BB team at the top, going to get punished, so we're going to maybe see BB team go down, maybe not, because the doozy puts down 1, he's been flashed, lucky enough for him, no, it goes down, but unfortunately gets caught on the other side. Whoa, BB team as a duo, pick apart a 4 as if it was nothing.
Unbelievable. BB team stays alive, but there's mercy already, and I talked about plenty of opposition being towards the southern side, so yes, even if you do wipe that one team, and you do it cleanly, it might not matter. And there it is. It really did matter in the end. Mercy's not going to let that rest. They want to clear out the southern side. They want to take control of it. That's what you need to do as well. It's just VP left now towards the east side of things. And realistically speaking, and I think we are both anticipating for them to join that southern edge as well.
They are. Well, one of the teams down. Well, three, shall I say, are out. Twisted Minds and Low W, they're the ones now to try and watch. Twisted Minds with 3, Low W with a solo. Solo is in, so is the trio, but the zone continues to shift. It's going to be quite punishing. Okay, deep. Well, do arrive. Kaido needs a big game, really. They are down in 15th place at the moment, but as a reminder, everyone, it is a mixed team, and huge kudos that they made it this high already. But Ko Marco, he's going to remind them that this is his area of zone, and he will get a nice little headshot.
But Xerath. Look at this little W still in the backline there. He's not making a move just yet. Indeed, it's actually going to be Sharp Shot. The second NA player now that they've subbed one out to join this tournament, and definitely the second NA player only in this entire grand final. Definitely has a little bit of a higher ping, but might not always be too big of a disadvantage. Fortunately, the netcode is quite decent. Sharp Shot with that rotation, joining his teammates, and they will be playing as 4 players up towards the northern side.
I love it. Let's remind everyone, if you put in your guessing on the G coin, you've got to be there to receive the notifications on the whispers and obviously follow up with the guys. And if you haven't, I love it. Big shout to BEING ESPORTS. Someone didn't claim theirs, so they're giving it out in chat with questions. You've got to be active. Well, this format forces you to be active, especially when it comes down to the visual of what's happening. But keep that chat open, because there's more G coins to give away. 9 teams remain, 22 left alive, but 2 of the teams that we're watching. But we just demand and Low W to see if they can bag themselves game number 5. If they don't, we'll be going through to another game. And really the only other team here in contention to maybe get themselves above that 100-point mark was going to be that kind of Ascend, Secure Sensen. But they need to have a huge game, and they're both down numbers.
Yeah, Mercy seems unlikely as well. I mean, realistically, 6 more frags and the dinner is what they need. Sure, could happen, but there are only 22 players left alive. They would definitely need to have a good round. With VP on their side, that looks all the more unlikely, because honestly, VP has been, yeah, they have been consistent in these fights, relatively. Sure, they haven't performed as good as maybe you would expect them to, but usually 3v3s are not something they go out of without at least doing some amount of damage. And even one player being taken off of Mercy could be enough to do some serious damage and to hinder their chances massively.
Hokkaido, they're going to sit in the outside edge, and this is the danger for Twisted Minds. They've got to deal with a dangerous double solo. They've got to deal with VP, which has got the high ground. But they've also got to deal with this team sitting on the outside edge. They won't leave prison just yet. They are working around this sort of north side of zone. Does shift again towards that west. That's to be expected. We see these zones many times. But there was a chance it might have gone into prison. But there's a very slim chance. It normally bounces across the east or the west. We are positioned to the west now. Kaido will look up to the high ground. And I think the moment that we realise Twisted Minds are in prison, they might sign a truce with VP. And it might be a bit of a rain of fire to ensure they can't leave.
And there comes the first nade. Quizzy throws it over. Will be, once again, a really big one. I think it doesn't go quite as far as the first one. That was already a pretty far throw, to be fair. So Mercy will stay alive as 3 on that western edge. Has to be careful, because I think him and the rest of the Security guys are now creeping up on them. And if that fight happens, if it's a 3-way fight up there, which I think, once again, is going to happen any second, that will play into the hands of Twisted Minds. But I'm saying that they get eliminated. Wow, okay, just like that. That's the one last contender in this game to finish the tournament. Done and dusted, so we will see another round. That is for sure already.
This is mental. This format is mental, people. We could have ended on game 1. We're going to go to a game number 6. But for now, look, the teams need to try and move up. Secure Center needs a huge amount of points. 13, I believe. Brexford obviously the same, but it's a solo. It's a little bit more difficult. They are now leaving. Maybe VP, knowing that, I suppose, 30 Sports going down. T-Bone was the, I suppose, the catalyst to Twisted Minds going down and out. They'll keep an eye. But for the moment, it's outside edge play. It's going to be down to smokes. How much util is going to be a real key factor now on this end zone. And depends if you've been fighting, like Secure Sensen, you've been in the trenches for quite some time. They've had a bit of a break as they are controlling the door the west.
Hokkaido has been waiting for a round like this in what feels like forever. At least in the grand finals, they haven't been blessed with a situation like this, that is for sure. They get the circle in phase 7 as a reward too. They fought themselves into the northern side quite nicely. Let's see if they can reap their rewards entirely. Saifu's going to be tasked with defending against Mercy. Monodog takes him down though. Maybe the MK12 just a tiny bit too weak at that distance.
Sparta wants to kill.
Means another big point being picked up. It's just Sparta left now to defend them on their eastern side.
He could have saved Seifu, I think. But he needed to take the shots. They're looking for the kills. They're looking for that 100 points, guys. That might be why the decision for Sparta was to let Seifu fall. They are now looking to try and hit those shots. Here come the wrap down. Mercy Gaming needed big games as well. Waiting for the smoke, but it rolls through. Doesn't quite catch Sparta. I think he might have liked to.
Oh, that is cheeky.
On the outside. That is very, very cheeky. And look at that sharp shot. Does pick up pubg at the top. So actually the final player now for Mercy. Well, he's taking on a bit of a challenger. And Sparta, we know he packs a punch. Can he do it again? He can't!
Wow.
Mercy go through. Quick kill confirm. And that's going to be an explosive ending to Sakura Sensen as they will fall down in 5th. It's a 4-3-2-1 as we now find ourselves with the final 4 teams in match number 5.
It's still very possible for Mercy and VP, well, not for both, but at least for one of these teams to potentially make it happen. And be reminded, we still have Brexco, I think, staying alive somewhere towards the eastern side. So if he picks up the win, even that would be possible. But now it gets all the more unlikely. VP, realistically, is it still possibly mathematically? Realistically, definitely is, but mathematically, I think they will need to pick up... No, even if they pick up everyone, so never mind me. Even if they pick up everyone and get the dinner, unfortunately, it's not happening.
No, but... Remember when VP started today? Like, they've really not been high up on the leaderboard the whole of the finals.
Yeah.
And like you said, every game, they need one more game. They need one more game. But you give this team one more game, they're capitalizing. They are capitalizing at the moment to see if they can continue. They're going to want to try and clear things up, though. Next year with the AWM, you know he's going to be punishing because he was the player who denied BB team their ending on Rondo. So, let's see how they can go. 5 kills. Three teams left, and they are down a number, but let's see what they can do with the high ground.
Lokrux are looking for Brexco down there. They do know that there's still a solo somewhere towards that eastern side. Might still be a problem, because if they do move towards Hokkaido, I think that's going to be the end fight. Are they going to focus on the Zolo or Hokkaido? Because at the moment, I think the higher, the more potential, the bigger potential for I guess more points would be actually to focus on Brexco, at least until they really, really need to move. And I think that's what they're doing. We can see Lokrux is slowly but slowly creeping up on Brexco. And that would not only secure them another kill point, but also another placement point. And the positions they have, once again, Hokkaido is favored to happen.
His favourite,
yeah,
good pick. 3rd place. This is where we're seeing people that are not in that winning spot play for the winner chicken dinner. That they are playing for points, and I think that was the right play. Go for Brexco, deny ascend, try and take this ridgeline away, then play off. That's a huge knock from them as well. So Woody down. Yeah. That's allowing them now to sweep the east side because he's going to hold with the FAMAS at the top. Now they're going to try and pick apart the remaining 3.
And look at this, yeah. Once again, huge knock. It also was I think an AWM headshot straight away. So Woody absolutely no chance to retaliate there. And that gives VP the chance now. Once again, not to be underestimated. That was a big knock. Quizzy being kind of caught in the crossfire there. There's 2 players wanting to knock him down, but it's, with his retreat, not going to be possible anymore. The zone, actually, never mind me. They push all the way. Quizzy turns around. Sharpshot gets taken down. Lokrux is there as well. VP are turning things around, and they've just been nothing but unstoppable for the last couple of games. Yes, a slow start indeed, but at least in this one, they will surely take it home.
Talk about an explosive ending.
Oh my goodness.
Winner, chicken dinner. 20 points for VP. That will skyrocket them into 6th place now. They are just shy about 2 points. Potentially,
2 points.
They need another 2 games to get through, but there is this underdog story that I said that could potentially happen. They might be in a chance to claim it. There wasn't enough points on that round for them to get above 100. But wow. The polar bear claws are out, fALECX.
VP is, they're playing these rounds so disciplined. And I was so surprised. You in the midst of that little downfall they had in the tournament, were saying that maybe they need to play a little bit more disciplined. I think actually that's what they said when you asked them about it. So I'm not sure where that comes from. Yeah, sure, you had a couple of tiny mistakes, but rounds like these just goes to show you if they get put into the right positions, actually, 8 out of 10 times.
They back. Well, I think fALECX is just paused for me, so
They
I
are
can
playing.
keep talking. That's back. fALECX has appeared back. Anyway, well, fALECX is kind of working on that because I think the shocking from VP. Let's play Guess the Location. So obviously, if you have just joined in, let us know where this is actually on Rondo. Obviously, first guess is into chat. Obviously, speed, and obviously make sure your whispers are open, because it won't just be one person, it'll be multiple. Obviously, we can let you know. I know where it is. There's only really one place here because we've had some outstanding endings here at the moment.
Bamboo, if you
Easy.
can still hear me. Apparently, I had a quick disconnect. Excuse me for that one. But I think
There's too much action.
VP has shown us what I wanted to say, right? So no worries there.
Well, there's one opportunity, hopefully some more winners for G-Coin, but there is going to be more games. Unfortunately, we're not ending there on map number 5. We are going to 6. That'd be quite funny if we actually end in the 18 games. That is normal for a tournament. This is the first time that it could end short, but more importantly, could end longer. And actually, for a team that does want it to go on for another 2, that is going to VP. Have they got the discipline to take it to the wire for another 2 games? We'll have to wait and see. When we come back, it's going to be a break, but we'll be back on a wrangle once more.
The double as well! The double elimination!
And it doesn't
It's
matter how this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down!
What a game. We are going to game number 6. That is huge because the teams are clearly playing for points at the moment and they're not focused on the winner chicken dinner. I think the change of mindset has happened a lot earlier than I would have expected. This is the first time in this region that we are seeing this format being played, and yes, there are more points. Yes, there is 100 compared to that 70, but for me, there's a mindset change. Some teams not being blessed with the zones to get the winner chicken dinner, so they are trying to play for the points, and that plays into the arms of teams like VP because they are clawing their way up this leaderboard and potentially in striking distance to be able to get above 100 and maybe a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's dangerous for all these top teams right now. They've crossed the barrier of that 100-point mark relatively early on because obviously, the longer this goes, the longer this day 3 goes, the more teams have a chance of closing out this tournament.
Yeah.
And what you've said, I can only agree. It feels like not all the teams are 100% set on just making sure they have the biggest chance of winning a round like this. It still feels like some of these teams, at least, are picking fights maybe a tiny bit too early, and thus, if they do lose players, they're giving up on these rounds maybe a tad bit early.
It's also worth noting it's definitely a big change that people are crashing into and taking over. We saw Ascend with that fight with FaZe, we saw BB position and even Hypebeast position in. So again, we're having the map feed up, I think is key. You can watch these teams actively pushing. Well, still 5 teams. There's no one there just yet. Ascend store short as they are trying everything they can, but VP now leapfrog. VP were like in 13th, 12th place. They've been up and down that right-hand side. There is an underdog. I can say it's an underdog. It seems to be an underdog. Polar Bear is working. 98 points for them. Remember, you have to be on 100 points to be in a chance to be able to claim the victory. So for VP, they need to get above 100 points. But if they win the next game, fALECX, it will not stop the tournament.
Yeah. Same goes for Ascent and Bumble Squad. Bumble Squad has been clinging on to that 90-point mark for so very long.
Yeah.
And that obviously gives the opportunities to Crew Ascent and a Mercy Gaming, as well as to some degree Eternal Fire. These teams have caught up quite nicely. 1 round could be enough for all of these teams up towards 11th place to grab that barrier. But as you said, even if they do, the winner in this, so the dinner in the same round is not going to be enough. That's the rule set, so they will need to obviously do that in a different round than the one they breached the 100-point set. But still, 5 teams. We've said it before, realistically, statistically, it should happen sometime soon, but we said the same thing with the last 5 games.
Talk about 5. 5 is your magic number now, chat. We've got 5 teams that are in a chance to potentially take it. But more importantly, we have 5 teams, as fALECX just said, in clutching distance to be able to get themselves above the 100-point mark. This could be a big game. If we do not see one of the 5 teams claim it. I argue to say that a number of these teams, if not all 5, because there's only really 10 points for some of these teams to get on the board, we might see more teams in there. At that point, you have got to favour that maybe that game 7 would be the ending game, because there are far too many teams that are over the points, and it becomes the other side of the story. Actually, the teams that don't have the points, like, they've got a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah, also, these aren't just any teams. These are the top teams in the lobby that have a chance at taking home the dinner. And at that point, as you've said, at that point, it also becomes... let me put it this way. The dimension that we had added at the start of this day, meaning that you have to focus certain teams, kind of gets less and less important the longer this goes on. Because there's... Sure, you can take out this team that has reached 100 points mark, but there's probably going to be 3 other teams alive at that point if you do it mid-game. If you do it late-game, that's a whole different story, but we haven't really gotten to that point yet, have we? Maybe Lil W has been the victim of it to some degree, but I would have loved to see that round happen without Lil W being at such a disadvantage from the get-go, right? They were the team to have to access the compound. So we haven't really seen that added dimension, unfortunately, because none of these teams, surprisingly, have really made it into late game as an actual contender to pick up a round. And I want to see that happen now. I want to get it down to the wire, maybe have a couple of teams survive. I saw in the chat here and there, people were hoping for more than just 1 contender to be alive in the end, maybe 2, maybe 3, and it coming down to that one big showdown in this 6th map. And who knows? What we do know is it's going to be a wrangle once more.
Well, It's showdown time, people. That flight path is going to be the Wild West. It's a southeast up towards the west, as it does favour. Maybe we end on Millie. Maybe we crown a champion on that southern island. But for now, there are 5 teams looking to get above that precipice of 100 points. And there are 5 teams looking to end the tournament because maybe the players want to play 6 games. Maybe there's an agreement that they are looking just to divide the points up. I very much doubt it because I can see teaming. I can see aggressive stances, and the change that this format is bringing. There go our teams. No early drops and fights too soon, but there's a little fight for some of the cars, and that Pan, well, taking on FaZe Clan in their home turf is dangerous.
It is dangerous indeed. And that's also dangerous for FaZe Clan because they cannot afford to lose a player again. FaZe Clan has been the victim of FaZe 1 fights for, I want to say, 3 out of the last 5 games. And if it happens here again, this is nothing short of disastrous for them. This is, once again, worst case scenario if you want to have good chances of picking up a round. Then the one thing you want to really just eliminate is losing a player early on. It looks like he's only got the pan. Is that correct? Are we correct in the assumption that there's only a single pan in this entire building? Has he just been absolutely
trolled?
Oh my lord, he has been duped on by the PUBG gods
He's
apparently
been
because
he's been PUBG.
There's only been a pan in this entire. I don't even know what to say. This is me in ranked games.
Yeah, me most games, to be fair, mate. That's maybe because I'm a fair playing around with the pad, but look at those shots coming through. Fate providing the fate that he wants to, and yet again, WLA, well, they're down to a technical 2 at the moment, and they're looking to try and dig deep. Gustav down to a 1 shot. He has to keep his head down as he will scrub all around the compound to try and find a full med kit, but bandages are going to be what it takes. But he's got reinforcements in the arms of FaZe, and Fate, well, he's going to put down any bodies, and it goes down to Fate for WLA.
Anybody's indeed has been taken down. The second frag to be picked up. Gustav quite confident on that peak. Then again, if only his head kind of pops out across the ridgeline, then I guess he's safe to some degree because he would be 1 shot anyways. Or the fake taking down fALECX, that changes now. James needs to pick up the frag, and he does. They know he's the last player. He did get kind of chaotic that for a very brief moment, but nothing too dangerous has happened. And FaZe Clan, they salvage as best as you can. They do not lose a single player. That's the most important factor around this. What they will lose, though, is rotation timing.
They get points, though, right? And for those that it's worth noting, and when it comes down to leaderboard, let's say, I don't know, Na'Vi win the event, right? They're in 5th place at the moment. That means they will take 1st place. BB will go 2nd. FaZe will go down towards 3rd. So yes, there are 5 teams above the 100-point mark, but the points are crucial for those teams. So don't drop the ball on that one. Don't just look for the winner chicken dinner, because when we look at the prize pool as it will be distributed out, not just on this event, but mainly for the second half of this year, you want to make sure you get those higher points. And that's what James was talking about when we was rattling on about it on the pre-show, is points really matter, and that's what FaZe are playing for.
Zend, one of the teams that has... what? Is there an iOS and Android logo buff? What is that?
Always.
iOS, I guess he prefers both systems?
No, I think it's what phone he prefers.
But he prefers both, Android and iOS? That would be the first truce if I've ever seen one between these... between these 2 preferences.
Android for life.
Doesn't it go like an Mark, we'll see about that one when we meet in Cologne next month.
We can have an iPhone versus Android off. We're going to play PUBG, mate. PUBG.
yeah. We actually can get a quick 1v1 in there. And Cobra apparently prefers... Ah, okay, so it lights up. I have never noticed that. It lights up. That is so cool. That is so cool. Thank you, production. So I guess we got to guess. He prefers UAZ. I know this one. He prefers UAZ. Oh my goodness, get me out of here. I played in a team with this guy and I don't know his preferences. Oh my lord. Definitely the fruit. Definitely the fruit. There's no way around this. Okay, at least
I've been watching these. I've been loving these. I love them because most of them have been going for the kills. So they've been asked the same question, the same series of questions.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the insight into the players.
That's lovely.
I love the insight. Sometimes we know more than others. Falex likes to think he knew more of the 17, but he's been proven wrong. He has been proven wrong. But
no, Mika's answered wrongly. Sorry, put it like that. Mika's just
it's production's
answered
problem.
the wrong way.
No, it's production's problem, was it? Is there?
Yeah, all that. Could be both of those things.
Wait and see. Zone obviously has come in towards the central. Secure Sense and are going to push down towards that South Pachinki hill. That's really good for them. I'd love to see that South Pachinki ending. We see some really good plays, especially in the trench. Actually reminds me of how FaZe like to play if they might be wanting to get a full send in here, but they're quite far out. Navi on the other hand need to be careful of the cars as causing themselves a little bit of damage. Most teams are positioning themselves in and around that centralized area as they are scouting forward. The west is clear. That's going to be favouring Foot. Arkido, they come in. Actually, Hypebeast as well. They might even swing in on this sort of low southwest side. That'd be pretty good if it does play back toward the southwest corner, but it's all worth a watch. But for now, hold the compound. Don't lose the players. We are down to 15 teams as we have lost one and nearly. Maybe if you did pick the other car, it might have kept all 4 wheels down.
Twist your minds in LW. Still going for fast splits towards centralized positions. Hakatori though, let's take a look at the southern fight. Is able to take down Mika. We've literally just talked about. Good thing for Ascend is, it's only 2 players right in front of them, but they don't seem to be, unfortunately, in knowledge of that fact. And actually it's the 3rd team chiming in now as well. Basically it's picked up, and I think very surprisingly picked up by pubg. I don't think he expected this. At least one trade has happened, and that's just Chris and Hakatori.
It is just Chris. Hakatori. Send. Good game, bad game. Good game, bad game. There's consistency here. I like it. Keeps it clean. Let's see if they can get the res on Mika back. KLICKEN now has to hold off pwd. The rest of Mercy will swim their way over, and they will breach like Navy SEALs on this southern dock. And it looks like Navi, who are in the driving seat, they're going to accept the loss of 1. So they want to try and win this one now with a 3.
I have to rotate back. Not worth it for any of these teams. I feel like they've ruined Ascend's chances now, and they've kind of ruined their own chances as well. I mean, 94 points. That is a perfect situation now to actually to pick up the remaining points that they need. But yeah, as a 3-man, I mean, not to be ruled out, definitely not, depending on how the circle shifts happen, and maybe if it does go to the southern side, actually a good chance to pick up maybe more than what they need, but still, they will be weakened. Warning though will be weakened as well, and that is weakened down to absolutely 0 HP because Duffy has laid the trap and had trapped.
That's it. 1 kill. Now I gotta try and take on G4 the South teams. Type Beast. Hokido will, well, they clash a little bit. As the game is still trying to get all their bodies. As well, Ascend, they have lost 1 as well, but they have claimed a point, so a little bit more of a standoff. Let's wait and see. I still think there is a big question of how many games, chat, are we going to have? Well, with Mercy Gaming putting knocks in like that, they'll be looking to get themselves above the 100-point mark as they are now sitting on that 91.
KLICKEN trying to put him down. He does as well. Ibaku falls to the hands of KLICKEN. Pre-fires the left-hand corner. Unfortunately, no one there. Next player is also towards the shoreline. KLICKEN could be a 3K. He takes down 2. And there's no trade happening. Somehow, these fences are, I guess, the best defense KLICKEN could have hoped for, as he stays alive for at least 1 more fight.
He's trying to stay alive. Trying to get the knocks, trying to get the confirms down. They've got a few. No DBNOs. Navi might come back this way after reading the kill feed. I might be looking for the opportunity to try and confirm out both these teams, but it'll be down to the zone. 52 seconds before we see that zone now move on. Ascend now losing. 1 down. It's Chris's DBNO. KLICKEN arguably saving the day at the moment. It hasn't got any more heavy util. Mercy Gaming going to push forward. It's going to be down to Mika. He's going to launch out that blue zone nade.
Flash coming above his head. Mika, I feel like it's all on his shoulders now. He needs to win this fight. If he wins this fight, it's high chances that they will win it. It doesn't happen. Bogati lets Mika fall down to his knees. And that means Mika's going to be flashed any second now. It's just KLICKEN left alive. He's had some pretty insane shots, let's be honest. But until we won from his position, doesn't look all that likely. He's going to try to go for a southern wraparound. Smart decision. Might catch Bogati off guard.
KLICKEN. He's got a dig deep down. 2 kills already. Looking for another one. Does get 1 down. Picking apart Mercy. Gaming zone will shift. Looks like these guys are now outside of zone. Yep, they are. It has gone very heavy back towards the west. So Gatka is in, Chopsticks are in, and we're leaving Pachinki now on the outside edge. So both these teams now need to get shifted. Navi, you can see him in the background. They're going to rotate past. KLICKEN is going to try and look for the confirm, but Mercy Gaming is playing hide and seek at the moment. He's waiting for him to make the push. He's baiting in KLICKEN to get the flush. I think he's going to look for any util he can use, because I think that's the angle they're looking for. Oh no.
That's a good pickup by Hype once again. I mean, wow. VP has not
VP.
secured 2 points. I got to get back to that storyline really quickly. Wow. Too fast for us to notice, but yeah, VP, not going to happen in this round. It's not going to be, at least in VP, it's not going to be the contender to pick it up. Instead, it's actually Ascend. Getting really close now. Wait, that is the 5th frag. KLICKEN clutching things.
Yep.
I said that rap might have been a good idea, and he did it. But I think one more frag is needed, right? I think they needed 6 before that. Two? They're
on 98 now. 98
wow.
points. So 2 more frags. We thought VP might be doing it. It looks like it could be an Ascend. There are 4 teams now. I'm going to say, actually, no, because Mercy Gaming are out. So they're down. VP are out. Maybe Bumble Squad, maybe Secure Sensing can dig deep here. They can get themselves over. Maybe Eternal Fire need to light the fire in this game to get themselves over the edge as well. But for VP and Mercy, they need another 2 rounds.
Good nade over the top once more. As it is Eternal Fire engaging Zakuri Zensen. These have been the 2 most centralized teams in this current phase. Zakuri Zensen, right from the get-go, has been centralized from phase 1 onwards. How is he not spotted? How's he not spotted? Oh my goodness, he almost would have had the chance. But Zypher will be trapped between 2 Eternal Fire players. And we'll go down almost immediately. It's just Sparta left now, as well as Tekers. They're on a car already. Rotating off. Tekers, oh my... Wow, he almost got shot out. These are some really good shots. Not easy ones to hit, especially if the car's going up and down. Actually, really hard to track, but they made it work. Sparta is driving off into the distance as well. So at least 2 players will make it out alive.
He's made it alive. And why he's made it out alive, we need you guys to type !BEING ESPORTS into chat, because you need to get on the Discord. You need to get on the socials. These guys are not just on PUBG mobile games. But thanks to PUBG Esports and BEING, they're able to produce this amazing content for us. So make sure you're in the know when it comes down to any final events that these guys might be producing in this year, if not next year. And do you know what? A great community, outstanding community. So nonetheless, if you just want to get in there and network with other PUBG people, that's the place to be.
Bomber squads needs 8 points. 1 more team. Besides Mercy, VP, and Zakuri Zensen, that is on the brink of qualifying for that 100 points mark. And the interesting thing about this early game is now, the game before we had all the top teams going out, so we didn't really have a contender anymore relatively early on. This time around, it's all the teams in the middle that were supposed to make it, let's be honest, they were supposed to make it. I mean, Ascent needed like 7 points for the get-go. Yeah, they did. VP needed 2 points. Mercy only needed like I don't even think they needed double digits. But all these teams have been taken out early, and that means more space now for the top teams to make it happen.
Yep. There's some space needed, and Ascend are again showing us why they like to break apart different types of rotations in. That's they're going to get away with it. It's only phase number 3. As long as they've got the meds, they can maybe pull in on the underneath that southwest bridge and move in. But they haven't got a lot of playable terrain, so they really need a car. Hopefully there is a car still by that southwest bridge that they can claim. Another team has taken it away. BB team are in. Twisted Minds are in as well. RV and FaZe need to get themselves in towards zone. As FaZe, well, they're going to go round Ido. As it's going to just, I suppose they're going to give out that compound. That's the right play, I think, for them. They're going to move back. FaZe might be scouting this one and maybe moving into that compound.
High Beast with lots of options actually to move deeper, not deciding to do so. Sanguis for BB team. It's quite unusual that we have this kind of a circle with all the centralized spots all around the forest being untaken, right? I mean, the western compound is pretty good. There's good ridgelines towards the east of it. Even the single-story building right above Philfirst is usually one of the first spots that all these teams are tend to take. So I'm very surprised to see it untaken, despite the zone already moving towards phase 4. So quite the interesting situation at hand. Goes to show you that even though we have all the top teams alive right now, the teams with the chances, I'm talking LW, Twisted Minds, FaZe, PB, and maybe even Na'Vi, they decide to not play as centralized as we might expect them to do.
No, there's a knock. LW will take out Bumble. Madzi is the BNO, but you know, he packs a punch. He refuses to go down most of the time as well. So we need to wait and see how that one ends. But Bomber Squad need to get to him. Smoke will have to be deployed. The smoke will go here. We're going to see maybe more teams come involved and get crashed into the locations. Bomber Squad in a bad spot, no cover. Just allowed the smoke to dissipate, but that car is taking a pounding. Oh my god, Eternal Fire come flaming through and destroy Bumble Squad. 13th place, and another team denied the opportunity to get above 100 points. This is the change that I'm expecting. Teams are now actively trying to stop people get to the 100-point mark.
That's massive. That's massive for all the top teams because it means less contenders up there. Realistically, except for Zakuri Zenson and Ascent, looks very unlikely that anyone else is going to do it. I mean, even Ascent is down to a single player. Zakuri Zenson is down to 2 players. For them to get 8 points, heavily unrealistic. For Ascent even to get 2 points, even as a solo, I know it sounds easy, but we're on 12 teams, and it's phase 3. Where's he going to rotate into? Yes, a Shack out in the open, I guess. Judging by how few teams are actually playing deep center, that'd be a good call. But you have to make it past the open field, first of all, and even have to take that decision. Because I think at this point, you would expect everything to be taken there. But even the most centralized check is actually untaken. Obviously, they don't know that. So even for Ascent to take 2 more points, I think it's going to be really troublesome.
Oh, it's going to be painful now in the zone as well. He's just shy. You can see him on the map. Takuni guy hasn't got a car. He's actually run in here. Now, he is going in behind BB team. Does he have enough meds to get through? He's been in the boat. He was in the blue zone for the boat. He's now had to run across compounds. So you can see he's going to try and scrabble for anything he can claim. He's going to wrap down and round. So he's going to use the train to his advantage. But it is difficult now. BB team play away. He could potentially play through. But BB team looking to try and close this one. They move in. Looks like Twisted Minds trying to do the same as well. Now, Twisted Minds have a harder rotation in as well. Well, as the compound's about to kick off between BBL, HKD. They're fighting for chopsticks.
Breach coming in. As we have the next rotate coming on through. Twisted Minds, full 4-man lineup, is committing to the open field. And looks like they want to build some kind of fort around. All out in the open. I feel like it might be just a tiny bit too early for it, but they decide to do so anyways. While we have BBL being annihilated by Hokkaido. They are on a high. They've just recently had one amazing chance. I want to say the only amazing chance actually of winning a round. Unfortunately, couldn't do so. This is at least some type of revenge.
Look at the change in this game, though. More teams are remaining that are in the potential to get the win compared to what we've seen before. Teams are actively now denying teams entry to 100 points compared to actually stopping the teams that already have 100 points. So there's been a real big change here. Hypebeast, they're still in the compound. They're going to be able to punish these teams in the field because I suppose Twisted Mind's not the only one. There's no Pryho compounds anymore. The only compound really in is Hypebeast, and it's going to be down to how well you know the terrain, the dips, the crevices. Yes, there's a couple of single shacks, but it's going to be down to keeping cars alive in the late game. 11 teams remain. This is insane.
Still so many teams alive that could potentially pick up this round. Almost half the teams have gotten a chicken dinner already. Have gotten past the 100-point mark and now need a chicken dinner. Talking Twisted Minds, talking FaZe Clan. Talking LW, talking BB, obviously. 132 points. They are still standing on top. The most consistent team in the Grand Finals. And one of the most consistent teams in the playoffs as well. BB is definitely showing why they are still a force to be reckoned with. Also, with the news pickups in terms of organizations chiming in into the PUBG esports action.
Hang on. The team is fighting out to get into the placement point. It's Foot, but they're trying to take on Lol W. Inksy tips with some shots down. Now the lid's gone, but he's able to claw himself back in towards the other side of the compound. Foot are in, so no need to rush just yet as a sea of smoke, well, allows them to move, but Lol W already moving out. Only 1 kill for them. Obviously, yes, no points don't matter in the context of potentially getting the win, but it will if they don't. I'll have to wait and see now. The zone is about to touch. It's about to shift away. Surely it's going down towards the field. There we go. 3, 2, 1. It does pop. It does still hold into the field, but so much is playable now in that northwest corner, and FaZe need to get moving pretty quick.
Yeah, usually, we talked about this yesterday, actually, with the last game from BB team. These types of circles do tend to favor the team of the compound down south. This time around, though, it shifts rather far up north. Meaning Twisted Minds that have now repositioned further towards the western side. I think they've been a little bit further east originally, I think. I've now got a pretty good spot. It's kind of a small dip around that area, and it's only called Marco. That's a good part. It's only called Marco around the dip. Those are the only teams that really have an angle on them right now. Kind of need to fight on their own. You can see Hypebeast still has Navi on the south side with Low W with all the teams around them. And on all the teams on the west side that was originally really clear to begin with, still have a long way towards them. So Twisted Minds not in too shabby of a spot, but then again, no hardcover. And I think they will be greeted by Hypebeast sometime soon.
Well, 5 teams remain. 5 teams in the context of potentially stopping the game ending on number 6 at the moment. And this is one of them. Hypebeast have got the numbers. They're now going to reposition. Eternal Fire going to leave in front of him now. So we are seeing the migration of these teams start to move in. footy Sports have to play in across towards Low W. Secure Sensor where they're going to try and drive themselves above that 100-point spot. So they are going for a full send. Twisted Minds pick up one Eternal Fires though. Hypebeast will be on the outside. I don't think they want to commit too far. They might want to try and capitalize on here. And Low W down to 1 at the moment because Secure Sensor causing problems.
Yeah, it's just Lurix left alive. He's trying to go for the last one. Oh, wow! Sparta! He took himself out with a Molotov, but I think he did secure, at least his team secured a couple of more frags before that, 2 actually to be exact. 94, 98, so many teams are around that mark, but no one has done it so far in this game, as we still have 3 contenders left alive. Ladies and gentlemen, do keep watching, because this might be one of the last games, if not the last game, of the Rotation Summer Edition. 3 top contenders fighting for the chicken dinner now. BB, FaZe Clan, and Twisted Minds.
If your team is already out and you want another game, you have to start cheering for Foot, Hypebeast, or the Solo Rangers that will come from Ascend and Eternal Fire. Oh. Here comes the Util dub. Oh, doesn't quite get the knocks they want. It does get the damage. The shots coming from Gabby. Battalions is down now. They're going to refocus, but they can't get any closer. Ridge will be open. They now need to rely on other teams to take the fair party, but I think Twisted Minds have made the positioning known, and more importantly, they've got it right. They have enough of a dip to survive.
They just need to survive, as you said, as long as possible. Someone needs to third-party Hypebeast. I think that's what's going through their minds right now. Hypebeast should not be allowed to stay all out in the open for that long, and for such a long period of time, actually. Someone has to third-party from the western side, but it's just no one's doing it. Look at this, it's only BB, and sure, there's some shots going back and forth, you can see, but the side are not perfect. And that's, once more, that is what's so crazy about this specific round. Almost no one is gone for a centralized position all around the forest area from the get-go. I think BB team was the only one, and yes, they do play that very often, but even they have been late in this round, so even they have not taken as much space as they could have.
You've got to favour Foot Esports here. I think FaZe, they're going to reposition. They've actually crashed a compound behind Foot Esports, so they're looking tonight. BB team don't need to move too much. Twisted Minds now need to get in. Hypebeast going to position themselves in front of Twisted Minds. So Hypebeast versus Twisted Minds. Foot Esports taking on FaZe. Looks like FaZe. Vex gets 1. He gets 2. Gustav will put down T-Bone. Foot Esports are falling apart. FaZe are looking to try and claim it. 1 will now remain, as looks like Foot's, well, rise on this leaderboard is going to be denied out. Gustav's nade will go through. Vard has got the Grozer in hand. How much longer can he survive? FaZe actively pushing this one.
Good nades coming out from Gustav. Somehow Vard is still staying strong behind the containers. Surely that nade is going to hit. That one doesn't seal the deal either, and I think James has been revived in the meanwhile as well. That means FaZe Clan is back on 4 players. This is massive for them. They need this if they want to continue having a chance this round, but there chimes BB team in through the northern side, and you can tell they want to let FaZe Clan get all the points. Excuse me, they want to not let FaZe Clan, obviously, get all the points they want to potentially even secure a second place and get close to them, because I think with 10 frags, they're already really close to it. No matter who takes this round, I think it's between these 2 teams either way in the leaderboard. And Thomas Swift's going to take first and second. Vart now still having a say in this one. Takes down Cheems.
Well, takes down James. They're going to fight on the other side. Hypebeast getting pulled apart by Twisted Minds. They are refusing to go out. They want to be in it to win it. There's 3 teams on the contention now, so they are really driving forward, though. Looks like Hypebeast, well, they've gone. Twisted Minds will remain. They tried to deny. BB team trying to wrap in behind our FaZe. They pick up 1. They're now trying to look. FaZe scrabbling their way out. Foot's going to go fall down. There's only 3 players that can try and hit it, ascend and make it towards the 100-point mark, but even if they win, they're not going to claim. 2 players remain lane. I think it might be a bit too late as the powerhouses from BB Team, FaZe and Twisted Minds might go at it and claim the victories. Every point is going to matter now.
Eternal Fire and Ascent have to absolutely go hand in hand, so to speak, if they want to make this one work. They have to play as a duo almost if they want to deny any of these other teams to potentially enter the tournament prematurely as Cold Marco picks up the first one. This is good. This is good for all the other teams right now because Example is already on the ground, so it's only 2 players right now for Twisted Minds. Maybe he can make something miraculously happen because once more he's standing and it's only 2 players left. They're not even going for these reses at the moment. Sure, FaZe has a tough road out, but even they would be able to third-party this if it goes a little bit further towards the west. Code Marco with another one in the meanwhile. Doozy takes down James. Everyone is fighting.
Yeah, but all the powerhouses are fighting. Our solos, they're okay. Code Marco's laying firm. KLICKEN, there's an argument. He might sneak his way in. If he can time it right, it might fall to the solos. But for now, it's going to be out. We go for our top 4. Eternal Fire goes down. It's down to the one and only. If Ascend win, we get another game. And for those Ascend fans, they are going to be slamming the Rise Up. It's a 3 versus 4 versus 1 versus 1. And BB starting the day in the driving seat. They might be driving to a victory with the numbers.
And that might very well. Dacia right in front of him as well if he wants to make a positional change. And yeah, as you said, Ascent, bittersweet for them right now. They've just crossed the 100-point mark. We saw it in the middle of that fight between FaZe and I think 40 Esports. I think that's where it happened. But they won't be able to take it. Even if KLICKEN somehow does the craziest thing in all of PUBG Esports, there's still going to be another round. So that's why this is so important. And there goes FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, unfortunately, will be taken out. Gustav goes down. It's not going to be FaZe Clan that will take home the victory of the Rotation Summer Edition. Instead, it is going to be once more BB Team in the driving seat.
It's going to be BB Team in the driving seat because FaZe can't get above them. Now, if Twisted Minds obviously get the win, it means FaZe will drop down to 3rd place. Actually, in argument, if you're looking at FaZe, you want BB Team to win now. You want them to take the championship home. 4 versus 3 versus 1. The solo from Ascend has been picked. He has to keep his head down. BB Team and Twisted Minds need to go at it. And can KLICKEN, can he dig deep one more time? Because they've only just got over. It's an organ hand. It's a 3 times. Now he's got the run. He's got the clear side of zone. But the favour surely lies in for whether it's going to be your BB Team fans or your Twisted Minds. You got to look at Twisted Minds and go, they're the favoured to maybe win this.
This is so interesting because KLICKEN, I feel like what is the first time in his entire playing career, has now got the weight of the entire lobby on his shoulders. The entire lobby, every other, the rest of the 13 teams not right now alive are going to be rooting for KLICKEN. I think that's a first in PUBG Esports history. Everyone is hoping for KLICKEN to make this happen. The one thing I can say is it does become possible if maybe potentially somehow Twisted Minds and BB Team have a really just chaotic fight. Maybe Twisted Minds even gets an entry and then KLICKEN just sneaks up to the back lines and maybe gets some third-party action. This looks very likely. KLICKEN is still inside the zone. He doesn't need to move. And also Twisted Minds or BB have no reason to clean up KLICKEN right now. BB would give up their man advantage on that northern edge if they do decide to clean up KLICKEN before they actually dealt with Twisted Minds. So the opportunity is there for KLICKEN to do something big.
Now, BB know where he is. BB know they've identified. Doozy is watching. Zone shifts in the favour of Ascend. Maybe it's time for him to rise up, but the rise up needs to come at the right time. The knocks need to be. We need to go down to like a 2 versus 1 with Twisted Minds. Then we can kind of maybe see KLICKEN round through. Now it's going to be down towards his numbers. 4 versus 3 is a big hit. Between's trying to hold out one side, but the zone is not there. Initial shots now start to spray out. There's a good connection though as they do go down. Spyro's on A2. Between is now waiting for the Raptors. Phil first though. He now plays peekaboo. Damage goes back as Twisted Minds refusing to take damage. They are causing BB Team now to rethink how they want to get into this zone.
He's not throwing the nade just yet. Really interesting. Matulans knew exactly which tree he was supposed to throw the nade at, but he wants to slow this down. He knows this is, even if he hits the nade, it's probably not going to be enough for a push because they're at a man disadvantage, so he wants to wait for a better opportunity. Really smart utility usage by Twisted Minds there. They're playing the long game. They're playing the smart game. They want to wait until the perfect opportunity arises, and that's when they want to strike. So Twisted Minds still with 3 men up, but at a man disadvantage.
And even if we're going to go to the dot, KLICKEN, if the fight is kicked off, Doozy can't keep an eye on him. He might just be able to duck up a shoulder, go towards the east, use the ridgeline, and then work in between these two teams. So just depends how far around. If Twisted Minds continue to come around this south side, that's going to stop KLICKEN's opportunities to go in. If KLICKEN goes down, we will be ending on this game. For now, a couple more shots will rain out. 6 seconds, 5. We are going to be going down to the wire as the... Looks like the Twisted Minds, they've already repositioned. This is not going to be helpful now for KLICKEN. But Torden's going full army commando mode as he's now working his full way forward to some hard cover. And he won't need to move here for some time.
Good sneak. Follow me, I'm a snake. That's what he's saying. But actually, don't follow me because honestly, that position is fine on my own. But Torden's is very much happy to be the lone soldier there on the southern side. The question is, the first team that is gonna meet KLICKEN originally should be... I guess now it's BB team. KLICKEN goes down. Do we have an answer? Yes, we do! As Synclap goes down, it's down to Twisted Minds and BB between who takes the Rotation Summer Edition.
That's it, guys. We're locked in. We're going down to the wire. It's going to be on the last game, technically, of a normal. But their BB team got the advantage. Let's see what they can do. Twisted Minds already playing around. The shots will come through. They started well. Can they end this one? Lou puts the shots on. He's trying to deny capabilities. The repositions happening. Doozy repositions the car as some kind of cover. There's no full send. We are going to the dot here.
Oh, yes, we are. We are going to the dot. No one has really found an angle just yet. The smokes are laying perfectly. Now, Filthus is trying to test the waters. Maybe he can find an angle between the smoke. He sees one player. The headshot comes through, but no, not just yet. Example, still alive.
Example is still alive at the moment. Filthus gets one, but two it is, but it's now Master comes through. It's a 3 versus 3. The flash comes through. BB team super tight. Twisted Minds now got the angles. The Doozy has them to move forward. There's another one. Lou, 1, 2, 3, 4. They've gone. Twisted Minds will claim it. 22 points. And Twisted Minds yet again bagged themselves a championship. It was over quick. It was done and dusted. Twisted Minds are our champions. And wow, what a showing it has been.
I mean, what a performance can out of Twisted Minds. They got into this duel as one man down. It was a 3-on-4, and somehow the Zolo even could have kind of ruined them the round, but he didn't in the end. BB team actually had to deal with them as well, and they somehow still make it work. Twisted Minds, oh my goodness, what a performance once more. These guys just seem to finish out any tournament they get their hands on now that the curse has been broken.
Curse has been broken. That was insane. The game could have gone either way, but it was the first game, fALECX, that I felt teams weren't hunting down the teams in the top spot. They were more focused on the teams that were near the point, because we had 5 teams that could have got above the 100 points, but they didn't, and it felt like a change of map.
It did feel like a change of map. Also, shout out to all these teams in the middle of the pack that somehow wanted things to happen relatively early. Once again, I was so confused by all of these teams suddenly, and we haven't seen that before, suddenly start fighting in the first 3 phases. I mean, we said it before, all of these teams in the middle of the pack that now could have gone to 100 points kind of lost it in the first 3 phases, but I mean, gotta give it up for Twisted Minds. Once more, these guys are the champions of the Rotation Summer Edition. It's been one hell of a tournament. It took some more tries than maybe we expected coming out of Twisted Minds, but they will reign champion once more.
A team you can't count out. A team you cannot count out at the end of any event. The 2024 turn of the tide seems to be at Twisted Minds.
Oh, yes.
As they now bag themselves another victory underneath their belt. Just before we move into the Esports World Cup, just before we move into Protality and PEC Full, they have set this first half of the year up outstandingly, though, and it has been such a strong showing. You cannot, at any stage, fALECX, you cannot count this team out.
No, I think they could have started today with 0 points, and people would still have given them chances. That's how crazy consistent these guys are, and they seem to dominate PUBG Esports. I think there's no way around this, and it hasn't happened in a matter of months. It's been for the last year, maybe 2 years now, and these guys have just been so incredibly consistent. And once again, I'm so happy for them that this small curse they had, so to speak, and actually closing out tournaments has really come to an end. These guys are the best team in the world right now, so I'm not surprised, at least judging by obviously PGS, so I'm not surprised to see them reign champion here in a solely EMEA lobby as well.
How many matches will you see tonight? Well, we do back ourselves though in, and the 14.9% people obviously got it right. I was in the first or last segment. I even put my bet in as a 1 or 2 games because BB team had the opportunity, and they, what was it, 3 out of 4? Yeah, 3 out of 4 games they had the initial zone, didn't they, off the drop?
Yeah, BB team, I don't know. I don't know. I felt like that third map in particular where we had so much dead space and they could have gone for such a centralized rotate. Essentially done what FaZe Clan did and also just historically has always done on these types of circle, right? Get a centralized position early on, kind of split around the open field just north of the big city, and for some reason, they decided to just stick to the western side and kind of gamble on a western circle. And I feel like that's not how you create your luck. So unfortunately, even though they had massive options to close out this tournament very early on, I guess I'm saying unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, ladies and gentlemen, because we got to see more amazing maps here at the rotation.
But it's worth noting now, okay, we can start talking about the prize pool and how things are falling out. So with Twisted Minds leapfrogging the other guys, they will put themselves in first spot. So they're going to bag themselves the lion's share of the prize pool. Second will be going in towards BB team. FaZe will fall to third. Then obviously fourth will go to LOW. And then fifth will be taken up by Na'Vi. Now, the biggest thing is that wild card for PEC4. A lot of those teams are already secured the spot. These guys are global partners, etc. It is going to be a low W. So there is a underdog story here. The Pandas have come through qualifications. They've grinded hard. They put massive performance on game after game. They adapted really well on the finals. They were one of these teams that got themselves above that 100-point mark and nearly securing themselves a win and even stopping on game number 2. But for me, it is all down to Twisted Minds. Big shout for them. LW obviously going to be backing themselves that prize pool in the context of money, but also that PEC4 group stage ticket.
Yeah, massive performance, and I'm hearing from production we actually do have an interview coming up. So if you were just about to leave, do not leave. Actually, we have some pretty spicy interview questions for Batulins. Actually, they're not so spicy. We'll be tame. But I think it's gonna be amazing to hear his insights. 142 points, even points wise, this was as close as it gets. It's a single point between them and BB team, who will pick up second place. It's just all the prize pools. It's a good share between the lot of them, and well, what more can you say? FaZe Clan, unfortunately, with also plenty of opportunities, has played an amazing tournament. They've played super consistent. People were doubting them during the playoffs to some degree here and there. I saw some chatter in the chat. Maybe that's just a couple of trolls here and there, but people were indeed having mixed opinions. But they came back, and I mean, these guys are playing more and more consistent now as well.
It's a huge shout. Let's give thanks to all the teams, all the players, and actually showing. I'm biased. I'm in this region, but how close the Emir has been, even from the initial outset, from qualifications, we've seen teams running away, causing huge damage, and as we got closer and closer towards the final, it just got tougher and tougher. But the point, it wasn't one team running away with it. We had the talk about FaZe. FaZe were the first team that could have been there on that 100-point. BB team refused to let them go. They were the first coming in today to be able to get themselves the stop, the winner chicken dinner. They claimed the lion's share of the prize pool. But it just shows and screams to the depth of knowledge and the skill set that's in our region that we see so many teams in that 90-point mark, even 80s, high 70s, and even all of them are top 16 teams anyway, right? But there's no single team, there's no grouping of teams that just run away with it, fALECX. It was a very tight tournament, and the points evenly give or take spread.
Even a team like Ascent, and I gotta talk about Ascent for a brief period of time here. Even a team like Ascent, who, let's be honest, had a horrible tournament. They almost wouldn't even have made it into the grand finals, and they've had a pretty tough couple of months now. Even they make it past the 100-point barrier now with the last game, and are still realistically have sure they haven't been in contention to actually take it home now for the last couple of games, but they're still in top 6. That's a good showing coming out from Ascent. So that goes to show even if some of these top teams do not perform or even as horribly as Ascent, they still get into a top 6. And yeah, as you said, goes to show you the depth of EMEA and how some of these teams, despite not, I don't even think we've had 4 or 5 situations. I don't even think they had a top 3 in almost any of the grand final games. I don't remember Ascent being there, except for a couple of snakes, obviously with Kiha in the last game. I don't expect that. I haven't really seen them get into late game consistently. And despite that, grabbing 100 points, that's actually kind of a big win for them.
Now, yeah, I think I was back in a limited amount of winner chicken dinners, right? But it's just that hot and cold. When Ascend are dialed in, they are in for the win, right? They are really, really good. They're aggressive, but they need to flex out. They need to be aggressive, and that's where we see they're great at holding the edge of zone, right? We see that all the time. But if they're not aggressive of going, this is our area, I find they sometimes fall. We've seen that a couple of times, and it's just that level of like really great game, not so great game, really great game, not so great game. But it will play down to this format. Now, that's enough of Ascend. Let's get the man of the hour in as we will introduce the amazing Batuling. So to give us a little bit of an insight, welcome once again. I feel like this is becoming a little bit of a trend, Sasha, of you arriving on interview at some point at the end, mate. First and foremost, though, congratulations to the win from Twisted Minds. How did you find that format? This was the first time we've seen this on the EMEA region, and obviously I felt like a change of game style and play as the closer we got to these games in the finals. But how did you guys find playing this format?
I would say this format is definitely should be more interesting for viewers. For us, it was kind of.
Oh, we loved it.
Huh? Yeah.
So we loved it, mate.
Last game was epic for us. I mean, we were playing only for the win. This tournament, we didn't really want to take like top 2 or top 3 or whatever. So we were just playing for a winner chicken dinner. And the last game was like, I don't know. I just felt these vibes of most chicken format. You know, like before PGC 21, when we had to win all the games, and this last game was against BB 3v4. I had only one nade, and this nade basically helped a lot in the last fight. I think for viewers should be same as for players. We were very nervous, you know, like before the end we were like, what we should do, we should wait until the circle goes. Like I would keep this nade until the end, and then we're gonna just open our positions together and start just to fight them all, and we won it. Yeah.
I want to touch on this, Nate, because you did see a player from BB team earlier at the tree. You shot at him, and I pointed that out. You did not use your nade. You wanted to play it smart, and I felt like that actually in the end was the nade that kind of got you that win. I quickly want to touch on that rotation down the hill. How was the information like? Did you know there was not a team except for Hypebeast towards the south? And did you know the compound was still in contention and they were fighting, so you wouldn't be third party? What was your information like? Because that rotation down the hill into the open field didn't seem like a winning play necessarily, but it worked out perfectly.
I prepared this rotation years ago, and we never tried it because there were no good games for it. And this was the only chance to be able to win a game. And we knew that most of teams who were in top 5 were above 100 points, they're still alive. So we had to do something to play for the win. And that's why I called my team to do this rotation. I was very, you know, like, I was not sure that we will stay alive as 4 people because we never done it before. But we were able to stay alive. And in the end, you see what happened.
Worked out perfectly.
I'd say it did work out perfectly. The dominoes fell in the way of the fight though with footy sports, but I think your key, it was a difference of game. There was more players, more teams up that could maybe take the win. So actually I'd love to hear that you guys were playing for that winner chicken dinner at the end to claim. Big brain plays from Batuling, you hear it though. Unplayable makes the win. Look, any final words? Obviously, you need to thank all your fans because there'd be a huge amount of Twisted Man fans in chat. So look, just over to you, mate. Final words.
I would like to say thanks to all the viewers, all the fans around the world who was watching us. This tournament was definitely an amazing tournament to watch, especially this last game, especially for those people who were cheering for our team. And I hope that we're gonna do well in this new format because next tournament for us is EWC with a much higher prize pool with much better teams. And I don't know what to expect from this tournament, but we're gonna try hard. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I wish you guys all the best, Batulins, and I think it's a format that actually plays to your strengths as a team. So I will be cheering for you guys coming EWC. But thank you very much, though, for jumping in. And more importantly, best of luck, though, for you guys in the future. I'm sure we're going to see you on another interview sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Right, that was the amazing Baturians, and it was really interesting. Actually, they did allude that it was a change of mindset though in that last game, that they were playing for the win, not for the points, and a lot of that came down to the kill feed read. So with this format, we've said it before, unlike other titles, you can read the kill feed, and that was a change. And loved fALECX that he actually played out at the end, a game plan that they had in their back pocket, but never got a chance to practice. And well, what more of a time to play it and get a winner chicken dinner at the end.
Yeah, man, I'm so glad we caught that one day, because I feel like that's such a small detail, and these small details, I think that's a good representation of PUBG esports as a whole. You do small mistakes, you do small, also sometimes you don't realize when you do mistakes, and that in that instance, some people would have said maybe that's a mistake, but in the end, look at how experienced these guys are, and if anyone knows better than these guys, so in the end. Goes to show you how such a small detail, how a single nade that is not being thrown, despite maybe resulting in a knock, can win you a round like this. And sure, I mean, it was down to the entire team, good shots all around, but still, our utility usage was key there in the end, and they played it perfectly. Twisted Minds, undoubtedly, in my opinion, the best team in the world right now.
Insane. Unstoppable force. Well, we are stoppable here. I want to take the time though to thank, more importantly, a lot of people that are behind the scenes. Thank you very much to all the production, the observers, everyone that goes into making this. That is a huge shout out to BEING ESPORTS. If you haven't already, !BEING ESPORTS in chat. Get on their Discord, get in their social medias. We'll make sure that you keep up to date, and it's an outstanding community. Thank you very much to all the players, coaches, fans, family that are in chat. This format has been outstanding, and I am super excited. If it's not going to kill me by the end of the year, it's going to be a lot of interesting games to watch. Yeah, me too. I'm going to thank you very much for fALECX. Thank you for Neely jumping in, covering though on the finals. And don't forget though, we'll be back next week with the Protality, as another event will kick off in this region, where we will duke another couple of teams working their way through to a prize pool, 8,000 USD, another nice little pocket of cash. And then we've got Esports World Cup. Thank you very much though, more importantly to PUBG and PUBG Esports, to be able to buy the platform. The game is outstanding. It is the best game out there in the world. I am slightly biased, and I do bias in this region, Steve and Mia. So it has been some outstanding PUBG. And that's it from us. As I said, we'll see you at the same time next week on this channel. Be a different branding, different competition, and we are going to reset. But that's it from us now. Keep playing PUBG. Peace.